Tilda Chaney. Eventually get into an agreement to chat.
1 second. Alright, back on track.
After proving to the Titanrans that they are the Legion.
Hang on. So, yep, Titanrans are doing that. Yeah, we already know why they come here. Get into agreement to chat. After proving the Titanrans that they are the Legion but in disguise, these Neclad just show much evidence, such as where they came from. Yeah, the collectors do have a load of information, I can imagine. More it's not stated, but it's you have to be careful with devices like collectors, because sometimes I guess it could be like a phone equivalent where they're like, hey, here's the footage, here's the time, this is where this and this who I've been encountering or in contact with. So yeah, I think that's like the best comparison to go for. But of course, it shouldn't well, yeah, I think you still have to be careful not to break the plot, but if anything, this benefits the plot by being, by communicating those kind of details. So anyway, yeah, now they encounter each other, what's going to happen?
But in disguise, using their collaptors to show much evidence such as where they came from, what they have done recently, and proof they fought the likes of Ozona.
Okay, now that's very good evidence.
They sit in a peaceful area, full of wooden chairs and tables.
Yeah, and this is just pretty much expanding on what not only Nahash 2, but that there's peaceful areas, and there's just a bit more to the architecture too.
With a shelter above them, and there are even fiery lanterns nearby.
And this kind of comes from the description for the storybook too,
making the place warm and relaxing. The Titanrans do know them well, via stories like most races, but aren't the most enthusiastic towards the Legion. Because of
So yeah, I think everyone knows who the Legion are at this point. So yeah, they've been talked about pretty much everywhere. So we got the gist of that really. But the Titanrans have a bit more of a twist. Yeah, not the most enthusiastic. Oh, please do tell.
How the universe's previous guardians, despite their efforts, had an ego, making them fake. Being a hero is far more complicated than fighting the threats. It's about other intentions along the way. In between.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, if the stories had just been, oh, the Legion did this, they managed to do this, this, and this. But without knowing them, there's always like more to the story. That's what the Titanrans are probably keeping an open mind. But yeah, previous Guardians, would that be referring to the living elements at the time, to which even Book 5 talks about how they've been making controversial decisions which made the Narvas resist against them, but the Narvas were still wrong to get rid of them. So I look forward to what Book 5 says about this. So this is like a sentence that's kind of up in the air, because yeah, at first you're like, oh, what Guardians? Yeah, I don't know who else they will be referring to. So yeah, and I nearly thought, actually no, I think the flashbacks that come about, they are the ones that kind of add to it. It will probably require spin-off ideas to explore like the very early years of the universe.
The Legion asks about why the Titanrans sent off the life force, or if there are any Titanrans to spare to add to the Legion, and it was because of their safety.
Any spare Titanrans? Yeah, I guess an opportunity to ask, I suppose. So anyway, yeah, well they, yeah, what do they answer?
Safety. Xionthor might be onto them if tracked, and they don't trust the Legion's universal security. This makes the
yeah, I think it just goes back to being either too aware or too close-minded, and yeah, not having the life force initially, yeah, because they did send it away to keep them safe. Although it just goes back to why their planet hasn't been tracked yet. But never mind, I suppose. Like I knew the hidden planet thing was a bit of a repetitive excuse, but at least that was an answer, and that's kind of something. But not to mention each planets, I think, were hidden for different reasons, and the way it was done was differently, wasn't it? And anyway, So yeah, it's just for their own protection basically. But yeah, and not to mention, it's not just the intentions. It's wondering if the Legion are capable of overseeing the universe, and they've clearly been successful. Not to mention beyond still being out and about. So the Titrons are proving wrong that the universe will be fine. Well, aside from the torrid and Mechadrol problems later on, I think that does. Actually, they should be angry with the Legion. It's betraying their trust almost after this. So I'm surprised I've written the Titrans as like the last go-to place, in Book 4, to accept their alliance. Although Carpo, the leader, was fairly optimistic too, similar to Mike, the president, etc.
Progress towards bringing back the extinct races slower yet safer, and they send the life force away via.
Um, yeah, I think they do have like other traits of the life force around the planet, because traits of it across the universe do exist. Well, with any element really, despite the life force mainly just being shown as like the only example. Like I said, the other elements would have had that case too, despite not being written about it. Um, so so with very little life force around, like I said, they're still onto the gold bracket extinct races, but 100 years later, I can see how it would be taking quite some time, and because I think with the full power of the living gore itself, I can see things being like a lot faster and easier, and identifying which races are missing. But although they'll have to like do some research too, or maybe they'll have to come up with other life forms to essentially continue, I guess, living gore's work, with the with alien races and that. And so it's not entirely specified, but we can infer why it would take longer then. And I guess it would have also been nice to see what they have achieved or what they're yet to achieve. And whilst we do get answers, well, I guess just like some answers in the sequel, but and not to mention one result in Book 5. So yeah, there is that too. So yeah, extinct safe, and they send the life force away via their last escape pod. Oh, okay, yeah, they do have them. Yeah, they do have one big ship after all, which is thanks to Book 4. Yeah, massive ship, of course. The only one at that only ship, yeah. Created by a mechanic known as the. Oh, so that's the Conics that's created their spaceship. Okay, yeah, because I remember thinking about who created the spaceship, but it's this race who I did cut because, once again, it was like a last minute invention. And yeah, cyborg apes, which kind of sound cool, but I wouldn't really know how to expand it. Not to mention, I tried to create an 8-bit version of it, and it wasn't vibing with me.
Their last escape pod, which is part of their massive ship. The only one at that, created by a mechanic race known as Conics. Cyborg creatures with features like ape arms and big eyes, always happy to make ships for any race regardless of morality as long as they get paid. Regardless, the type.
So not only is it kind of interesting to have a race that benefits all sides, makes it for anyone, yeah, fair enough. But we're going back to the currency problem. What do they get paid with?
Titanrans keep those thoughts to themselves.
And what's the benefit of them getting
Tilde
paid? Is it
chapter
for more
35,
ship parts,
entering
or do they
Nahash 2.
like
Regardless,
to do
the
all
Legion and
sorts when they're
Duo
not
wear their
working?
devices and become a variety of races. Zami becomes a Killink, a race that has.
Okay. All of their thoughts of what they think of the Legion, or thoughts about the Conics, or no, I'm confused about that, but no.
2 extra tentacles. Nicole becomes a Blup which has spikes on her back.
Thoughts about how the Titans could take the life force. See when it's sent down to a protective thanks to pods. Oh yes, so because in book, I forgot which book, but yeah, I think it did hint about how the life force and pod came at similar times, with pod knowing a little bit about it, and Leader talks about how the Titrans could. So yeah, it's probably a good time to have it back. Not only to benefit their goals, but to protect it. So yeah, that's good. And Oh yeah, so as it was, yeah, sent down to Earth. Yeah, Earth, conveniently Earth. Imagine if it landed elsewhere. Once again, plenty of what-if scenarios. Um, and that sci-fis have to certain forms of power. Yeah, I'm not sure how much Pod knew about the intro parts of it, other than little tidbits. But I wonder if the Socha scenes or Socha scenes will, um, add to, well, just provide some more answers. And I say, even in that such a scene when the elements were fully explained, there was like a hint of a concept I was thinking of working on. Well, I think it actually goes back to how the elements will probably, going to be more considered to be like more of a tool at the leader's disposal. But it was kind of, but as I talked about the complications, you know, um, making it too complicated to write it in. I kind of put in a throwaway line saying something like, the researchers are also glad that Legion weren't thinking of experimenting with it. Yeah, because I guess unless you know it properly, like the Titarans, then yeah, I think they're like too tricky to yeah, to mess about with.
Pod becomes a narwhal creature also known as a hawp. Arvin becomes a Minap, which is the same size.
And that means Pod would have told the likes of Nicole, etc. Wait, hang on, I thought Nicole only was told about Sign 4, during the Nitrobot battle, like around that stage. Unless he sort of like, oh, we'll have to, put this well protected because there is like forces out there that might be after it. And yeah, it could be referring to Mikador too, because it said that he would have wanted a more permanent form of energy to help fuel himself and keep himself alive. So I think that's like the best guess, but yeah, that should have been more clear.
But more reptile-like. Opusnost turns into a heddle that has a face with some fins, and finally,
Oh, okay.
Amiku becomes a crocodile-like creature also known as an alligator. With all of them disguised.
Okay, so that's a bit more to the Conics by. So they must have. Do they keep track of other planets as by being vehicle makers? Okay. More evolving planets. Okay. Also, the Titrons probably did send it down to Earth intentionally, maybe, even if that wasn't too clear. But yeah, of course, they don't know about Pod ending up on Earth, so yeah, that's clarified, of course, despite the line being a tad clunky. And yeah, of course, life was very variable.
They are off to find the Titanrans. While they are disguised, the Titanrans do always go for the same race. One's called Loganivs, massive.
Which, yeah, would add to reasons, they can probably, they can cope with the slow progress as long as it's keeping them alive. And whilst having it back may have had a couple of benefits, such as getting back Fletcher in book 5, yeah, it is, just extremely risky. But, Fletcher, was helpful a good few times, so yeah, I think that was worth the risk, even if it was just one big benefit.
Creatures with 4 blue fins on their back, mostly green and scaly, and have long necks. The Titanrans normally go to Nash.
And life force doesn't mean making the. Yep. So, so what was kind of up in the air is further clarified. So that's good.
Do for various reasons like supplying food, vegetation.
Oops, that's misspelt.
Or getting various DNA of various races to help clone other races. They even provide a
Bit weird to add that question in the middle of all of that, but regardless, so I'm just going to tuck something in. There you go. So yeah, it's just more details clarified. Well, only some, because it's not explicitly stated. Although if you have like the mention of the DNA, you could assume that life force helps facilitate something. And if book 4 talks about what was visualized in the storybook, then yeah, it's just having a load of like big, not legit big test tubes, but like big equivalents, just made out of plants, etc. To find enough to be safe enough. So yeah, interesting question. How does it get? Okay, so they would have talked about it, except that Pod and Vondor go ahead with one another. But yeah, it's Carper who's the leader, and Vondor is almost like the deputy. Carper's like an optimistic leader too, and he really likes his plant powers, and keen on the secrets. But Vondor, like as mentioned earlier, is like a fist-first kind of being. He's kind of skeptical about the use of plants. He's not the biggest fan of using them, but even then, he's like a really hard fighter and very defensive too. So I feel like both of them almost like share traits of other characters, but I think with our interest in the races, I think that helps them make them stand out more. Because I really like what was it called? The Maya's 16 personalities. I think that's helped me a couple of times, but not necessarily with the story, but because not to mention this story has way more than 16. Yeah, I think they're just guidelines. Um, you know, so yeah, what a cool debate needs to be cut short. Maybe it should have been more debated. Although, yeah, I guess I think it's honestly a question to ask yourself because yeah, like Xyphor isn't sorted out, so that's already a big deal. Nor is Mechajaw. And is every planet being accounted for properly by Legion and the Dion? Even the Tatrons haven't really mentioned Dion either, which never mind. Yeah, and also I did um yeah. So if Fondor started to jab at Podge using words first, how did the whole Morphil thing first come about? And to make Fondor be like, oh, you're Morphil actually, okay, because of the disguise, because these don't glitch either. So yeah, how did that come to be?
Special type of life force-based energy that can heal any injury. A secret only the Titanrans have unlocked considering their history with the life force.
Which is more so answered in the flashback. But yeah, it's quite a big deal.
Ones that are either underpopulated.
And yeah, there's also additional bits and bobs in book 4 too, because you're going to fight each other.
Or extinct, making them good beings continuing to help others under the radar.
So yeah, just yet another negative. So you could think that Pod's obsessed, but no, by not diminishing Megatron, etc., it's ruining Pod's legacy pretty much. Not that he's a legacy first kind of being, but he still doesn't like the constant belittlement because he has the power to really help, and everyone just sees him as this negative force, which must be really frustrating.
The race was galactic heroes. Before seeing the Titanrans,
oh, okay. Alright, so that's not only convenient, but it means that these devices must be so complex they just like flip out sometimes, which is not great. It just reminds me of something in VR where something glitches because of how complicated the technology is. Although I think last time I checked, I think VR has been a lot better nowadays, hasn't it? Less of the glitchiness. So yeah, that was kind of convenient. Although I reckon Vondor was like to the lot of them. And also, yeah, not very good disguising if it glitches. What would have caused the glitchiness? What would have been the factors? So just written another convenience, I suppose.
However, the Legion has a good exploration around the area. They see the likes of food stands and resources coming from many planets, alongside many
Probably narrow-minded, but I suppose it could still work.
Like activities, excluding any combating sports, and there are even many areas for vegetation to grow.
But not only should there be a comma after mind, but I think this helps outline both their personalities. The different sides of the same coin.
And the many races to race. The planet is also an open area for graffiti, and those who go there form also.
Yeah, so Vonda must be extremely aggressive with Carpe. He's meant to be a leader. He really struggles to keep him there. So that's exploring the kind of dynamic they have, and not to mention, I think the Titrons must be quite on edge considering they were, heavily affected after a war. They were part of the forefront. Hasn't bunch of ones. So it looks like Carpe trying to calm Voldemort down isn't always successful. To which, yeah, especially if Vondor has a massive personality. Was the Titrons have been very supportive of her races. Okay.
Thoughts like Legion tales being visualized, anti-Xyantha propaganda, and representing various races via art such as.
That's neat, although doesn't really get expanded on later on. Like, for instance, did he ever get skeptical of Fracture, or which other beings does he not like? And I bet he was not keen on Signfall's race like coming back, during the sequel era. But at least it's outlining a couple of basic personality parts. And yeah, these characters are well detailed at a point where when you see them in the sequel, you're like, oh yes, I'm familiar with them somewhat. Let's see what more of them are like. So it's a very decent introductory scene, before they're more involved.
Morphils being
Yeah, because did I mention I was trying to find a way to like fit in a fourth character, but I just remember thinking, because it's almost like a new character per book, with Hellwolf, then Apostolos and McHugh, and then Fletcher is in the fifth one, and the sequels have a whole heap. But in the fourth one, I remember thinking, like, who else could I add? But I remember thinking, you know what, if Dion's going to be more part of the team, and so is Mike, and so is Tytrans, let's just explore what already exists. And I feel like that's what makes book 4 almost like one of the better sequels to the first book. Because, yeah, it is definitely going off from... No, despite introducing a couple of bits and bobs, it's still answering a lot more, to which, yeah, I'm really looking forward to.
demonized. Something which does bother Pod, knowing that Morphils have affected.
Kind of would have been cool to see what this small brawl is like, but I suppose they're like pushing each other, maybe nearly using their abilities, which probably would have blown their cover. So, yeah, I could see something like that happening.
Whoever goes to Nahashtu. Firstly, 2 ships capture the eyes of Zami and open.
Oh yeah, and because there's a clash, it pretty much like ruins the whole deal, which yeah, I guess it was Vondor's fault. Then maybe Pod should have responded better, and hopefully that's been accounted for. The framing it in that way. But yeah, I can still see how this might ruin it, because it's almost as if the tension's too high between the lot of them, and yeah. Although why didn't the Carper be like say, oh Vondor, that was not cool. Maybe we should consider, to really add more of a debate, because Vondor could be heavily, be like, no, well, not having this energy form back, we've been safe long enough, let's not ruin this. And Carver could be like, oh, well, we know how to protect ourselves, though, we've learned from the best, from 100 years ago, who managed to fight an actual war. So, yeah, something like that could have really added to them. Actually, I think they might get into discussion like that later on, I guess we'll see. But yeah, it's a bit of a shame that all 2 of them from different sides fought there for the dealers off. Although I think if they'll talk about them being insecure about the universe being safe, then yeah, alongside the Legion would have to go for other alternatives, which would be an interesting what if scenario. Who else would have gone for? Maybe there would have been Flight having to protect both that and maybe Himota at the end, or maybe they kept the living or as like a benefit to them. And Pod could have had a debate about it. Yeah, something like that could have been kind of cool to explore.
Persnost, the monologue, and the Starburst ring. The former is the quickest ship in the universe.
So, but Vondor started there. Why is no one supporting Pod? I know, yeah, what a shame. They should have been like, yes, Pod, like, don't do this, but we can see why this is the case. And it feels like they're more against him. And maybe I written it that way at the time to make Pod more left out, and so it's just I've been supporting him. But, yeah, maybe could have gone back to how Pod reacted, but yeah, once again, yeah, there's just missing details.
The latter can take more damage compared to most ships. The Starburst ring is like a rubber ring shape, but it has 2 small fins on either side with the pilot seat at the center. And
I'm a bit mixed. So yeah, it says he's not insecure, but although even if the Morphils were sorted out beforehand, the perception might still be, well, I don't know, because I feel like the stories were, because Legion would have shared information too with the interviews, etc. I assume hence why a lot of these stories would have spread, because Orphan and Ozona, is not just a simple story. There'll definitely be more to it, and but yeah, I just felt like if Pod was on his own defeating the Morphos way earlier, then I feel like he still would have to work his way up, to which yeah, although Orphan and Ozona was still fantastic feats, although yeah, and maybe in a different story, Pod might have been accepted, but maybe he could have got insecure, and only Vondor becomes like his biggest hater because of what the Morphils and the Titrans have been like. Yeah, because 100 years later they didn't get to resolve that conflict. But you can assume if Megatron's still around and the Morphals are up to no good, and the Titrans can't exactly go about to help because they have to protect themselves. After all, who else is going to bring back the extinct races? But anyway.
With the engine at the back, mainly a variety of cans color-wise. Even the monologue is cyan. And it is similar to the Comet front except it has actual landing parts, a wider design.
Okay. I suppose, like at a time where the Morphals are more considered, or how modern, I don't know, modern either. I guess they're already happy to remind each other of the old days anyway, despite because like this missions vary all the time, especially if you're going to be more involved with the galaxy and that, so could have often been more close-minded than he should be. I don't know, because if anything, the drop enough element quest is, I guess it's boring in comparison, but it's still extremely important, and they're still exploring, which is exciting. So yeah, I don't know what to think of it. Although it's just the end of the chapter.
And large side windows alongside a round exhaust which aids the speed. Opus Nost likes his ships, even talking about a world of aircraft.
Yeah, talk about the Morphos. So yeah, it's just seeing what Hasnos's view of it, of the Morphos being like, oh, I wonder what they're like to battle. So yeah, considering how informal he is, I can see why he would have made that reaction. So like those, but yeah, it's not fun. These battles have been really tricky from time to time. I hope this is clarified to Pasnos, but if not, then that could have been like another really good conversation.
Also known.
And I think that's the end of this chapter. All right, let's get going. Okay, so this is a shorter chapter, thankfully.
Tilda Chapter 36, Mike's Satellite. Down to Earth, a new satellite for the Earth is nearly finished, created by Earth's engineers, a satellite which is designed to track the threats to the Earth.
Track the threats. Oh, hang on. So yeah, Earth has its own satellite, and so that one's created by Earth's engineers, although it's using the design of Dion's, but maybe they could have shared parts, not sure. Such a designed to track the threats to Earth. Threats to Earth. That sounds like leading the threats to Earth almost, but what does that mean? Scanning their threats. Maybe it's like like a scanning all over, for Earth to see, or just threats. I'm not sure. That's a weird sentence.
Additionally, it can allow the Legion to contact anyone from the building instead of relying on Diane to do all the reporting.
Ah, yes, so not only is that set up for later, but it's exploring more of that function. So that part I understand. Then yeah, just helps make the Legion more universal. Oh yeah, because yeah, Dion must have been updating them all this time, but now they have the satellite, it could be easier if they're ever down at the base. And but Dion can contact them at any time, and whilst Dion is fighting and flying, you can have time to be like, oh, I spotted this other threat, etc. going on, better go and check it out. So was there a need for a satellite anyway? Because I don't think Dion has like problem with how many threats are coming to him, like a load of news feeds. Oh gosh, if this is written badly, then that's really bad, because the reason Legion become hated, part of the reason is because of Retron being like, hey, all of this was the Legion's fault. So yeah, I think we've probably got another potential dud in our hands.
Even at the moment, Diane is still diminishing Xiantha's threats, but there are still more of them. Regardless,
I feel like that's partially repeated, but we get the idea.
Retron confronts Mike that all this Legion stuff needs to calm down because
Also, look, is the satellite been finished? I think so. And now Retron is going to Mike, and he's already been like, dude, chill with all of this. But let's see how they discuss.
it will get Earth into more danger, which Mike reassures won't be the case. Mike.
Both could be accurate, with Retron being like, dude, this is going to involve more Earth, more aliens come to Earth, and then Mike being like, oh, not only do we have more servicemen, but the Legion and Dion, they'll be helping us out, from all sorts of dangers. They could even stop dangers before they even arrive to Earth. So, yeah, I can see both sides.
Mike has a quick test with the satellite, seeing that it does work, and he even quickly contacts the Legion.
So that confirms that it's finished, and yeah, and that definitely demonstrates how to contact the Legion. So that Retron sees, and also like a line somewhere about how Retron sees, what to specifically press in order to how to communicate. Although how did he manage to communicate with like other alien satellites? Did they know they were a thing? And as I said this to all of them. Imagine if Retron gets interrupted, with like one alien saying, "Wait, hang on, this is Legion's fault," and the Retron being like, "I'm talking, you're listening," kind of thing. I could probably see that happening, but sometimes listening to a feed, you can't help but to listen, if it's serious. So, yeah.
Seeing how the mission is. Nicole responds with some optimism, even if the first chance to get.
Okay, so they are updating each other. So that's where Mike is a tad more involved, which is nice. And they are communicating in contact, which is also good.
Rid of the life force hasn't quite worked out, and now they will.
So good to be optimistic, although you have to quickly find choices. But it looks like they're going straight to the Suchers now, because at least that's like a certified win. But it probably would mean, I don't know, just keep the life force. If you're running out of choices, you could give it to the Tenkers, but they're not exactly protected. So yeah, contingencies haven't been accounted for when it should be, because in stories you can't just write it as if one timeline happens regardless. What would have happened if it went well? What if this happened because of the complication? What would have happened if it failed? You have to outline these moments, to help us understand the stakes. Otherwise, whatever just happens with a lack of information, you're then like, okay, but what about if this happened instead? So yeah.
Go to the Sochus. Retron sees Mike work the controls of the satellite. And then Retron.
Oh, okay, so he knows how to work it. Well, granted, there's probably a big difference between contact the Legion and then contacting every satellite on the alien planet. A lot of them. So if that doesn't get explained, then that's a minor flaw.
Goes on to say that the Legion cannot reach such heights, and perhaps let him be a force of.
I just only realised the satellite's producing dark blue. But is that like a to signify air? Like force of the element, probably. Goes says Legion cannot reach such heights, and perhaps let him be the force of his own. Well, the president said that you could potentially add the Earth to yourself, and the Legion keep going out and about. So is Bertrand talking about just for Earth or the whole galaxy?
His own. Mike counters this, however, by saying that he should join the Legion, to which Retron angrily refuses. Retron does not want to be.
Yeah, because I think at this point, he doesn't want to be part of a team he's already undermined, and not to mention if he's even getting left out with some missions with Mike and Serviceman, then yeah, I think that it goes back to how he wants to be, like as it says, force of his own.
Be led by a youngster. And he doesn't know how to move past what he has been trying to do again.
Well, this young guy, Nicole's like 30 to 40ish, and Retron's in his 60s and 70s. Like, which was it? I'm not sure.
Them, such as the release of their information.
He doesn't know how to move past what he's been trying to do against them. So.
Mike tries to be friends with Retron.
What he's been trying to do against. Oh, okay, so yeah, in other words, yeah, he's just not giving up on finding a way to take down the Legion, so that's his mindset.
On again, but Retron shrugs Mike off, feeling betrayed that the Legion constantly gets on top. Before the discussion gets even more heated, Slitherark comes to fight the.
So there's a bit of a debate going on, considering how the small the scene is and their screen time with the characters. I think it's okay as it is, and I think you can only do so much with expanding the lot, because sometimes you can just give your story too much detail. But I feel like it's gone through the point, each other's mindsets, a couple of pros and cons, and then the argument gets interrupted. Even Retron's refusing Max it too, so that's a big one. So yeah, I can see some cause and effect going on.
Forces of the Earth with his upgraded Stonos, attracting most of the servicemen to sort out Slitherark. Mike and Retron notice this, and so they
Okay. So a battle's around. If you get a description of Retron's spaceship, no, Slitherark's spaceship, unless he just teleported. I'm not sure, but yeah, just the forces of Earth. Okay. But after he gets his answer, he leaves anyway. So why not fight the rest of the servicemen or something? Have your army and that, unless too much resistance.
get their gear to help
Why not use a spaceship?
join the fight. With no legion, they are on their own. Slitherark is not only very durable, but he has a
Oh yeah, so this is almost like a consequence of Legion already being absent, because if they were around, another what if scenario, either with possibly no Avasnos and Taraj, yeah, they would just easily have got rid of Slitherark, and considering how less of the threats are out there, there could be like, seriously, there's not many of you left. Where's time for? Please tell us. But yeah, regardless, yeah, it's just seeing what Earth is like um, trying to battle these alien forces all on their own. Like, granted, they're trying to do that with the Nitrobots, but there's way more that was happening, and so yeah, like I said, yeah, it is just like a very good demonstration of how vulnerable Earth is.
variety of fire abilities like fire breathing and throwing explosive fireballs. The fighting mainly takes place.
Even if this is new information-ish, but we've already been told about the fire abilities, just a sentence, so why not just jump straight into or use these specific fire abilities? I guess durable thing is new, but I feel like that should have been explained at the start too, but I don't know. Well, I guess it is explaining what he's like in a fight. Well, there kind of was one earlier, therefore maybe it was needed then, but this is a proper battle.
At a train station, which causes a massive evacuation to take place. Once the evacuation occurs,
Oh
this
gosh, that must be scary. But yeah, the storybook kind of shows off what the train station is like, and the design was actually kind of carried over in one of the 8-bit comics, and I think I might still keep that. Yeah, like this bright jade green and that. Did we get enough description of that area? Unless I'm not sure. And what about geography of the fight as well? But at least evacuations happened, so yeah.
leads to a battle between servicemen and upgraded Stonos. No one from Earth has forgotten the race, and the Legion and Dian have stated that there are living ones who have decided.
Wait, what? Battle Pristine Servicemen are upgraded Stoners. Oh, so yeah, because they think they're seeing more Stoners, but they're upgraded, and yeah, I think the servicemen have no choice but to, fight back. I think they would have kind of done that anyway with, the in book 2, because they don't know the complications of the alien universe out there. But yeah, considering that's what they're doing, and maybe one of them has like shot one of them to shreds. And wait, hang on, I think these are actually artificial beings. I think we can definitely get rid of them, and possibly, Slitherark too. Um, but I almost forgot the Stoners. No, they must be continue to share about, the first proper alien race to invade humans in this manner.
Decided to leave peacefully. Now these are different artificial ones which shock them. And they are.
Wait, what? Oh yes. So the Legion and Dion Africa, they said, oh, there were ones that were kind of, just kind of turned them back on their own at the end, and now they're just living peacefully. But if these look different, then, yeah, now these different artificial ones which shock them. All right.
Are harder to fight considering the strength of these new Stonos. To fight these upgraded Stonos, all the servicemen
Yeah,
keep
especially uh, 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 they made artificially and had the endoskeleton metallic one. So yeah, to fight these upgraded Stonos, um, um, to fight these upgraded Stonos. Sorry. Anyway.
their distance and fire at the upgraded Stonos while using nearby cover. And all the residents have all been taken out of the train station.
Yeah, that's definitely sensible. Yeah, you don't want to do that common movie mistake where they're close distance to shoot, because yeah, you have to stay far away, watch the fire. So yeah, of course you do. You don't want to get disarmed. And yeah, I can see plenty of cover. Yeah, there's loads of barriers and chairs, etc. in the train station.
Quickly, mainly thanks to Mike's help. Retron, however, is trying to be in the forefront of the fight, firing.
Did Mike single-handedly evacuate everyone? Well, they would have run anyway, but it looks like Mike knelt them out. Maybe some other servicemen too. And Retron, yeah, is just in the forefront of the fight. So yeah, I think he's like really wanting like a type of success. Instead of protecting the people, because I think deep down he does care for the people, but I think he convinced himself of that when he's not the best expert at looking after people, because he's after, the heroic achievement more so. And I think, go back to book 5, I think that's something that Retron realizes much sooner almost, and takes longer for him to work out at the same time, because the Legion do extremely well, but in order to really go through this obstacle, Fletcher is like, just let it all go. Don't expect to make it out after this. And yeah, I think that's what Retron kind of had to realize, in a smaller scale, of course. But also, yeah, if he did like successfully defeating Sliverrock, that could have given some leverage, especially if failed, and even Retron earlier, if he like sent the message. But what if it did like satisfy him at a point where he's like, what, Legion, you're cool, I've finally done, my, I'm doing my purpose rather well, to look after this Air Force, to do all sorts. But yeah, no, he's too cynical for that, and yeah, so he's very like focused on his goal and that need for a legacy, because he's is he? No, he's well, I think he does have like a parallel to Nicole, where like I said, the whole element about legacy. They're both human soldiers after all.
His sniper, which he uses both via long range and short range, at Slitherark alongside other servicemen. Even Mike wants all the upgraded.
Oh yeah, because yeah, I think I already talked about him in like Call of Duty, where he could just have like a normal scope on a sniper, and he could still use it as a like a close weapon, because you can probably shoot a load of them in a row. So yeah, I hope he's using his cover well.
Stonos die, with the remaining ones being elsewhere beyond the stars. Slitherark tries to fight in the long run, but after having no army, he decides to run.
Oh, okay. Well, I think that everyone got rid of them rather quickly using their lasers. Wow, well that's impressive. But yeah, it is just Slitherark. But yeah, so there are still other upgraded Stonos out there. Although I don't think they know that. But yeah, at least there's none enough to get in the way.
Back to his spaceship and fly off before he gets any more damage from the incoming fire. He did try his best though, firing his fire-like abilities all around.
So he has some durability, but not enough to take all the fire, which is, fair enough. It is understanding what his limits are like, and I think that's consistent with when he does get defeated properly later on. And so yeah. And yeah, we can assume, the fire abilities I mentioned earlier, he tried to keep throwing at them, but he needed to defend himself and get going.
Which had injured and even killed a couple of servicemen. Slitherark is a creature that can manage to take a lot of damage, and his massive claw also acts.
Yeah, so definitely not big compared to the many other cases that have happened. Well,
Tilda Chapter 36, Mike's Satellite. Down to Earth, a new satellite for the Earth is nearly finished. Created by Earth's engineers, a satellite which is designed to track the threats to the Earth. Additionally, it can allow the Legion to contact anyone from the building instead of relying on Diane to do all the reporting. Even at the moment, Diane is still diminishing Xiantha's threats, but there are still more of them. Regardless, Retron confronts Mike that all this Legion stuff needs to calm down because it will get Earth into more danger, which Mike reassures won't be the case. Mike has a quick test with the satellite, seeing that it does work, and he even quickly contacts the Legion, seeing how the mission is. Nicole responds with some optimism even if the first chance to get rid of the life force hasn't quite worked out, and now they will go to the Sochus.
Oh gosh, that's a load of glass being down. But what do you know? Just whatever you need to do to assist, and get this creature out of harm's way.
Retron sees Mike work the controls of the satellite. And then Retron goes on to say that the Legion cannot reach such heights and perhaps let him be a force of his own.
Well, he's the only target, so of course he's mainly hitting him.
Mike counters this, however, by saying that he should join the Legion, to which Retron angrily
Oh, okay, so yeah, Retron is he's trying to make us a lot like the top dog, despite his age, thanks to Retron's just trying to show how aggressive he is. To which, yes, I'm sure he still is, but he doesn't see that because of his age, and he's human too. He's not a superpowered alien. He won't be able to solve every problem, and that's what he continues to fail to realize.
Fuses. Retron does not want to be led by a youngster, and he doesn't know how to move past what he has been trying to do against them, such as the release of their information. Mike tries to be friendly.
I think I've gotten into the same trap again where I'm writing something that takes place after the thing because it was said that all the Stoners they were rid of and Slivrock's on his way, but at the same time apparently earlier or whatever, the Stoners, one of them managed to say, they like where's the Legion, and Retron's being like they're not here, and of course Retron would say that they're not here because he wants the dangers out of Earth, regardless of what he prioritizes intention wise, and of course Slivrock is not going to stay if that's like the information, and I think they probably would infer that as well because if they were nearby, because this train station could be within the town, closer to the base. That should have been specified. I'm just headcanon that, sorry. But yeah, I think the Legion would have arrived by now if this was like a few minutes later and they were like, wait, hang on, there's no Legion. So I think that's why, there was no case of, why tell me the truth, but all the armies down the Slivrock needed to get going, so I don't think there was really a chance to do that. But that Stono conveniently managed to make it far enough to ask that question loud and clear, regardless of the distance or positioning. That was unclear too. Bia's got one definitive answer, but yeah, oh well.
Friends with Retron again, but Retron shrugs Mike off, feeling betrayed that the Legion constantly.
Oh, wait, who said that? Look round. One of them encounter Retron, who says Legion is elsewhere using a club to show that. Oh gosh, a spaceship was about to leave. What did that? I'm going to keep that in mind and see what it comes back to, because if the Legion didn't quite leave but helped the Titrans later on, then fine. But if they actually left and I forgot to write that, or if quickly flew back, then that'll be like a really bad bit of continuity. But regardless, so Canton Retron, he says Legion is elsewhere, and so yeah, what Retron says is true. Although I guess that means that the Stone Nose etc. must have got feeds everywhere by saying, "Oh, wait, the Legion are here," but they don't know that the did the holograms glitch again, therefore revealing the Legion, or did sources whatever say that they used the Common Footer's transport? What helped more with the conclusion? Got a bit lost again.
To show that the comet front is leaving Nahashtu. Mike has been tracking the ship, and Retron had looked at it recently to see what kind of areas the Legion goes to.
Oh, is that how the Stoners found that information? You just quickly look through those too. To which, okay, that might help.
Hopes that the Legion will be staying away from Earth to find a new settlement, away from Earth to keep Earth safe.
Goes to in hopes that the Legion will be staying away from. And I think what they said is almost partially a lie, because they can't exactly say, the elements, because I think even Retron wouldn't be too stupid enough to be like, they got these things, because I think Retron should recognise by now that if one villain possessing one of these is near apocalyptic. So it happened 2 times before, and so yeah, it's like a lie, but intentionally said by the characters, staying away to find a new settlement. So it's almost like a wish from Retron, assuming that's what he's saying by being like, oh, they're just gonna stay away from her, to keep Earth safe. Um, yeah, they keep Earth safe. Yeah, right. Yeah, I think Retron would have said that without believing it. I can see that happening.
Retron admits that he isn't keen on the Legion, but he would like Slitherark to take care of them, but leave Earth.
Oh, okay. This is an interesting moment. So he's like, you know what, because I'm not even bothered, but if you want to take care of them, then fine. So Retron, so he's not exactly helping because well they don't need Retron's help because they know where the Legion's currently at for whatever reason. But for Retron to be like, we could just get rid of them if you like, just like really shows more of how much Retron dislikes the Legion. And yeah, granted, it probably has been a bit childish from time to time, but at least I can see Retron be this sinister, with a villain that way. Because even if the Legion is still Earth's best hope, Retron just still doesn't believe that. And not to mention, we've been able to sort out the army and nearly defeated the Sivrock at point of nearly running away. I think that's like probably gives Retron some confidence to be like, yeah, this Earth is mine. The Legion better stay away. And I think that mindset could also add to, when the president's like, oh, you can have the Earth to yourself, and Retron's like, well, that's not going to be possible. Would be nice, but the Legion aren't going to leave us alone, are they? So I think that would have been another good answer to add later, for earlier. But yeah, like I said, yeah, this is a whole heap of stuff that's happening before. Because this would have happened, and then Sliverrock retreats, not retreat, and then like it goes back to 10 seconds later, and they're like, hang on, there's all of this exchange. But yeah, never mind. King Legion, but leave them alone. So yeah.
Alone. Thanks to this and even contacting Ekron later, Slitherark became convinced, and so they all left. Slitherark.
Oh, okay, so Ekron helped out too, yeah. Because if Sliverrock and Ekron are both significant members, yeah, of course they were to keep on tabs like this. And granted, we don't really see much about how Ekron and Sliverrock play or bounce off one another, but they're probably always like they on the same wavelength with the goals, except Sivrock is more powerful position wise.
Slitherark also found Retron's quotes interesting. Slitherark will be going for the Legion, but Earth is still a threat too. With the battle done.
Oh yes, so yeah, of course. I think Sivrock would be like quite surprised to be like, we've got someone really that against Legion. I see, but also because Retron said it as if the Earth is fine, we're absolutely fine, just keep the Legion away from it. But Sivrock must be thinking, well, Earth probably should do with calming down a bit too, because who knows what they could be trying to do against Heimfall, and what he presumes is kind of correct with when Retron managed to fire on another planet, in the following book. So yeah, I really like these bits and bobs. I just wish it had happened more. I'm surprised. I've still go through these stories and I can't believe that 2 book companies were like, hey, this is rather decent, but yeah, just imagine if like other YouTubers were looking through this and were like, what this is X, Y, and Z. So yeah, but luckily, we're now living in a reality where these books are pretty much like a massive learning curve for me. Well, it's still an achievement, but it's a hobby that doesn't have purpose for me anymore. And like I said, yeah, the animations, they're far more engaging, far more snappy, far more with the times. Bring about 8-bit is like bringing a style back, and yeah, it's just a whole new premise for other people to enjoy. We're talking about like a soap of animations. It's like an equivalent to having many 30-second EastEnders episode, but except it's far from it. This is a alien thing, not a drama in London. A very good one though. I do recommend it.
Retron tries to reaffirm to Mike that this is what the Legion has done, putting Earth more in danger.
So yeah, and then assuming that Sliverrock's out the way. Oh, actually, because I don't think the Stone Nose was said to be all gone. I wondered if whether one of them was down or not, he was being like, where's the Legion? But if Sliverock etc. had like the time to take all that information and listen to Retron, that meant that Mike or Sliverock would have been like, hey, both sides stop firing, because if we do communicate this, then we can leave you alone. So there hasn't really been that kind of moment, because they couldn't have this conversation or exchange in Retron dissing the Legion without, this, they can't do that whilst firing at each other still. That doesn't work. So missed a detail again, but anyway, going back to this snippet that was just read, so Retron is going into a bit of a tangent where it's like, this is, the Earth's in danger now because of, the Legion has done this, because whilst he doesn't know the specifics, he still recognises that, Sliverock's after the Legion has gone to Earth and threatened it bigger time, just potentially nearly destroying a train station, which can be quite a big deal.
Danger. Mike says that this is not the Legion's fault. They are the ones
And yeah, this line I quite find interesting too, because the Legion are trying to diminish, these threats, this, because they will have gone to Earth regardless of whether they know, the Legion being a nuisance or not. But it's almost like a case of, where the danger almost follows you wherever you go kind of aspect. So they're both in the right again, almost.
Trying to reduce all this danger. Retron scoffs at Mike once again, seeing all of Mike's words as excuses, and so Retron goes back to his job and Mike goes back to the satellite, hardly fazed by what Retron said earlier. Mike did hear snippets that
what would Retron be going back to? I suppose he's overseeing like the security of Earth. If he's like the head of security or whatever, he'd probably reluctantly work with the president. Yeah, because it was described as a defense leader. Is that even like the real title? I think I get confused, because I sometimes get confused with, which position is which. I know like there's president and vice president, but who would then be down? Vice president? I don't think so. Defense leader. Yeah. So I think it is in a defense. It is a position that exists. And yeah, I think Retron still fits the title of it, despite not being. There should be like more of them and others. It just goes to show you, and it just feels really small. It just feels like Earth's gone through like a weird phase, but like one base, servicemen do everything emergency related. Retron's apparently like the only defense leader. Mike's the only general. Nicole's the only captain. The rest of the servicemen, and then there's President too. Apparently has men as well. Yeah, it's all far too simplified. Yeah, because if doing the reboot, and whilst these characters would be like heavily focused anyway, there should be acknowledgement that there is more of them, and not to mention other bases too. Because I still like the Pangaea idea, but I don't know, you could have like one base per country, or even a lot of them. But I don't know, like imagine the US having like one single base. That is just nuts. Yeah, because if there's states, with like hang on, so mayors run like towns and villages, entire areas. The president would oversee the whole of the US. Would it be mayors of a state then? Would that be like, is there like a Texas mayor, or would it be a Texas no, I'm not sure, because I swear mayors, just oversee towns instead of an entire state. No, I've completely lost myself. That's how much I don't know these things, unfortunately. That's why I didn't try to write them in. But like I said in the reboot, I should at least hint it, even I want to prioritise more humans than others. Anyway. So yeah, they didn't really chat much. They just give a convincing reason, one each, like again. And I guess there was, like 4 of total points, like we were saying to one another. So it is an oversimplified debate, but it's it's short, considering the scene is short too. It's not. Well, actually, no, they are like important questions to explore in that, and yeah, do you see each other's perspectives, and yeah, Retron is convinced he's right. If he's calling Mike's words excuses by being like, just start excusing it. This is Legion's fault. This is happening because of the Legion. So yeah, I can see, that's where his mindset. So yeah, but it goes back to the satellite. But is it done? Is Mike going to try and communicate with other aliens, or was there going to be more adjustments, or um, is he like connecting one planet, a satellite to the next almost? Does that take time? To establish contacts? Yeah, I'm a bit. No, yeah, it's too in the air. This is.
Retron was talking to Slitherak about where the Legion could be. Mike thought it was a strange choice.
Oh, so yeah, so was the whole, I was talking about why the shooting was apparently still happening while still having this discussion. But maybe what happened is that maybe the battle did continue, but Retron was probably like cornered in his own little space instead of Rock being like, what's going on here? But surely the Stoner would have been like, wait, hang on, wait for this battle. This guy probably might have some answers. And then whether it's the same one or the Stoner could have been like, oh yes, because they're in Nahashtra apparently. And yeah, imagine if because the Timefall goons managed to go there well quickly thanks to Morag's devices, of course, but was there not enough like speed to for the Rock and the goons to make it too? Because the Legion would be properly overwhelmed then. Another what if scenario, but could also have been a plot hole because it's like Sivrock was too slow at getting there. Oh wait, no, was he already going to the Sochas? Which I think that was like random because they're all like, oh, they were, so it said to people that I need to get rid of, and if they're all bouncing from planet to planet, then yeah, sure they could come to us. But what they really, oh yeah, because they sent the goons that were nearby at the time to like hostage them all, and then Sivrock and I nearly said the rest of the Stoners, but not quite, but just almost like a good majority with them. And what's weird is that the Stoners like continue to try and fight the Legion despite no more Sivrock, so I guess they'll just task to fight the Legion regardless, but the last time we ever see these artificial ones is like a miniature dogfight before going to Zami's planet, which is called, I don't know, forgot. Oops. Anyway, that reminds me, there was a planet mentioned, oh yeah, Waveron in the first book. I forgot to actually put that in the Ultimate Guide, which is really bad. Yeah, I just can't believe I did that, but once again, that's where the reboot will just completely start most of it from scratch. Anyway, so Mike did hear snippets about Retron talking to Sliver about where the Legion could be. So Mike thought it was a strange choice to cooperate with a foe in that manner, but if they could take on Sliverrock, so could the Legion. Oh yeah, so that they could be referring to Sliverrock. They're absolutely, they were, they had enough ground to stand to potentially get rid of Sliverrock. So it looks like Sliverrock's well, I guess a big deal, but not as serious compared to the prior two massive foes, which is Orphean and Ozona, just to clarify. But yeah, I kind of like how Michael's like, I put a foe like that, and almost like put more of a target on the Legion's back and show you distaste in that manner. Because imagine if Sliver or Retron's with the opposite, being like, oh, they're my best friends, please don't hurt them. Imagine if you tried to put them on a facade like that. Yeah, no, Retron's not dramatic like that. No, he would not do that anyway. If anything, Retron could have been more subtle and just stayed quiet and been like, oh, okay, so that's where they are then. But no, he had to go a step further by being like, please get rid of the Legion. And not to mention, Mike should have confronted Retron about it. Oh my gosh, imagine the conversation and the reasons I explained. They could have talked about it with Mike being like, Retron, why did you do that? And Retron's like, you know what, I really have to go because you never know, you might regret keeping Legion on board considering what danger Earth is in right now. And not to mention, Earth had like defenses, like underground bunkers or something. Was that a reaction after this, or an invention in the fourth book that quickly came about? I say, firstly, with the amount of defenses of Nitra that were coming up in the fourth book, I can imagine there was like months of time skips like in between, like surely, but I didn't really write it in because it's almost like all of this taking place like over like a couple of hours, which is absolutely ridiculous. And was I going to say? But yeah, like I said, yeah, I think yeah, Retron Mike should have had like that kind of chatting about cooperating with the, not necessarily cooperating, but just showing your opinions and further emphasizing that. Well, just having like someone confirm it by being like, yes, come get rid of the Legion, you know, because even Sliverock's like, well, it looks like not everyone on Earth is a fan of them, because I would have thought the opposite. If anything, I think if Sliverock could have been like, oh, Retron, I like you, you know, you're like me, you just like the Legion like I do. You know, imagine if Sliverock and Retron having that kind of discussion. And normally, yes, I know the oh, I like him, that kind of line, you know, it is been viewed quite negatively recently, but I feel like a line like that can work if there's enough context. Like look at Infinity War, you know, when Thanos was like, "Oh, Peter Quill, I do like him," like that works because you know, as analysed by other YouTubers, you know, when Peter had the will to act on something, and when he was like willing to um, get rid of Gamora, you know, to stop the information from leaking, and Thanos being like, haha, I trolled you, but at the same time, very good, you know, you're willing to do it. So, yeah, it's enough context instead of just saying, oh, I like him in order to add to the character artificially. So, writing tip for you, but anyway, yeah, it's not my favourite term, and I don't think it's anyone else's either. There's better ways to explore character dynamics in other ways.
To cooperate with a foe in that manner, but if they could take on Slitherark, so could the Legion.
So yeah, just continues having his faith in Legion. So yeah, let's continue, shall we? Okay, so I think before we play, let's look at the image, and this is kind of good and kind of accurate too. Yeah, Pod versus Revicon, Basma's fighting Necron up at the building, Nicole's ducking from some gravitation activity from Astrogen. Oh yeah, Astrogen's gone, yeah, because it's going to be Spiker who's going to embody some of the gravity. And I say some because I feel like if a character was powerful with gravity, I feel like the entity would be very powerful with it. And yeah, there's even a Titran. It looks like he's got hold of Moloch there, I think, you know, hanging upside down. That's funny. And yeah, and then B is down, and then Zam is just holding up Arvin in midair. But there's no Amiku in this picture. Oops. Although at least the novel explains that's the more important point. I think it's just like you know, in the Saw films where it's later revealed that the same character was standing in this room all this time, but all it took was just move the camera slightly to the right, and they're like, oh, they're there this whole time. I think that's like the case here. Check warning earlier. Um, yeah, I think if you like can move that image along. Then that's where I think you would see Amiku probably helping out Zemi or something. But anyway, let's get along.
Tilda chapter 37, Seeing the Goons Again. Going back to Nahashtu, the Legion is wondering what to do next. They can go to the Sochus planet, and they can use the journey's time to try and find other alternatives.
Yeah, that's sensible because with the Sochus being a more definitive course of action, you know, as they're making the way, they could like research for other alternatives. Like imagine that what if scenario, you know, poor Amiku wouldn't have told the story about this certain event 100 years ago. But yeah, regardless, you know, once again, it's just exploring contingencies, which is very good. At least the story's doing well in that kind of aspect.
Even Amiku mentions the world of his race before his race died out. Not to mention a world.
Oh my gosh, so Amiku thought, oh, you know, you could take one of the elements to that planet. But hang on, but if he said that about his race, but even in the story, we're just told about how his race went extinct except for him. So that means Amiku, if he was like the true Amiku, then not that there was ever an Amiku, you know, it's just the front. But if he was like truthful from a certain perspective, he would have been like, you know what, I'll just stay on this planet and look after it. And funny enough, it would have been looking after two elements because he has that and he has Hamota in his territory too. Yeah. And although I wonder, maybe the Legion would have gone on to like a bit of a thing where they're like, okay, so if most of the forces are down, you know, Mechadron, Thanafor are, you know, we're gonna have a good time to strike, and we know most of the elements are, but the searchers mentioned her motor now. Where is that? And imagine if Tara's like, oh, I know where it is. Don't worry, it's totally safe. You trust me, right? And they're like, yeah, of course. But obviously, you know, none of that's the case because MQ's not this element protector offering. You know, wanting to experiment with the elements. Easy because because even the novels he was like, after exploring Hemota, I could even explore the other elements. But we'll get back to that because Torrid's a story in itself more than that even. He's like a lore worth of information, because of how Skuifa made him. And the Arawak, so that's the that's Fretcher's race, even though that has nobody on, but if that has protective technology, and once again Amiku would have stayed behind, or I don't know, you would have to hire like someone to like stick around there for a long time and walk around a planet of an extinct race. But you never know, the Titrons would have come back, they might have cooperated too. But at least, not only is it set up, but it is exploring ideas, so it is actually seeing what those options are, and we've got a couple.
World of the Arawaks, which is also used to protect anything valuable. However, the
It's also like a bit up in the air, but it would be referring to the element stuff because they do have like another hidden area too. A lot of vaults and hidden areas and lands in that, but I mean, what else can you do to protect something? It's just like when you have, it's like cash in a bank, it's always a revolving door and it's just always kept safe in the block room. So it is just, that's like the obvious thing, but of course you will need guards in that.
Legion remembers from Diane's records that the Arawaks are currently extinct, may be resurrected in the future by the Titanrans, so the options are low. Back to
and they also don't know that, well, maybe, wait, Dion didn't mention that, you never know, once they come back, they might have enough wisdom to quickly jump on board, but if the Titans have refused to, the life force, then, good luck with getting them around in time. But I think this novel has already hinting about how this probably might be a good idea, so they probably might have gone to Amiku's planet. But I hope they realise that there's nothing on Amiku's planet, so they can't just, maybe if they see all the cubes and that, they're like, it seems to be well protected. But imagine they would have to like dig it underground deep somewhere. But if it's like a well-protected planet because of the cubes, I think that would have worked out. But like I said, I don't know. Like, imagine if MQ was like true, it would have been like, by the way, I've been keeping the Hemota safe, by the way. I'm protecting both elements. That's all right. Like I said, I'll probably stick around and keep an eye on the planet. Sense the movements around that planet. Something like that. If that was actually the case, which it isn't.
the Titanrans, Carpo tells off Vondur for belittling Pod earlier. Something which
Yep, so it's just seeing more of their perspectives, how they view things. And Carper's a bit more optimistic. He probably could tell that Pod is definitely more full of his own, especially if he's probably going to fight against them, especially with the Legion and the idea of peace.
Carpo never does with any race. Vondur shows some concern for who to bring.
Vondur likes to belittle other races, I see. Well, it is kind of accurate with how he treats Zami in the following book, and also I think he does go at Dion as well, which disappoints him. So he seems to be very narrow-minded. He's almost like the alien. He's almost like Retron, but he just only likes his Titrans and what they focused on, rather than encounter on their own races. But I think he just go on his own miniature arc, appreciating and getting on with others, or having to do so willingly. Concern who to. Volo shows some concern for who to bring back. So he's cautious about the whole extinct plan. Who do we bring back? And I think that's like a topic of its own, because I think us humans have explored about bringing back races from previous animals from extinction, like mammoths. But at the same time, where you're going to place them? What's the economy? No, not economy. Like, do they have any suitable environments? Do they have the food they require? What about implications if humans encounter them? Is there going to be like a law to protect them well? What about zoos? So I think that these questions should have been like explored. If it was like the right time to focus on that topic, of course. But funny enough, I want to kind of go into animal bits and bobs like that, because even in the sequel, which is just in the form of a comic, by the way, the 8-bit comic that I posted everywhere. Even Ziffert, he has real animals to use for combat situations. And I just remember thinking, that could be actually quite an interesting concept. Is it right to use these animals in this manner? Because we still use police dogs, but what about other creatures? And to go on another mini tangent, because in the Jurassic World trilogy, because a lot, those the perception of those films are kind of mixed as far as I know, and a lot of people are kind of frustrated when I think it was in the second one when, well, actually no, throughout the trilogy when they're like, we can use these animals for military purposes, but their counters are often, well, we've got bikes and tanks and other advancements, we don't live in the past anymore, we've got these resources, we'll be doing just fine. But I have like my own thoughts, and whilst I agree that tanks are better than, I don't know, like sending a T-Rex to some random base, because that would take a whole lot of work. It would be really complicated. But on the other hand, it could, save resources on making tanks or making more bikes, and we also saw that, where the customized dinosaur in the first film, it managed to get rid of a whole heap of humans. Like, granted, it wasn't, but it was slightly strategic. Managed to remove the tracker to distract them all, and he also had his camouflage. Or the dinosaur was she, wasn't she? Yeah, and it managed to end. Yeah, it was pinned by the net, but it got rid of all of those humans extremely quickly. That dinosaur lasted as long as it did because it was definitely a force to be reckoned with, and it's the said is the same with the second, what was it called? The Endoraptor. Because once again, it was good size when they were like, instead of just pointing a laser to send the dinosaur to it, why not actually, I don't know, shoot the gun? To which, that I agree with too. But there could be all sorts of scenarios where, what if you run out of ammo? That might be, a good contingency, and it could also, I guess it also depends on the scenario. It could even help get um, the Indoraptor into a certain spot by pointing out that guard, and then it can go onwards from there. Because the creature was quite tough, yes, when it got shot once, didn't it? Yeah. By the way, this is not me defending those films. It's just I find those kind of ideas kind of interesting, something that I would like to explore more thoroughly in my materials. So yeah, and because I'm not like the biggest Jurassic expert, I'll definitely leave it to the experts whether yeah, I think the way they presented those ideas was a bit like surface level at a point where they're like, well, what about the guns and the tanks, etc. They still currently work rather well in the military. But I tell you what, I reckon, I tell you what, I think considering what the Jurassic films are like, I think they probably were not the right films to address like military ideas. Oh, I'm not sure, but I think they should have expanded more onto it. Maybe, one of the villains, they could have been like really convinced, and then the heroes could have been more self-aware by being like, well, no, these animals should be leaving in peace. Just carry on with using their tanks and guns, just leave these animals alone. Like, if they did something like that, I think that would have made the Jurassic World films a lot better. How, even make it more of a consistent through line. Because because that whole military idea, it was kind of dropped in the third film, wasn't it? It was just focusing on a whole heap of different other subjects like um, cloning and such. And and apparently the Blue the Raptor managed to asexually create another raptor, which is interesting and cool. But I think they did try to explain that as well. Anyway, sorry, enough of that tangent. Like I said, it is something that I would like to thoroughly explore, and it does definitely have the time and space, especially as, if my aliens are to be less reliant on technology, then I would have all of these alternatives, which could be quite challenging if they ever like clash with humans. Anyway.
Back, but while also being close-minded about it, meaning morphils are not on the list if they ever get extinct.
Right, so the vendor shows sympathy with it, but while also being close-minded. Yeah, so he's being both. Yeah, because he may have some points, but yeah, he's not thinking broad enough. And so yeah, he's definitely not keen on bringing the Morphils back. Considering not to bring them back, which is because I think no, it was lightly explored in the comics where they were like, hang on, why bring back this race that was obviously, seen negatively. And I think that's something to explore as well. Because whilst the Morphils ended up being good in the end, but then the sequels had Force Race come back, and maybe it could have been seen as, bringing back as many races as possible, because there's, in my universe, there's a prehistoric planet where nearly every extinct creature, mammoths, dinosaurs, etc., they all come back on this one planet where they can actually adapt and share, and yeah, it would require a whole load of detail, of course. But yeah, bringing back the Narvas was a bold move, because they did. Well, of course, they didn't reach like a evading status, but even in that comic about the duel, the leader at the time was still quite intense. But if they were just like starting to develop, maybe the Titrons should have like nursed a lot and be like, oh, this is what your race was like. We're talking about universe apocalyptic near, consequences. So just don't be like that. And that's something else I accounted for, is that if the Titrons, start bringing back extinct races, then they'll have to do one at a time, and oh my gosh, it will take years, because they're growing up like multiple like miniature animals, because they can't, like, other than the Anorex that has a excuse, but every other creature will probably start off like being extremely young, and they would have to be nursed and looked after, and then that's where they can to get into a proper life cycle, with less of the Titran reliance. But maybe they did just want to give the Narvas like enough free will, but still give them armor and the ability to fight. And then Venlig, he was a good Narvas that joined the Legion in the future. Yeah, he was lucky enough to not want to be anti-Legion, because otherwise that would cause problems. So yeah, why bring back the Narvas? That should be a question explored. Because imagine if they were like on a no list, by being like, we're not bringing them back, they're too strong. And you could have had maybe Scape could have been the one convincing them to bring them back, and maybe he sneakily did enough to look after them, and that's where he created the Boros race, which was entirely customized, and yeah, then experimented on himself, with plants growing out of him and such, to extend the Titran power. So I think something like that could really work. But anyway, I'm taking too long of a tangent, aren't I? Yeah, and I'm barely moving. So yeah, let's just yeah, get going. But yeah, regardless, yeah, this, the Morphil's not being brought back, if that ever reaches that point. Yeah, I think it's just like the Naravash, should probably need more of a debate on whether they're truly needed to come back.
Carpo is shocked to hear that any race they resurrect can come back to square one. Even if bringing back Xyantha's race, they can be.
Yeah, I think that's going back to one of my ideas, where they're like, if bringing back the Naravasses, if it's just like a load of kids, like 1 or 2 year olds, the Titrans would have to read them like a load of like a load of stories by being like, oh, there's this Xynthal thing, he was mean, don't be like him. I just see an equivalent like that happening, but oh gosh, I would have to write him something like that, because has there ever been like a story in fiction where there's like this like an entity falls trying to bring back races from extinction, and knowing they would have to look after them? Well, actually, I think that, funny enough, I think the Jurassic Park / World kind of films are the best to address this, because yeah, even the they are bringing back legit extinct races, or used to be, and having to raise them up a bit and then trying to get them into a cycle, but of course it goes wrong many times. Um, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, did I invent vending on the spot, or did that sentence inspire me?
Better than the era Xyantha was tied to. While Carpo tries to chat with.
Oh my gosh, wow. Well, yeah, Venlig is a very interesting character. You'll read the comics to find out, but yeah, wow. Yeah, it's like a very interesting possibility, and I know this is all kind of cut short because they all get ambushed. But even then, I could have them chat about all sorts, and um, like, these are very interesting themes that helps introduce the Titrans more. But this is almost like a huge chunk of themes being dedicated to just this area, and they'll probably get forgot about later on. So yeah, that's the thing. When you invent themes, there must be pretty much throughout the story, not just in specific scenes or plots or subplots or plot threads.
Vondur about the Legion, Xyantha's allies jump near the Titanrans. And Ikran sees
So so they will just talk about all. Oh yeah, so Yeah, the reason they'll talk about their role, bring about extinct races and what to do about the others is, it's just tied with the Legion and the Morphils, because because all of that earlier was about how, you know, Pod really upset him, just by being there. And so I think Carpo would have probably said more like, look, Pod, he's with this Legion, this Indy protecting our force, and yes, we might have not trust like the university status quo at the point where we won't have it back, but one day, we'll have it back. Even this Legion probably seems good. Maybe we could consider going back into contact. But conveniently, yeah, the goons come in at a reasonable enough time, because if they came later, then the Legion would be like, oh, let's just quickly turn our ship around and go back to Nahashtu. So yeah, that won't be very good. But anyway, let's go.
Earlier that the Titan Rands saw the Legion. The Titan Rands try and get the goons to back off, the goons being Ikran, B.
Hang on. It's his Legion, the Titans earlier. Oh, yeah. So it's Zekrom clarifying that he saw them too. Yeah, and get the goons to back off. So just trying to be peaceful first, and their disguise is accounted for, isn't it?
Astroidon, Ravicon, and Mollog. Carpo and Vondur try not to act like Titan.
Nice reminder. Yeah, I think that's fine. It just helps clarify who else is there. But we had the whole team that went to the Arctic.
Rands, but the cover is already blown thanks to Ikran's epic spying skills. Listening to their conversations and
Epic spying skills. That sounds like if a kid wrote it. Epic spying skills. I don't know what to make of that. So I guess like Ekron, I don't know, like he quickly went under the seat and heard the word Titron and thought, that's them. We've been looking for this race for a long time. I don't know why it took so long and what else we've been prioritising. Suppose the energy races. Oh yeah, because oh hang on, but there was one 8-bit comic where the Titran planet was getting attacked at one point, and then one of the Titrans was sent off using an escape pod. But hang on, so one escape pod used to travel one egg. Maybe it was like the only egg at the time. I hope the comic adds to that. If not, I can always go back to it in an animation. But yeah, they said that the last escape pod was used to transport the life force itself. But that so the battle, in order for it to make sense, it would have meant that life force was placed in the pod, probably shot away. Then the others came around to probably attack them, gone around the whole planet, and they're like, well, they don't have the life force, but maybe the Titrans fought back well enough to not lose, and they probably won against whatever team was around. Which means, I think Xyonfor's been hitting since the 100 years ago. So, I think it would have been easy against to take down. But regardless, so yeah, Ekron already knows ahead of time, but Cobbo and Vonda knew to be smart, whilst they're disguised and whilst they didn't know they were being spied on, they're like, what you're on about, where Logan knows what you're on about. So it is a good, smart strategy at first, but anyway, how does Ekron do this? That's where Moloch gets rid of the disguise.
and witnessing their chronokinesis. Carpo and Vondur then agree to try and fight.
So I guess Ekron will be admitting the likes of this by being like, oh hey, this and this. Although when did they use chronokinesis? Maybe when Vondor tried to go for pod. Like I think Vondor will still use vegetation, even if he is like a this first kind of being. But unless that was a contradiction, unless Carpo did get some controlled plants earlier to, try and help control the situation if it ever got serious. But yeah, after all, it's continued to be set to this day that the Titrans are probably the only race to do this. Because that's something else I've thought about recently is that, I could be like, think of, I could have these other characters, control vegetation too, but I would rather have different types of Titarans, especially Escape, like I said, instead of controlling plants around him, he spawns them out of his body, which, is like a unique way of doing that. So, yeah, I just prefer it that way because when I had Slivrock and the Flamos both being fire characters, I remember thinking, how do I make either of them different? Like, yes, the Flamos could fly, and that could probably lead to a strategic moments, but not an awful lot. But yeah.
Something which happens very little in the streets of Nahashtu. They decide to fight once the goons try and
Yeah, so like I said, I think Ekron probably admitted the likes of, well, we heard you, we know, there's the chronokinesis, and I think that's where Carpo and Vondor, probably couldn't keep denying, especially if they've been caught out, so they probably were like, oh yeah, we're about to fight back, and yeah, and as it said, it is risky to fight in H2, but they have to defend themselves if these were Signfall goons, but how would they know they're Signfall goons actually, unless they're, well, the other, they would have been, surprising them by being like, oh hey, we gotcha. But why the need to chat with them? Why not ambush them immediately? We could have had opportunity for killing blows almost. So, oh no, that's not very strategically good. So that's another big flaw actually. But yeah, regardless, the Titans would have to fight back, and so yeah, and surprisingly enough, while they are just slightly outnumbered, and not to mention the Titans are probably less prepared as well. And not to mention they're probably still in their Blogonoff forms as well. But I'm sure that their power is like similar. But also, oh yeah, it is set up that there is vegetation nearby, so they probably have enough at their disposal. But yeah, I am a bit weirded out about how the Titrans are like the only type of race that has to source around them rather than within them, like most of the characters are.
Attack them. Carpo and Vondur try and act peacefully to diminish this conflict. Vondur is also disappointed that being involved.
Oh, okay, so they do try and still communicate. They'll probably prepare themselves still, but yeah, because depending on the area they're in, and they don't want to. Well, it's probably too like the Signfall kind of things. But did they not like ask to clarify, or did Ekron admit that they come from Signfall? Because these could be just some other randoms. So maybe that's like one reason why they're trying to negotiate peacefully. And if Ekron didn't intentionally mention anything about Signfall, maybe the Tatarans will be like, if we fight, we're in trouble. But I think it's but they're losing the choice to do that.
With the Legion is what has led them to this, making him more annoyed with the Legion. This is where a new.
Now that is another interesting line. Once again, Dangerous is following them wherever they're around. And oh yeah, not to mention. Wait, hang on. So if Ekron was, this epic spy and he's been listening to them, there would have been talk about the life force, wouldn't they? Which they would have possession of. They would have both possession of elements. So why didn't Ekron follow the actual Legion to stop the common front? Ekron could have easily quickly gone to the ship, well, once he identified which one, of course, and yeah, quickly calling the goons, disable that ship, fight the Legion that way, and maybe the Titans could have come to them for help. And that could have created an interesting debate with Vondor being like, we're not defending them, and the Carpers are like, yes, we will. So actually, that's this different change, but it's a simple change with the same outcome. That's already better, right? Improvement, because why go for the Titans? Like, I know they're a problem, but they don't have the life force. They don't have any of the energy. The Legion do. So why? Oh my gosh, that's another element of stupid. No. Oh no, this is. I know I was right. This is the worst book so far, and I think it will continue to be.
Fight starts, with the Titanrans having to defend themselves.
However, yeah, I've already explained the whole danger following around the Legion. I feel like that's kind of explored well enough, because it's happened numerous times wherever the Legion go, that just something bad just happens and it's mainly their fault, for just arriving. So that kind of pattern and theming is shown visually through events, and that's definitely like good theming and actually exploring a potential like theory or an assumption that could be argued well.
Using their martial arts, without using the power of vines, otherwise it would give them away more easily, denying their precious plant-controlling powers earlier. Therefore.
Okay, so they are still trying to be like, I don't know what you're on about. Yeah, sorry for a break in between. But yeah, so are they? So firstly, they have martial arts as well as the power, so that's handy. So yeah, they may be big creatures, but they know how to fight properly, which is good. Yeah, because if there's no plants around, not enough plants around, then yes, a useful tool. And or just useful set of skills at least. But they're still wanting to be like, well, we still don't know what you're on about, please leave us alone. But if they're trying to fight back using martial arts, that's probably going to be a dead giveaway. And was there a like a moment where vegetation has to be used, and then Guma like, okay, we are the Titrans, well, you better leave us alone because we're pretty good fighters. So a moment like that could have happened as well. And I'm not sure if I said this before in like the storybook commentary or something, and I do hope I don't repeat points like that, but I guess it is the same story, but arguably improved. Honestly, I don't know what's worse, storybooks or the novel versions, despite the novel versions having way more to them. But yeah, regardless, so the Titran, so you know those eggs in our planet Earth, sorry, you know that you'd like chuck into water and it dissolves and this is a dinosaur toy. In one of them, and it's behind the packaging, there was just like green dinosaur, you know, like a generic one with purple spots, and I was like, oh, you know, that's kind of cool. I'll probably make a character like that. So that's how I came up with you know, Tyran is just the individual, you know, like a bigger dinosaur, you know, compared to what I saw. And you know, as yeah, the purple spots, and I think also because I really like tank and big characters like Donkey Kong, so I carried those over those kind of inspirations too. And then you know, then the drafts of Haphazard Legion were started to go one by one, and yeah, because it was just like the individual, but then because, or not to mention, you know, with the Titrans being this collective that the Earth go and see, this was going to be the Blups, or at least an equivalent to that, who they go and see. But I remember thinking, you know, not quite invested enough to have them as a team, or you know, like what could make them more interesting. And then because as the you know, just Titran himself, it was just a name, not the label of the race back then. But I remember thinking, you know, well, Pod's already like the tank character, and I wanted to shrink the team further after being inspired by Cool Runnings once again. But then I thought, oh, you know, what if, you know, that you know, Titran was not a name; it was a race, and there was more of them, you know, all the, or across the whole planet. And then I thought, you know, I can just see them all commute in that manner, because also not to mention when watching the likes of animal documentaries and even other media presenting animals, you know how, you know, Tarzan presents their gorillas and how they go about to their day to day. I remember thinking, yeah, I'll do that. And so yeah, I really yeah, 'cause I guess I still like that purple spot dinosaur I once came up with. I could have carried them over, and I guess he's mildly referenced as a like an animal, like a digging creature that you know, it more will be shown in the reboot after being in the guide. So that's like a reference to that almost. Oh yeah, not to mention the Titan, right? You know, Titran, the individual back then. He also had a little one called Bono, I think I called him, and other dinosaurs as well that also had spots. And I think the T-Rex was still the antagonist and antagonist, and yeah, Rico would have been the bad guy at the time, but I didn't really give that label nor design until much later too. But anyway, so that's how the Titrans came to be. Although, have I explained? I'll put a reminder of that actually. How is each character created? Idea, where did it come from? Yeah, I would like to talk about how I came up with each character. I think that could be really cool and interesting. But regardless, yeah.
Tilda chapter
No,
37
why did you
is
go?
already blown ground. Otherwise it would give them away more easily, denying their precious plant-controlling powers earlier. Their
Yeah, precious, I think is the right word. You know, they have to use it at their disposal.
form of martial arts mainly consisted of grabbing foes and slamming them into the ground.
Yeah, that's definitely brand new because yeah, like yes, we do have, you know, grabbing or throwing individuals onto the ground, but but the Titrans are one of the biggest aliens around, even possibly slightly bigger than Xynthor, and so they could just like grab a human and whack you, or just like throw you onto the ground. So yeah, they have like the biggest hands ever, and but yeah, they have like a martial art in that kind of style, which once again it adds to the variation. And yeah, coming up with new martial arts, I do find that quite exciting.
With a punch here and there, the Titanrans struggle, resulting in them getting a few hard hits and even cuts from the goons.
So once again, it's not really going into specifics of you know, who hurt what and when and how. which is a bit of a shame. But at least we got the idea. I do feel like I only go into more descriptive parts um, when like I said, when it actually matters most, in the more specifics on how certain individuals won.
And thankfully they are strong creatures. But the strength can only go so far. Even
Yeah, they're definitely strong, that's for sure. I feel like every big character is like super strong in this and super resilient in that.
Mollog at one point tries to use a certain spell only for him to be whacked by Vondur before he can perform it, but this is a spell he will try again. Before
Oh, is it the I reckon is that this the spell to shut down the gadgets? Like, well, he can still go at them, but maybe they're just maybe he found it like a bit too uncanny for the disguise to still remain. But not to mention it could really add to the evidence too, especially if the Titrans continue to refuse. So if anything, it just looks like the Zyme Morgoons are just attacking some innocents. Oh, but yeah, that reminds me. So did they reveal any chronokinesis at all? Were they planned to be fully hidden? Did some individuals always know the Loganovs as anti-trans in disguise? What about the real Loganovs? Do they actually know they're here? And how, what about, oh my gosh, with these disguised devices, we're talking about other complications. We're talking about alien planets are like, wait, hang on, there's one of ours in that in H2. What's he doing there? Oh, it's actually alien disguise. Okay, do we know that? Oh my gosh, like just imagine that kind of confusion. That means maybe just wearing a load of random clothes is the best idea. You know what I think nearly every film does that. Clothing load of them as disguises, even fake beards, etc. Um, so yeah. Um, so is that the spell I'm referring to? Because they do lose their the gadget abilities eventually, dropping their disguises. So yeah, I guess it is just to be like, haha, we got you. So I can see why that's the case. But yeah, Vondor at first glance would have been like, oh, his performance, but like, I'll knock him away. So he's probably temporarily knocked out, but I can't say Paul Mollick is evil. Um, so yeah, I think that's, once again, this is like specific details that matters. Although, which part of the hand did he whack Mollick with? Was it like a back fist? I love back fists, they're so satisfying to pull off.
the Titan Rands are further injured. The Legion has been hearing this in the background as they are starting to head back to the Comet front. While the Legion
Yeah, I think the previous sentence of them leaving could still apply, but that requires like a statement or but how even if they were going in the direction of the shipyard, they could have been making other stops along the way. So it's not the best prior information, but regardless, not looks like they haven't even made to the ship yet. So anyway, just continue reading.
isn't in the best mood, they all start to get going, seeing from afar that it's the same goons they have fought before, and seeing new foes always makes Opusnost excited. Back to the Titan.
Yeah, so you have to turn it back here into noise, considering that fight was never meant to happen on this planet, which Legion have most likely been told. Hopefully that's clarified earlier. But it seemed, but yeah, I think the Legion would be like, wait, hang on, those are the same goons, so they would be kind of surprised anyway, even if nothing stated. But Pasnos is like, oh, we get to fight these new foes, which makes them all excited. So this is a moment I kind of like, because I was finding him a bit unlikable at this stage, but he's on the hero side, he's very enthusiastic, and he's about to help save the day. And and the way he kind of belittles Ekron, I think that's kind of satisfying because he's like, yes, Pasnos is a nuisance, but Ekron's on the wrong side, so stuff him.
Titan Rands. The Titan Rands are starting to get hurt and scared by Zyantha's allies, getting beaten by Asteroidon, shot at by B.
Okay, so we are going into specifics, like done one by one kind of thing.
Jabbed by Ekron and bitten by Ravicon, not to mention Mollog finding a spell which could kill both Titan Rands. After confronting...
Okay, so he wasn't knocked out, but just simply whacked, hence why the term knocked out was not used. Well, he managed to take a full force of a whack. Okay, so it must be a strong alien race, because I feel like if an elephant kicked you or something, it would have like killed you. I feel like that's like the best equivalent. But a fatal spell, I wonder what that looks like. Because the expiration of Morag's book is surprisingly small. Not that I'm going to expand on it. I've already said not in the reboot.
and asking where the other Titan Rands are at. However,
Although, did I explain that I found the idea of a book being a weapon was a cool idea? Like, not necessarily as a physical weapon, but like one you can like summon spells with by many pages turning on their own. Well, it's been done loads of times already, and I think I tried to make it stand out by making it like a slightly bigger book, bigger than A4 as it was described, but it just wasn't getting into it. It's getting too bit abstract for me when this universe is, other than a couple of experimentations and twists, always had solid abilities.
this is where the Legion comes in and fires their projectile.
Girlfriend asking when it's trans. Alright. Asking maybe. Oh, so that's what the goons are like. They're like, where are you? Because did the Titrans always stay at Chronocope? In that case, what happened to the Blups beforehand? If they were like the original owners of the planet? Because the comics is meant to be like the same continuity as this. The novel version, not the storybook. And the older animations is yet another continuity, not to get confused. Anyway, so asking. So if the Titran planet's apparently so hard to find, I bet they were like, better give us the location if we want to spare, and maybe the Titrans could have like given the location to be like, we can always fight you back into the whole of you if you were like Zynvor's allies. You're not sure if you're mentioned about the Zynvor connection yet, but we'll all be prepared. We can always let them know quickly, because I think the Titrans probably use communication spells too, but I could be wrong. You'll see what book 4 does about that. But on the other hand, I don't think Harper and Vondor would risk leaking their location of where everyone is at. But even then, they're still trying to pretend to be something else until the cover is blown. In other words, the device is being down.
To get the goons away from the Titanrans, these fatal projectiles either.
And we're all familiar what kind of projectors everyone has, or projectiles rather. So many long range attacks just kind of spooks them off. These gives way time, and all fatal projectiles. So they're definitely intended to get rid of them. Which is interesting because you could have like defeated them a lot, but maybe they are like too skilled or too dangerous or too into the cause. But that should have been clarified in the Arctic fight. But but if they were like really intended to repel the Titrans that way, then I think they didn't really have a choice. But they're all fine to make it anyway. But I think the attention to end them is. I think it's a right choice for getting rid of these 5.
Make the goons dodge the
5 guys, am I right?
Projectiles or hit them, making the Titanrans move away. The Titanrans take the time to
just to clarify, the Titans would not only move away from the line of fire, but just get out the way whilst all of the goons are scattered. I think the 2 got out the way to probably get a moment to recover. Because they would ever use their healing vine unless they just had enough recovery and energy left to get going. They had enough Weetabix despite being injured.
Cover and heal, wondering how they could fight again depending if the Legion needs their help or not. As the Legion fires at the goons.
So once again, I don't know if they're going to use a healing vine or not, so it could just be a casual break. How they could fight the Legion depending if the Legion needs the help or not. So I think that depends on factors like the Legion could easily sort them out on their own, or if the cover is blown with all of them, then the Titrans might as well go back out and use the plant generating abilities, because there's no denying it, because even both Carper and Bondor have been described to have paintings on their shells, which by the way, change of design, I forgot to say that with the Titran backstory of how I came up with them and how the idea evolved. But they have light painting on their shells to identify who was the leader or vice leader, but not that. Maybe that's always been a Titran thing, and if they've been told, by the way, regardless of generations, the 2 main leaders always have these markings. So I think that should have been addressed, even if that could have been inferred. Because I don't think Carbon Fondor just did that recently. I could see it being a generational thing, since the first Titrans. Which could be interesting. What's the first one of each race like? Could be cool to explore. Anyway, these so that line's a bit up in the air, but okay, I guess it just depends what happens, because the Titrans could simply rest whilst Legion sort all of this out.
Nicole go up to the Titanrans, seeing that they are hurt, and while she did provide
goes. That's really hard to say. Go up. Too many goes. Anyway, goes up to Titran seeing if they're hurt, and oh, she provides first aid for them. That's nice. So she just prioritises to defend them, and I think the residents do come by to watch, but thankfully none of them in harm's way. But if anything, they would be kind of scared to go forward, considering fighting's meant to be banned on this planet. But once again, I know Bespikos being like the overseers of the planet was like an 8th edition after the story, but if that was the case, then why didn't they like come about to oversee this? But not to mention, maybe the Spikers there was like one left and he couldn't oversee everything. He might have been told about the problem later, but I don't think anything is more significant than an actual fight happening on this very planet. Also, yeah, was Natasha like a planet the Spikers had all along and then built that way? I can see the building being quick, you know, because they're quick creatures. Yeah, and that's something else I thought about in the reboot, is that with these creatures, like the Titrans really work as a colony of the same race, but just what about other aliens? I just remember thinking, you know, I could make some solo, whether they're the last of their kind or hybrids of their own. Yeah, yeah, that wants to clarify. But yeah, Nicole provided first aid, so it is using that skill once again, which is extremely cool.
First aid. The Titan Rans demand that they can aid themselves. Nicole will protect the Titan Rans alongside.
Which is true because of the vines. So yeah, sorry if I do repeat this point because I do need to go again. But that's the thing, is that yeah, it's like the Titrans are like refusing the help because, you know, once again the danger has brought them to them. But surely Carper would be more like a bit more grateful, unlike Vonjor. They're almost like similar but not, which I find a little bit contradictory at times. Because, you know, even Carpo too is like refusing the living goal thing, and maybe Carpo could have been like, you know what, well, admit our identity, they know who we are, and let's use the vegetation to our advantage. Yeah, because they probably might have won, who knows, because they're very, very capable. But to refuse, well, not only refuse the help, but to see that they could do it on their own. Yeah, it's yeah, I guess like his first time to refuse aid almost, because, you know, they could do it themselves. So yeah, it's just like a whole new dynamic, and it's just seeing how Nicole actually spends time with these two as well. So this is their actual first time together. So we'll see if Nicole and actually interacts more of a connection between these two leaders, considering she's one.
Tilda. Nicole will protect the Titan Rans alongside the rest of the Legion.
So yeah, whether she goes through the first aid or not, but yeah, she's going to keep an eye out for the whole team, including the Titans as well. Which yeah, considering how hurt they are so far, yeah, it is good for yeah, to defend them. Yeah, it's a good choice.
The Legion would have to please the Titan
And something like that would also get the Titans more on their side as well, almost like a trust building.
Rans enough to make them safe despite being behind small cover. As this fight goes on,
I wonder what the cover is. Could be like a small part of a wall, a bench. Then yeah, that not sure. Yeah, probably should be a bit more specific, but at least they're defended enough.
Mollug, knowing about the disguise devices, sees that
1 second. Actually, no. I thought I nearly opened the window, but no. I just put that aside. Anyway. So alright. So Mollug sees the disguise devices. Analytical spells. Okay. With this base. Hang on, I just spot a weird sentence. With this base, add space. No. You release a wave of energy to scan the devices. So yeah, because I was surprised he didn't do that first, and it's something that he could also do again if the Legion arrived. And yeah, but yeah, who knows? Well, I think a spell like that, I can imagine it's a simpler one. So he knows about the devices. I guess the others know about the devices too. Like, is this a planet they've been enough to know about this? Although if the disguised devices were, you know, already acknowledged, then why not, go for this planet and see who was like really in hiding. They could have got rid of other races which they thought should get out of the way. But at least you see how the space works. It's like a wave of energy, whatever energy that will be. I remember putting Moloch on the Vibra category because it's almost like the spells could have been like a lot more abstract forms of fire or heat, but like I said, it's a bit too abstract. I'm not too into spells as I used to be when I was younger. But anyway, with the devices disarmed, yeah, they're all revealed. We'll also see what the Titrans do look like, which will be interesting.
Everyone is wearing a disguising device, something which he finds out thanks to his analytical spells.
And not to mention when the Legion come about, they're still in their disguise, so yeah, of course, we would figure that out because even the races they become are quite similar to their size, etc.
With the Space Ab's space, he releases a wave of energy that disarms all the disguise devices.
I still don't know all that many sentences.
Temporarily stunning Nicole's and Zamis technological weapons too. While
Oh gosh, so this is why is it called an analytical spell? I don't understand that. It should be like a stun spell if it's doing all of those things at once. So yeah, Nicole and Zami are at a disadvantage. We'll see what happens.
Ku helps Zami and Nicole get their technology back on track by using some cubes to repair the technology. The device is already...
the weapons haven't been wrecked, they've been stunned unless... I don't know, that sounds a bit too abstract, and it's also making the keys look like a problem-solving thing, as a convenience thing, which I'm not too keen on. Yeah, because I'm still yet to understand how, how, for example, EMPs stop technology. It must be some kind of, I don't know, like, is it like a digital counter or something? Although not that any of my weapons are digital, not that I know of. But at least there's a way to counter the stunning, I suppose. Because you would think it just takes some time to get it up and going again, because any stunning is temporary.
Already expose the Legion in front of many witnesses who have never seen a fight in a long time, so they all forget about the devices and focus on fighting the goons. Even stunning the...
Yeah, which is sensible, yeah, because everyone knows who they are and everyone's having eyes towards you, then yeah, there's no need to worry about the device at this point. Yeah, it's just about to get through this fight alive, really. Whilst also trying to take down these goons who they tried to get rid of once before. And targeting the goons. Yeah, so every Bright resident's watching them. Imagine if one resident tries to join in to try and help out, but yeah, it's just an idea, but I think this scene already has its focuses.
Disguise devices reveals what the Titanrans truly look like. This does shock Xyantha's allies, but the fighting with the Legion is getting their...
Why, if they could already see through the lies, unless, well, maybe it is just seeing a creature like that after a long time. I think that would still surprise you, being like, oh, so that's what they look like, they're actually like quite large, etc.
Attention more. Even some of the residents of Nahat...
So the Titrans do join to help out. Okay, well, we'll see how that goes.
Ashtu were unaware that the Titanrans were around, shocking some too. Even...
Oh, sneeze. That was stuck. Sorry. Anyway, so yeah, I can imagine that being the case. Yeah, the Titrans really went into their disguise well. Be like, only there you go, here's some supplies. Although it just makes you wonder where the Loganos were truly from. Like, even I can't remember from my guide as well. And so yeah, once again, this is probably a lot of people's first time seeing the Titan's Legion, and first fought in a while as well. Must be trying to run away from fighting as well. So yeah, I can imagine this being kind of scary.
The Legion is interested in what the Titanrans truly look like. The Titanrans, their true form are...
Yeah, because even if Dylan was passing information, he would have been busy at a point where I don't think he would already have time to describe them. But well, actually, well, yes, you would, because you would provide a visual what they'll look like, who you try to go and see, and the same could be said with the Sochas. So yeah, of course it will be sensible to show visuals. So the Legion being shocked doesn't make sense. It should have been like, okay, so yeah, so their disguise devices are down. So yeah, because they weren't long, they didn't know that long enough, so were their disguise at the time. So yeah, I got a couple of bits of skipped information because I don't think even Avasnos nor Imiku knew about that either. Yeah, that would have needed briefing, like maybe have Amiku or Avasnos already aware of that. The Tatras come in the disguise. But anyway, that's a description of them.
Big green creatures, both muscular and chunky at the same time. Massive
Hang on. Sorry, I sneezed again. To look like. Anyway, it's a bit weird. So the Titrans, their true form. No, that's a sentence that doesn't quite work. Not literal. In literacy terms, yeah, the sentence doesn't work.
legs, with the front legs being bigger, a long stiff dinosaur tail alongside dark green shells which he has on their back and head, not the kind of shells to tuck into, it's more like hardened skin, and even their back shells can glow whenever they use life force abilities. As both teams fight against one another.
Okay. So yeah, no, I see like quite a nice set of details for them, but yeah, like the glowing part of the clarifying and how the shell works. So yeah, these are big creatures that can easily protect themselves, and with bigger arms at the front, it means better at grabbing. It's almost like a ape posture, because I think apes did help with the inspiration for these creatures. So yeah. Anyway, let's go.
Ikran fights Opusnost, Ravikon goes for Pod, Astroidon goes for Zami, and Amiku and Nicole are firing.
And I think, aside from a couple of characters sharing other characters, because I remember thinking, with the Arctic fight, it was more of certain individuals going for, one another instead of fully mixing the team, which would have been cool, but maybe this was like a similar approach for me at the time. And not to mention in this fight, they were all going for different individuals to see how they bounce off each other that way. So yeah, like I said, it would have been better if they're all kept swapping, but maybe it was just to keep it as efficient as possible. But anyway, we'll just see what the many duels are like in this.
At both B and Mollog. Firstly, as Opusnost fights Ikran, so far, the fight is an equal match. They have similar height, strength, and fighting skills. As Opusnost shows off his abilities like...
Well, Pasnos has the advantage of the temporary visibility, and not to mention the speed boost, which would mean being stronger and faster at times. So yeah.
His temporary invincibility and projecting an astral body, this constantly spooks Ikran to a point where Ikran starts to get intimidated by Opusnost, making Ikran lose rounds with Opusnost.
Yeah, and that's the kind of detail I like, because Pasnos is so into his fight, and he joins it at a point where makes Ekron go on edge a bit, which because sometimes if you enjoy something at a point where you're very good at it, it can make your opponent or your competition quite scared, because normally when it comes to any competition, there's always the nerves of, am I going to make it, am I going to win? But Pasnos, he's almost certain that he's always going to go on top every single time, but it does get challenged by that. I'm surprised that Pasnos didn't put him off, but I think he was in a much better mindset. And not to mention, one of his breaking points was having Arvin die nearby and Abiku turning his back on him. So yeah, I think they're some of the more primary factors. And not to mention losing to someone as powerful as Torio too. I don't. Does that mean maybe Pasnos could have nearly won against Ozona, but that would make Ozona very intimidated. So yeah, I think Pasnos was just given false hope given by Miki at the time. But anyway, yeah, so far going completely, losing some will to fight because of a Pasnos, having a massive personality, etc. Then it's just that's one aspect I like about Pasnos.
Between, Opusnost does look at the legion around him, seeing that they don't make themselves intimidating as they fight.
Not to mention, even if the Pasnos is winning, once again, it would just be nice to see how many times they clash weapons. But it's a it's like enough detail to know what's going on in the fight. It's like if Hikran has the spear and the Vesnov has the blade, you can probably imagine what that kind of duel will look like.
Right, making him wonder if Amiku is right or not. Nicole, however, is struggling to use cover as she keeps firing.
Yeah, whilst he would have to look around here briefly, well, probably the many times Crosby like thrown on the floor or whatever. Yeah, I think Vesnos would be a bit puzzled because he must have been, well, I think it's probably not only the culture he's come from, but Amiku like further facilitated it. And so, yeah, Vesnos is like, Which, yeah, I guess, yeah, it's normal to second guess yourself, but he does really get into a second guessing kind of state when it comes to later on.
Firing at either Mollug or B, but eventually, Nicole fires a grenade launcher at B.
So while she has fought B before, just long range battle, but with Mollog being long range too, yeah, I can see that could be tricky, fighting two long range opponents at once.
Knocking him back and making him teleport away back to the Deepar fortress.
And something else I've also thought to clarify, which the books may have not done, is that I think the car can both chuck or shoot grenades.
The Titan Rans, however, help Nicole by manipulating some nearby vegetation.
So I think at this point you might be like, oh, if any of the goons
Tilda
actually
chapter
go,
37, seeing the goons again.
away.
Going back to
so,
Nahashtu,
yeah,
the Legion is wondering what to do next. They can go to the Sochus planet, and they can use the journey's time to try and find other alternatives. Even Amiku mentions the world of his race before his race died out. Not to mention a world of the Aroics, which is also used to protect anything valuable. However, the Legion remembers from Diane's records that the Aroics are currently extinct, maybe resurrected in the future by the Titan Rans, so the options are low. Back to the Titan Rans, Carpo tells off Vonjur for belittling Pod earlier, something which Carpo never does with any race. Vonjur shows some concern for who to bring back, but while also being close-minded about it, meaning Morphils are not on the list if they ever get extinct. Carpo is shocked to hear that any race they resurrect can come back to square one, even if bringing back Xanthor's race, they can be better than the era Xanthor was tied to. While Carpo tries to chat with Vonjur about the Legion, Xanthor's allies jump near the Titan Rans, and Ikran sees earlier that the Titan Rans saw the Legion. The Titan Rans try and get the goons to back off, the goons being Ikran, B, Astroidon, Ravikon, and Mollug. Carpo and Vonjur try not to act like Titan Rans, but the cover is already blown thanks to Ikran's epic spying skills. Listening to their conversations and witnessing their chronokinesis, Carpo and Vonjur then agree to try and fight, something which happens very little in the streets of Nahashtu. They decide to fight once the goons try and attack them. Carpo and Vonjur try and act peacefully to diminish this conflict. Vonjur is also disappointed that being involved with the Legion is what has led them to this, making him more annoyed with the Legion. This is where a new fight starts, with the Titan Rans having to defend themselves using their martial arts, without using the power of vines, otherwise it would give them away more easily, denying their precious plant-controlling powers earlier. Their form of martial arts mainly consisted of grabbing foes and slamming them into the ground, with a punch here and there. The Titan Rans struggle, resulting in them getting a few hard hits.
Oh, so that's some good teamwork. See, Mollick's already distracted by firing, so yeah, I think the Titans must have been sneaky with the vegetation.
Hits and even cuts from the goons, and thankfully they are strong creatures.
Oh, yeah, I think Nicole probably has like the fatal beams going on, so yeah, that Mollick just teleported in time. You never know, his book could have been tangled by their vegetation too, so yeah. So was it both Titans doing that then? I guess the vines could be both quicker and more powerful then if it's like multiple Titrans doing it then.
But the strength can only go so far. Even Mollug at one point tried.
Yeah, even if they don't know much about Pasnos and Imiki, I was surprised they're like, wait, hang on, are they new beings? Because I don't remember the descriptions of either of them from stories. That should have been addressed, but regardless, you already have a Pasnos taking down Ekron and Nicolum, being a good shot with, B and Mollug. Although maybe, and I guess whilst we do see what the others are doing too, but Yeah, the Legion still have like control of this situation regardless. So I bet that's what's making the Titans go like, oh, okay, and none of the residents get hurt either, which is also a massive plus.
Tries to use a certain spell only for him to be whacked by Vonjur before he
So action is a bit repetitive here, but not to mention, I think not all of the crowd would be enjoying it. I think some could be really tense by being like, oh my god, Zeinfeld will come up here if we're not careful. So I think the crowd reaction should be a bit mixed. Some cheering and some, like I said, a bit on edge, and some really scared by it. Because when it comes to like real life situations, some people are super scared. Some people don't know what to do. Some people just can't help but watch. It's just all sorts of reactions you would get in a massive crowd.
can perform it, but this is a spell he will try again. Before the Titan Rands are further injured. The Legion has been hearing this in the back.
And see the Legions who in action do the decent job, not to mention the help they got earlier shows that the Legion just try to keep up for others even if they are primarily divided. I did a decent job, not to mention that what they got earlier shows the Legion does try. I'm a bit lost on that sentence, but I guess it just means that they're still careful of the crowds and still mindful of the goal. And although it sounds like Legion are like more accounted of the residents, so could book 5 be like a contradictory? I just remember book 5 needing to be like the most complex theme because of it being the last story, but maybe I didn't go for the right theme here if we're getting sentences like this. Never mind.
Background as they are starting to head back to the comet front.
So Pasnos has won. Woohoo.
While the Legion isn't in the best mood, they all start to get going, seeing from afar that it's the same goons they have fought before.
I wonder why it's about a bit odd to say a Ravicon. She's missing a C in her name. Only a female member Ravicon is a female creature. So Pasnos goes to help Pod, and so if Ravicon's like quite animalistic, and whilst Pod did fight Ravicon before, but maybe Ravicon might have grown a bit, and it's more of a 1v1 kind of situation. So yeah, like I said, find an animal there is almost like an art of itself, and so yeah, I can see why Pod struggled, because they've been fighting more other kind of combatants for quite some time, more so than animals really. Although that could have been the thing, the Legion having to fight animals if they were like sent to go after them and find a way to counter them. So anyway, what does Pasnos out with?
And seeing new foes always makes Opusnost excited. Back to the Titan Rands.
No, grab hold of her. God damn it.
The Titan Rands are starting to get hurt and scared by Xiantha's allies, getting beaten by
So Pod was probably lying on his back.
Estroiden, shot at by B, jabbed by Ekran and bitten by Ravicon, not to mention
Probably figures should be quick, and not to mention the water going up is a reference to the storybook. We have quite a nice visual actually, despite not being the best drawn, but it does too. So Pod's just going to give himself. Although I just feel like yes, he may be against Dread by Ravicon, but could he not? Because you don't need it's both mind and body, so why not? I don't know, like freeze or burn Ravicon whilst grabbing hold of her, because I think that's something he would be able to do as well, because that is an ability, like quite a casual one from the vibrant elements. So not sure. I should put like a keyword glossary because I'll attach one of those as well throughout all of these if I can remember. To really help with what I'm talking about. I'll probably put it in the description or comments, something like that.
Mollog finding a spell which could kill both Titan Rands. After confronting and asking where the other Titan Rands are at. However, this is where the Legion comes in and fires their.
So once again, teamwork kind of popping up here. So the Ravicon's getting overwhelmed by both projectiles and up close attacks. So I can see how that could be quite overwhelming. And the Pascal seems to be confident from the creatures too. And fire seems to be an effective projectile too. I say, speaking of fire, if you really want a really good mobile game, which you know, it's like very fast moving, very dynamic, and you know, when you like get good at a video game and you feel like you know more the ins and outs, you can get really flexible. I've got one, and it's called Drag and Boom, which yeah, it's the word. It has a dragon on it, and yeah, dragon is missing an O at the end, so it's replaced with an apostrophe and boom. Yeah, it's a very dynamic, fun game. Yeah, it's very fast moving once you have the controls, because you use your left thumb to flick it all over and various directions you will like it, and then you use your right thumb to produce the fire that way. And not to mention, when you hold the left button, you can go into like a slow motion phase. So you can like go in any direction you want and aim anything completely in your time. You know, there's almost like no limits. You're not under any time limits either. And there's quite a variety of foes to go against. So once you start collecting massive load of coins, yeah, it's extremely satisfying. So I do recommend that if you want a really good video game. It's probably even quite replayable despite completing the levels.
Their projectiles to get the goons away from the Titan Rans. These fatal projectiles either make the goons dodge,
But with no help from Nicole. No, that's not the right sentence. I think what I was trying to say is that with Nicole, you know, just be, you know, being completely free, being like, although it makes you wonder what she did after Molag was done. Maybe she was trying to shoot at Australian as well, or make sure that the residents are fine, and maybe going back to first aid with the Titans. But regardless, she found a free shot against Ravicon, and then and then she goes to teleport. So yeah, Ravicon's been completely beaten.
the projectiles or hit them, making the Titan Rans move away. The
Yeah, so that's what the three of them have been doing all of that time. So yeah, so neat catch up.
Titan Rans take the time to recover and heal. One
Oh, okay. We'll see if that's true in both either facade or the Amicu side of things. I guess if he was described as being impatient once, then maybe that's what it's going for. But and then maybe he's probably saying that to be like, oh, you know, I have the most power, so let me go in front.
wondering how they could fight again depending if the Legion needs their help or not. As the Legion fires at the goons, Nicole go up to the
Yeah, I didn't expand in that kind of construct making ability, so yeah.
Titan Rans, seeing that they are hurt, and while she did provide first aid,
It's almost like a Lego attacking asteroid, but yeah, these cubes are actually quite powerful. Don't forget, like they've been scattered all over planets and causing a lot of damage.
the Titan Rans demand that they can aid themselves. Nicole will protect the Titan Rans alongside the rest of the Legion. The Legion would have to please the Titan Rans enough to make them safe despite being behind small cover. As this fight goes on, Molag,
Um, yeah, I think that was a bit of a lengthy sentence there, but yeah, you kind of get the point where Namiki was pretty much in the forefront then, and although this doesn't make Amiku like too powerful either. Maybe Amiku's pretending not to be too powerful, knowing that any of the Legion would help out. But I was also thinking, could this happen like meanwhile, whilst the likes of Ravicon and Mullock were out the way, even at Cron 2? Yeah, that would have to be in the meantime, because yeah, otherwise it just looked like they're all now standing about while Sammy and Demiku finished their job, but they would have helped out. So yeah, I should have written it as like perhaps a meanwhile thing, so I can imagine that should have taken a long time, but maybe what written did probably give that impression. But at the same time, yeah, like this would be done as, like I said, as Ravicon was finished, because you know Nicole was just like having a look around during the later parts of a battle, or this battle. Anyway, Captain Nabiku. So yeah, and yeah, so while Zamaku's in the forefront, yeah, Zami then strikes the Trojan. Yeah, so yeah, waiting for a good time to strike, and I kind of find interesting how when zapping destroyed it doesn't zap Torrid too. So does the lightning strike per like specifically at the individual that's getting zapped rather than passing it on? That must be a special type of lightning that I should have expanded upon, because I feel like lightning would just get the entirety of whatever solid ground it touches and how it expands. Even if you like strike at lightning at the ground, it would still blow up a car nearby, for instance. nearby the strike. But yeah, so yeah, unless Amiku's in a the facade of making himself less powerful than he actually is, which is probably not explained. But all of the other villains we've seen, they are like nearly unstoppable at a point where any of them could just easily get rid of any Xanthos goons like that. But it just looks like with the Ashradrin potentially having giving Amiku a hard time, it kind of undermines the like the tension towards Torrid later on, because yeah, Torrid should be, like I said, one of the top tier villains in terms of power and presence.
Knowing about the disguise devices, sees that everyone is wearing a disguising device.
Oh, do be careful, you must maintain your distance. It's not like getting close will increase the saturation.
Something which he finds out thanks to his analytical spells. So,
oh, because that's why he went up closer. Okay, so yeah, I can see that helping. Yeah, because if although I think all the lightning is like the same type, except for like a lightning strike from above, I can see that being like more powerful lightning. But because Zami only works with lightning when anyone's like too close, but regardless, he should like continue spraying the lightning, and it's already more powerful too.
with the Space Ab's space, he releases a wave of energy that disarms all the disguise devices, even temporarily stunning Nicole's and
I bet Emiku's like holding some cubes in midair, and he probably like has to diminish them because he's like, oh well, he's gone too, I guess.
Zamis technological weapons too. While Amiku helps Zami and Nicole get their technology back on track.
Did the Tatrans already agree then? Okay, that wasn't exactly clarified. Like yes, they were best earlier, but that's like assuming that they will take it back, despite a nearly serious argument happening.
By using some cubes to repair the technology, the devices already expose the Legion, in front of many witnesses, who have never.
So at least it's clarifying the next goal, but are we going to do the same thing again where it's like right in the ending and they're like, oh wait, but also a couple of minutes ago this happened. So yeah, I really don't like this kind of structure. It's quite, it's kind of getting on my nerves really.
Seen a fight in a long time, so they all forget about the devices and.
Yeah, I've done it again. Yeah, the 30 minutes earlier before right in the ending. Yeah, really. Yeah, it's not a great idea to go for. But anyway, so they discuss it again. If they'll see each other again, and yes, they're open about seeing one another, so that's good. But they're just gonna let each other be because they both have things to do. And yeah, to get the life force back in instead, we'd have to find ways to make sure it's like really protected because it's placed deep under a code, which I can imagine being quite hard for signals to pick up, etc. Deep underground too, I think. But yeah, like trying to apply the life force and organising which races are going to come back first. Yeah, I think there's already a lot of them. But even the universe seems to be okay as it is.
Focus on fighting the goon.
But at the same time, yeah, I think what I explained with what they need to do with the life force and get that ready and sorted and well hidden, that would already be a good reason why the Titrons don't come with them or help out, being Universe Guardians again.
Even stunning the disguise devices reveals what the Titanrans truly look like.
Okay, so that adds it's something, but it could do with more context. And I just felt like I provided that, yeah, as headcanon. Oops. Anyway.
This does shock Xyantha's allies, but the fighting with the Legion is getting their attention more. Even
so, yeah, the Titrans, they're keeping an open mind to, to fight if needed, but yeah, it's just not a priority.
Some of the residents of Nahashtu were unaware that the
thanking them, that's good, and seeing them as better, yeah, but yeah, it looks like they really, they won against the goons quite well.
Titanrans were around, shocking some too. Even the Legion is interested in what the.
Something else I just thought about as well is that with Pod trying to fight Ravicon, imagine if Megador was so animalistic at a point where Ravicon like reminded Pod of him. Of Megador, that could be something. I just suddenly thought anyway. So I feel with them around. Yep. So they decide that the Legion is good with the universe, despite the one fight. So, like, yes, it shows the Legion being quite capable, but does it show that they can cover the universe on a major scale? I think that should have been addressed because that was one of the Titran's criticisms. But even then, Diana's going, all around, and I think they would know who he is because he was involved. Dion was involved in the final battle, and the stories of him would have passed on, even if they hadn't seen him for ages, because the Titrons have been somewhat at peace, despite I don't know how the planet managed to remain hidden whilst they would be a primary target, because they have a lot of capabilities against many powerful foes.
Titanrans truly look.
They take the life force. That's what that meant. So I just missed a word. Try and quicken their progress whilst also aware of the dangers. Yeah. Yeah, I think they would keep their guard up, just in case, but they're just going to stick to their planet. The Titans are definitely the type of race where they all stick together, and skit together. That sounds like, like they make skits on YouTube. Sorry, but aware of the danger as well as a whole crowd. We know about the crowd watching the action. But yeah, regardless, the Tartarons, so they're all stick to the one planet, and just keep an eye on dangers, coming to them.
Like the Titanrans, their true form are big green creatures, both muscular and chunky at the same time. Massive legs, with the front legs being bigger, a long stiff dinosaur tail alongside dark green shells which he has on their.
Okay, so we're just going to explore some directions, which is cool. But the crowd's just cheering, of course they would. And of course, he likes being pleased in that way. What about Arvin?
Back and head, not the kind of shells to tuck into, it's more like hardened skin, and even their back shells can glow when.
Sticky much changes too, despite reassurance from the others that change can provide some good things. I think the likes of Pod would have been like, yes, this is unfamiliar, but look at the good it's doing for us. Well, something like that, because this line's a bit up in the air.
Whenever they use life force abilities. As both teams fight against one another, Ikran fights Opus.
Persos's line is a bit blunt. I think that what it's trying to go for is, Basnos, he'd never been applauded for fighting, and so if he's getting thanked and cheered, when he normally doesn't, because I think he may like fighting competitions, but that's like a whole different environment. There's nobody being nice, and you're not doing anything useful other than, I don't know, benefiting some gamblers, if that's even something that he does. So it's like him being a hero for the first time. So I think he's trying to figure out what he means, what it would mean to him. What about Amki here?
Ravikon goes for Pod, Astroidon goes for Zami, and Amiku and Nicole are firing at both B and Mollug. Firstly, as Opusnost fights.
So at this point, because we don't know about the facade yet, so I guess it makes it a bit of a mystery of why Amiku isn't keen on this idea. But if we look later on, Amiku is already quite powerful, so you don't need a Pasnos as extra protection, as we earlier explained. But it looks like Amiku, despite not knowing about the facade, us the audience, it makes you then think, oh, okay, so he's probably not too keen on this, and it also explains why he wanted to be in the forefront, and he seemed to be one of the lesser teamwork individuals during the fight earlier. And but if it ever comes to because even in the later on in the story, the audience could be like, oh, if Amiku, is nice despite a couple of flaws, he could be like, Bosnia can stay with the Legion, but I got to do, I don't know, protected element or do something else useful, or maybe Amiku would have been happy for Pasnos to go whilst he loses his life to Slivrock, for instance. You would have those kind of predictions at the time, but of course that's totally not what the case is. Because Amiku, like I said, he's a fake facade. Which, it's quite. Because if we're still getting bits and bobs about facades and teamwork, then that's still prior material, prior books, and even future books, and its themes still sprinkling all over. So there's it's all getting connected, which is actually rather neat. But anyway, they're off Nahash 2. They're going to make their way pretty much. It's already been written, the ending before the ending is of the chapters come about. But let's just get going. I think this is the shortest chapter ever. We'll see how this one goes.
Chapter 38, Slitherark and Ikran Call. Slitherark, after fighting Earth, gets a projection call from Ekron. The Deepar
I guess it expands more on the communication side of things, although I guess there's technology in the Deep Fortress, but I think I would have gone for a communication spell again. Regardless, I actually really like the interior of the ship design, and not to mention Ekron being protected in that way. That could have been, yeah, it's a couple of nice visuals. Anyway, so the Ekron and Slitherark are definitely updating one another, and it also explains where they're currently at and where they'll be heading and what to do next.
Fortress has access to communication methods that enable them to contact other ships, including...
Okay, so that's the explanation, I guess. Like I said, I think I would have kept it more coherent by just going for the communication spell alone, because once again, if anything has technology, it could easily be tracked, and we've seen that happen those times. I'll look at Dion scanning everywhere. And I know the Deep Fortress is in underspace, where it's high level of energy activity, therefore making it hard to find where they are, but even then.
Slitherark's, which Slitherark is currently on. Slitherark's ship is mixed between a darker cyan alongside racing stripes made up of a pale lime green, wide and flatter compared to other ships, are like a stingray shape, with 2 cylinders acting as the boost.
Yeah, I have a vaguely cool idea, like a clear enough idea of what the ship looks like, because I never made a visual for this ship before. So, yeah, I could do visualize it and make an 8-bit version. It's like a lot of the races are mixed up, such as the Iconics and the what else did I make up, on the spot, just what races I've just written but never visualized before, and then see what it's like if trying to visualize them. Because, the videos of my 3D models, which are much earlier on my YouTube channel, they, all of their ships mainly exist from the storybook, but there's one ship called like a Zeinfeld Goon ship, which I guess could still act as like the kind of ships Monk could spawn from his book, but even then they're mostly scrapped. But like I said, yeah, if Slitherark still has a spaceship to still use, in the reboot, then they could carry that over. But if not, it's just a nice, cool detail. But yeah, they like the racing stripes. That sounds kind of cool. It just shows how informal Slitherark is, despite being hard working.
States that they tried to fight the Legion on Nahashtu. Slitherark wishes he could have joined, but he was on Earth at the time. Earth was as big of a problem, so the goons had the Legion and...
a couple of punctuation problems across, a bit of a chunky line again. But anyway, it's what was I saying? Just like a what if scenario. What if Slitherark was like, oh, maybe I could delay Earth if the Legion are already up there. So, because if Retcon knew sooner, then he would have like told Slitherark, oh yeah, why not wait for Slitherark 2? Because they, there's more of the Legion. Titrans are potentially about. Could have waited for Slitherark and his army. So actually, no, it's not a what if scenario. It's a plot hole again. But anyway, so problem Slitherark could even try and so the goons had the Legion, and Slitherark could. Sorry, trying to read ahead.
Slitherark could try and knuckle down Earth, but what happened on Earth was very minimal. And so...
Well, minimal at the end. It was... Yeah, it's if... Like, he did achieve a couple of things, but it's actually it's quite minor. And then once again, I guess it just helped introduce some parts like Slitherark's abilities and how far Retron's willing to go, and like the consequences of the Legion leaving. So, but no, I think it still achieves enough. It's just a small scene that makes it less impactful. But he was on Earth at the time. Earth was as bigger a problem. Earth did need undermining. Yeah, that's true. With describing the effort on Earth to be minimal, it just kind of undermines that, because, like I said, it does do some story bits and bobs right, but it's not very a plot effective part. Slitherark doesn't really achieve. He's almost like he's wasted his time almost, only for like the main action to happen elsewhere. So yeah, looking back, he could have like threatened Earth and provide some tension, and maybe the column and Mike and Rectron could still have argued, and so Sonos could have been sent there too. The consequences could have carried over, and Retron could still say what he said to the Stone Nose, just still calling him out to know what he thinks of them, and Slitherark to be up in the hash too, and maybe he could have gone then, or they decide to bail the fight, and with his army gone, with the goons leaving them again. And Sirach could have shown anger that he's been, abandoned by the other goons as they were getting injured one by one at the point where they were leaving. So, yeah, that already sounds like a much better alternative.
Slitherarch has an idea to keep his other creations out and about to further benefit.
And I actually know, I nearly thought what was the point of Slitherarch. Well, I explained, it's like a definition of like a well-rounded goon. Like a lot of power, a lot of presence. And personally affected by the Legion. So yeah, there is quite a lot to explore about him. Yeah, there is definitely a purpose to him, and yeah, he does give the Legion run from his money from time to time in the first half of the story anyway. Well, a good portion throughout actually, so he definitely has some presence and purpose, but probably not as much as
Tilda
I would
Chapter
like to, or
38, Slitherarch
with the
and
story
Ikran Call.
needing him more.
Slitherarch, after fighting Earth, gets a projection call from Ikran. The Deepar Fortress has access to communication methods that enable them to contact others.
What was that line?
And robots he has created alongside his
Earlier.
try and knuckle down Earth, but what happened on Earth was very minimal. And so Slitherarch has an idea to keep his other creations out and about to further benefit Xyantha's goals.
So he did. So I thought it was explained earlier that the noob Stoneoats and serpents that he created were the last creations left, but he still had others out and about. Like, what happened to them? Did they eventually get sorted out by Dion or something, or even resisted by residents? So yeah, I guess it goes to show that Slitherarch's still doing as much as he can, but we already know that some of Stono is out and about, so that could have been written instead of saying, oh, he still has a whole heap of variety still out there, which we don't get to see later on. So yeah, that ain't good.
Other creatures and robots he has created alongside his upgraded Stonos. Anyway, he and the Stonos considered going to the
Anyway, that's not the best kind of sentence to write in the story. It's a bit informal, but never mind.
In the hopes of drawing the Legion to that planet to trap them, but he will send his upgraded Stonos first because he knows he won't be able to go there immediately. He is far from the Sochus after all, not as fast too.
So at least, sending goods ahead of time is definitely sensible, but here's the question. So I guess he's just left Earth and maybe his light speed isn't as effective. It sounds like he's, I don't know, is there like a slower type of light speed then? Like, I guess to add, variation, the ships could have had different levels of light speed, but like I said, spaceships will be far less present in the reboot. So yeah, it's just almost like the best kind of had kind of to go for, or maybe you could call it interference, but I don't know. We normally in fiction, every ship possessing light speed is the same. So it's almost as if Slitherarch spent too much time flying without the use of light speed, to which that's up in the air. And but even if although how long did it take for the Legion to go from the Hash-2 to the Stonos, and what about how far it took? How far is Earth from the Sotter planet? I'm not sure. I should have created like a galaxy map back then or something. Yeah, because I remember Star Wars having like a really neat one. Yeah, it does help explain a lot, even if it's stuff outside the films. But yeah, and also Slitherarch's idea to try and bait the Legion to using another valuable planet. Like granted, this is a coincidence. Just using another valuable planet. One that happened for the Legion to make their one to where Slitherarch could have gone for like he might have gone for another one. As like a distraction, which would have slowed the Legion down. But I think I must have gone for this coincidence in order to make the story quicker. To which. I think the faster pacing was probably needed.
This is considering he is still making progress with his latest creation, a fully functional Dian clone.
So we got a hint of what this clone was, but yeah, he's finished it off, and yeah, that clone does go for Dion himself, and the clone is also described and what capabilities it has, and ended up being quite tricky there actually. So yeah.
Even made up of Netro, with small changes to the design such as some green additions and his weapons.
And not to mention, I think this is another example of, because I think Nitro is more accessible than we think as well, and how other races try and replicate the star creative, well, the star metal formula. Although whilst it would do, I wasn't sure what Orpheum found to be like, oh, Simeon secret, let's work on them. You know, I don't know if they were in the form of files or encryptions on rocks, I don't know. But maybe the other races have found that same thing. I don't think Orpheum would have passed that information either, so yeah, once again, we've got weaker parts of world building on that side of things.
Like a laser sword. Slitherark is keeping tabs on where Dian has
I
been.
also like how the Dion clone is different enough of an ability as well, despite, yes, he's a clone of Dion, but he has his own, own type of weaponry, so yeah, it's good to go for, differences in that way.
And so that is another priority Slitherark had in mind, for his creation to take down Dian whilst his upgraded Stonos should be able to handle the Legion. If the first lot...
So this is another priority Slitherark had in mind, his creation to take down Dion was... Oh yeah, so whilst the Stonos were, going after the Legion ahead of time, Slitherark can, finish it off and release it, and, keep an eye on it as well, so, yeah, he's keeping himself busy and useful, yeah, although, not to mention, although, I just suddenly thought, when the Slitherark's goal is, quite bouncy, isn't he, where he's like, I'm definitely going to go on the Legion, I want to revenge against them, and it ended up going to Earth and attacking them, and then Legion are elsewhere, but then he's, progressing with things, and, he just sent the goons, and he's sent the thing, so I just felt like he's doing, too much, because compared to Orphan and his own, yes, they had their own goals, but they were completely... both were getting hindered by the Legion, and so they worked around it. So there's a bit more of a through line there, whilst Slitherark seemed to be a bit jumpy. And so had the Legion, actually, just dropping off the elements left, right, and centre, and then jump to a black flashback later on. It's it's because whilst I do like planet exploration, but and going for many settings in one story, but there's a way to do it, and not to mention sometimes less is more, because look at the original Star Wars films. There's not a lot of planets explored, but at least we do get enough detail of each one, and it has purpose, and it still pays well with visiting them and how long they're stayed for.
Of his upgraded Stonos don't work. Slitherark is already making his way there alongside additionally upgraded Stonos, adding more against the Legion. Finally,
additionally, well, Stonos that are more upgraded, he has spare ones which he can send. Is that anyway? So I think it's saying if the first wave are gone, then he has the second wave, but that are more upgraded. But could that be referring to the blast lot in the dogfight after Slitherark's gone? Is that what that could be referring to? They might add more against the Legion. Yeah, plenty against the Legion. Yeah, so he's although all of them are quite reliant on armies regardless, or they feel like Slitherark's very reliant on his resources and numbers more so.
Slitherark even attempts to call other goons while he is on an ongoing task of his own, but it looks like all of his friends are gone, and he knows who to blame.
So whilst we, it's up in the air who those guys were, because we hardly were mentioned any other Sign 4 goons, but yeah, like I said, could have gone into specifics, but yeah, it looks like Slitherark has more motive against the Legion, if all of them are gone. And he would have a big grudge against Dion as well, most likely if Dion's helped out the Legion more times too. Although we yet to see that, because Slitherark and Dion do have a bit of a call with each other, which I look forward to that actually. Anyway, we'll get going.
Tilda chapter 39, the elemental wave. Back at the comet front, Amiku introduces Zami to the cubes, and after being given some minor tips, Zami struggles to use them, and it doesn't get better afterwards. All he can do now is keep practicing. Zami rushes to try and create his technology with them. Even Arvin seems interested at first, but is later bothered as he doesn't have this tech-generating ability. Before leaving the Hashtu, Nicole was trying to get new members. Not now, but hopefully soon. They all rejected, only wanting to admire the Legion as they are, which annoys the Legion due to how repetitive the question is. Amiku, however, states a good few reasons why having such a big varied team could be a flawed idea, and he states all of those reasons in a massive piece of history. The biggest event in the universe, also known as the Elemental Wave. The event consisted of Vata, Xiantha's father, who managed to get hold of the power of all the elements combined,
he's
and with this
diving or
power,
something, and
he
then
was
on the
able to
right,
do
Titantrons
anything
uses
like bring back
invitation to
races
fight
from
Narvas,
extinction
and
and make
I like how the
brownfield
Narvas is going
sites
for a
into
different
new
colours as
beautiful
well, looking more
lands.
like
But
army
at the
men.
same
And
time,
oh yeah, it
getting
has the
rid of
weapons as
certain
well, yeah, because
races,
if the
ones
Narvas
that
had
could
a
be seen
weapon,
as
that's the
threatening
design they're
or
normally
ones
gone
which are as
for. It's
cocky as Vatar,
a blade on one end and
Xionthor
blunt
and
weapon
others
on
of
the
the
other.
race are
It's,
keen to
yeah,
put
I can see
themselves
that
on
being a
top.
really good
It
design.
wasn't
I'm
just them and
surprised
their
that
army, other leaders like
for the evil
Orpheon
tide,
and the
nobody
Net
thought, oh, you know,
robots,
what if,
Mechajor
you
and
know,
the
one side
Morphils
was a
and even
blade and the other
Ozona were
side was a
there,
blunt
who were
weapon,
already
and we can
keen
like
on one of the
spin it
forms of
around in
energy
that.
which Vatar had. While there are
Yeah, because
other
I've seen other
allies made thanks
variations
to
done in
Vatar
other
making
media, but
connections, he did have
yeah, I think
many
it's just a
ally-based
concept that should be
meetings,
played
and
around
the
more.
ones listed were the main allies, and
But
their
anyway,
armies
so
were
we've
gathered
got
to
another
discuss the
Titron, you
changes
know,
the
bring in
universe
a
will be having
more full
soon.
up air, and then
Possession
there's a
of all that
gravity
power from
that,
the
oh yeah, that's
elements
grabbed
isn't
hold
easy
of
though.
a
It requires a special
elliptic
machine to
bar, and then
fully
there's a
absorb those
gravity
elements into the
completely
body of the
floating over
amulet's user.
Narvas
The amulet is what
above as
absorbs
well,
all the
so
forms of energy, and Vatar
it
was using
looks
this
like
machine as he tried to pursue his goal.
the
This is
good
why
team is
during
at
the
an
end of the Elemental
advantage.
Wave War, everyone used safe and
Yeah, except
secure
for that
ways to
one
gather
stone
certain
nuke with like
elements such as the Titanrans using
Mon's Software
vegetation to
that's
safely get hold of Livingar and
lying
take it
down.
with them. Dian uses the Cape of
Um,
Xemian to grab hold of Viber to take
yeah,
it
it
to
just
the
really looks like
Tengus.
the good team's winning
Ozona
here. And yeah,
uses
this is
some
meant to be
metal
their
to try and
fortress of like
contain
the Narvas
Forza to keep it to
planet, you know, like
himself,
primary
and the
fortress, I
last to be
think, and
collected
some
was a type of
vegetation, so
energy
it's a
called
bit
Hamota.
cramped,
All
the
of those
imagery is.
names were names of the energy
Anyway, so I
sources
think
that
good to
Xionthor is
explain the
currently after
inspiration
and
for
was being possessed by Vatar 100
for
years
the
ago when
stoners.
this
So
certain
I
event
really
took
like
place.
big
Xemian,
statues,
the
and
creator of
I
Dian,
remember
and who
seeing
created
you know,
Dian
in various different
recently, tried to
places,
form a
you know,
legion
some
of his
places have
own,
like statues
consisting
sitting
of
or
the
standing,
Titanrans,
you know, they're
Sochus,
about
and Graditis,
like
who were
7 to
Amiku's
9 feet
race.
tall, and I just thought,
After
you know, I could
knowing,
come up with a really
witnessing,
special like
and
character. And
experiencing
whilst
some intimidation
the
from
8-bit
Vatar and his
approach
many other
hasn't
allies,
quite
this is why
made the
Xemian's
Sotters as
team couldn't get
appealing,
any
and I don't
more
think the
races but
storybooks
was
did
still
very well
mixed up.
either. I'll
Xemian
quickly,
was
if
alongside
I've got it
Orpheon after
somewhere,
being
there's a
persuaded by
one image of
Xionthor,
the stoner
but
which I was quite
Xemian quickly
impressed
got
with.
to
That
see
really
that this was
sells
not
the
how he
grand
wanted to
statue
fulfill his purpose,
creature-like
and so they are to
approach
defend Hamota
to the
greatly.
design, even with
Orpheon,
the lava
however,
bits above
found
too.
out about
But
Xemian's betrayal,
it's
and so the fight for Hamota
yeah,
alone occurred,
but you know, and if
involving
I
many
go
from
back
the
to
bad
the bigger or
team,
something,
only
you
to
know, to
lose
make them be
Hamota,
more
which
interesting,
then
make
leads to the
them the
battle as
biggest
the elemental wave
type of
started to happen.
alliances,
This
or
elemental wave was mainly
um,
a win for
yeah,
Xemian
because I'm
as the
still yet to
wave didn't
work
go
out
on as
what to
much
do
as
with
Vatar
them in the
wanted.
reboot, because I still
Despite
like
losing
them,
Hamota,
but
Xemian's
they're
team
just
keeps
simply yet
themselves
another
together
Guardian
despite
universe,
clashing between races
no,
such as
Guardian
arguing who is
universe, no,
better than one
like
another.
a
They were
Guardian
also
clan
questioning each other's
of the
methods of
universe.
defense
Yeah,
and
that's what I'm
mocking
trying to
each
go
other's
for. That's
cultures.
also in hiding,
So, they
because
all make their way
they're
to
not allowed to
Xanthor's
fight,
planet, all following
because of
Xemian
Xanthor
as
going
he knows
after
the
that.
location of Xanthor's planet by
So yeah,
now. All
but anyway,
races
let's
have
go
their
to this
crafts.
exciting
Except
chapter.
for Dian. Chapter 39, The Elemental Wave. Back at the comet front, Amiku introduces Zami to the cubes, and after being given some minor tips.
So it's set up that yeah, the word minor is definitely set up for later, because Amiku's given Zami the bare minimum at this point. But it looks like Zami was like apparently proved himself worthy. I've already gone over why the whole why Amiku gave Zami the ability in the first place, and why Amiku they created the facade of, or earn. You have to earn the ability almost. Yes, it sounds too much like a video game, pretty much. And so yeah, I think Zami does try it despite struggling with them, and so yeah, everyone's at the common front, and Demiki's about to tell them all the big story.
Zami struggles to use them, and it doesn't get better afterwards. All he can do now is keep practicing. Zami rushes.
So yeah, it's pretty much like a definitely a beginner stage with the cubes, because if any element is, like I said, it's just seeing how both you and the elements connect, and how it connects to your mind, and how you work around it. I think that's what Sam's trying to adjust, because although in my reboot, I think the lightning would have run on that kind of logic too, but if the cubes are even more like powerful force, then going from this novel alone, then
is to try and create his technology with them. Even Arvin seems interested at first, but is late. 9, The Elemental Wave. Back at the comet front, Amiku
I just have to check something.
Introduces Zami to the cubes, and after being given some minor tips, Zami struggles to use them, and it doesn't get better afterwards. All he can do now is keep practicing. Zami rushes to try and create his technology with them.
So Zami's like a tad impatient himself, which could have been a interesting parallel with Emic if he was described as impatient, but that trait of Emic doesn't come up much, but Zami we do have loads of examples of, and although once again I don't know where the technology influence comes from, with Zami being like, oh, he's going to make technology out of this, unless he thinks, oh, it's solid and it looks like it can, it's material that can be manipulated easily. So yeah, I think that's the best guess I could go for, from the information alone. But yeah, he's like really eager to blend the technology with his lightning ability.
Even Arvin seems
I think I've also gone over how, oh yeah, because I've thought of a good rival for Zami where it's not one of his race, but more accurate to what the race is actually like, just the lightning alone. But Zami uses technology to make him stand out and use the ability in other ways. So yeah, I like that kind of exploration.
interested at first, but is later bothered as he doesn't have this tech-generating ability.
No, definitely not. But yeah, this is like a hint that Arvin's like, oh, won't be able to help Zam with the gadgets anymore if he's going to go in that direction. So that's definitely another like massive change which will put him off. I'm sure he'll be able to work on other tech things, but I think when it comes to Zami, you basically do that, and I reckon Zami would be able to do anything, like fix Nicole's gun, for instance. Even though it seems interested at first. Yeah, because he likes technology and it's a new power he's never seen before. So once again, it's his curiousness coming in too. So yeah, that's one character.
Before leaving Nahashtu, Nicole was trying to get new members, not now but hopefully soon.
Once again, this is right to something after the ending, but although, oh yeah, I think she brought it up again by being like, that's the whole crowd, I suppose, and the thought, are not any more members. But I think not only does it go back to the theme of, the Legion are already good enough for the numbers, but even Amiku tries to come up with, oh, I just spotted a red ant, just going to get rid of it. There you go, sorted it, I think. They creep me out sometimes. Anyway, so, but even Amiku right here is talking about how, like, not only does he like tell the story of what this battle was, but he mainly tells it because he's like, well, not only is the amount of numbers not a good idea, but and well, I guess it hints like the idea of independence, almost as if Amiku's almost like the wrong embodiment for independence and how the Legion needs independence correctly. Yeah, I think that's the kind of direction it was trying to go for, and what else did I say? Oh yeah, and also just stating that a team of mixed individuals is probably not a good idea in the first place, because you could think, or maybe not, because what happens at the end of book 3 and 4, but that happens because of the Legion being responsible for certain actions, is not really anything to do with the mixing side of things. Yeah, because it would be like one thing if the Legion, I don't know, they extended mixed abilities which then cause trouble, or the abilities resulted in massively different agendas which then cause problems. And there's probably tidbits of that, maybe the fourth one when Pod try and use his power against Megador only for him to have it. But once again, that's nothing really to do with a mixed team. But maybe I could say that all of this trouble is so bad at a point where a mixed alien team won't work either, because of the near loss in this battle. But yeah, I'm kind of excited to get into it.
They all rejected, only wanting to admire the Legion as they are, which annoys the Legion due
Well, it annoys the others, as it's meant to say. But yeah, I think that's a normal thing, because look at the celebrities. Not everyone wants to be an actor, but we still admire the skill of the actor that we enjoy watching. So yeah, it's that kind of similar mindset. And but yeah, I think the Legion's mind is pretty much like the audience's when they're like, really, Nicole, you're actually going to try every single time. And also, before I forget, so before going on to these novels, and even before the storybooks, the more final version of the story are kind of written as draft scripts, and it was pretty much 6 episodes per season during the final form. It used to be way more. We're talking about loads, but then I wanted to do more condensed story, and as you can imagine, when it comes to book 3, an entire episode was dedicated to the war. But before the war happened, the novel does catch up with some bits and bobs, such as how Zemlin, it took a while to gather the 3 teams, but Oprah refused, and it was part of when Orphan and Zemlin were going different ways. Orphan had the army, Zemlin created the On, and Hemota was an element that was defended until it wasn't, by the opposite team, mainly Orphan. And so I think that would have given Hemota a bit more screen time too, but actually not that much really, because it was only being defended, not used. And then it went straight to the battle on Narevas, where I don't know how they located one another. So yeah, this is because from the full continuity, the origin of the universe happened, and the elemental gods created all sorts. Then other problems arised, and then they created Narevas as protection, but the Narevas fall back, turned all of the aspect about the Narevas converting all of the godly figures, or 4 of the main ones, into balls of energy, which is all explained in book 5. But then. Oh yeah, because oh no, yeah, Hemota still got away, so that individual must have stayed with the others as protection, but then he got converted too by the entity, and then that led to Narvas, the Narvas having all the elements then. So that's where book 5 helps add a bit more of what happened before this battle. Alongside just adding some extra history for Zion 4 too. It's just going to see what that's like, but regardless, that's a whole load of history. But yeah, let's get going.
Due to how repetitive the question is. Amiku, however, states a good few reasons why having such a big varied team could be a flawed idea, and he states
We'll discuss the many variables. Because at first it could sound like Amiku saying, maybe don't make the team too big. Although I think that what's not quite matching with the flashback is that it's 3 versus 3. It wasn't 3 evil teams counted by many individuals. That could have been like a more interesting idea, but I think once again, I think it was when I was like limiting, creating limits to make it easier, because for instance, if this did go mainstream, then that would have meant animated a whole heap of aliens to fight the 3 teams. But instead of making 2 armies, could have had the first type of legion first, trying to fight the 3 evil teams. So yeah, actually, I think that does sound like a better idea, because it's the idea of this legion aspect happened before and it failed. So why did Earth try again? Because Mike even treats it as an original idea, but it was even I don't know. It looks like Dion came up with it first, and Dion could have had a chat about Mike about being like, he didn't come up with the first legion, So yeah, that could have been a more fun concept. But anyway, let's get going.
it's all of those reasons in a massive piece of history. The biggest event in the universe, also known as
There has been other things going on, because even if Dion dropped a couple of hints about it, maybe podding like the previous books, but with everyone still making their way to somewhere on the ship, is like the perfect time to tell a tale. Because it is a good opportunity, because sometimes the stories characters will like pause an important journey to tell it of something important, and normally I keep thinking, are you gonna get moving? Because it just depends on the time and place. Because to help with progress, the characters could maintain their fast-paced adventure whilst telling the story, or simply walking if it calls for it, or if you're about to go to sleep, it's a good time then whilst you're resting. But also whilst you're in the vehicle, still making your way with no trouble around at the moment, then that's where there's a good time to explain the like a piece of history then.
the elemental wave. The event consisted of Vata, Zion.
Yeah, the elemental wave is wait, that's the name of the event. I thought it was called the Elemental War. because the elemental wave is the force that happens in both this flashback and at the end of book 5. It's an entire wave made up of all the elements, which helps reform the entire universe as the user wishes. So yeah, that would like to clarify.
Samantha's father, who managed to get hold of the power of all the elements combined, and with this power, he was able.
So yeah, that was first mentioned here. So yeah, it looks like he was the ruler before, which yeah. And also, if you're wondering, why did I create Vata in the first place? And it's because when going through many video essays, I remember being inspired by sometimes villains have a character who brings them down emotionally, or it may helps to maintain a sentimental side of them. Like there's tons of examples across media, but I remember thinking, if Time Force still had the previous ruler, still about, would be his dad. That's like some kind of connection, and even book 5, when he does come about, because Xynophore and Vata had that kind of relationship where Vata never really saw Xynophore as like a good enough ruler, fighter, and user of the elements. But in book 5, and whilst book 5 could have been a bit
Tilda
quick
chapter
about it
39,
still
the
covered,
elemental wave. Back at the
sorry,
comet
that's
front,
a
Amiku
device,
introduces
ignore it.
Zami to the cubes, and after
But
being
if
given some minor tips, Zami struggles to
like I said,
use
book 5
them,
was a
and
bit
it
too
doesn't get
quick
better
with
afterwards. All he can do
with
now is
how
keep
Xynophore
practicing.
proved Vata
Zami
wrong,
rushes to try and create
but
his
it still
technology
covered
with
like
them.
those kind of areas
Even
where Vata's
Arvin
like,
seems
much you're
interested
quite
at
actually
first,
doing
but
well,
is later
despite
bothered as he
hiding
doesn't
yourself in
have this
fortress. I don't
tech-generating
know if Vata knew
ability.
about that
Before
aspect,
leaving
but apparently
Nahashtu,
Vata was
Nicole
going
was trying to
all
get new
around as well.
members,
He kept
not now
himself
but hopefully
well
soon.
hidden, didn't
They all
he?
rejected, only wanting to admire the Legion as they are, which annoys the
I think
Legion
that's
due
it
to
too.
how
It's like a bit
repetitive the question
of a
is.
plot hole.
Amiku,
Because at
however,
least
states
Vata's
a good
like,
few
he
reasons
was
why
like
having such a big
disappeared,
varied
so
team
at
could be
least
a
he was like,
flawed
oh, know where
idea,
he is.
and
Not
he
to
states
mention
all of those
Xynophore is
reasons in a massive
the
piece
bigger
of history.
problem, but
The biggest
I
event
don't
in
know,
the
because Vata has
universe,
the
also
influence too, and
known
he
as
didn't
the
know the elements
elemental
either.
wave.
So
The event consisted of Vata,
it's
Xyantha's
like he's
father, who
put in a
managed to get
box
hold
only
of the
to
power
like
of
come
all
out
the
later.
elements
It's
combined, and with
not
this
like the
power,
best
he
way to
was
go
able to
about
do
it.
anything like bring back races from extinction and
So
make brownfield
yeah, so they
sites
got hold
into
of
new
all of the
beautiful
elements,
lands.
and
But at the same time,
we will
getting
get
rid
to
of
more
certain
explicitly what
races,
these elements
ones that
are,
could
but
be
we
seen
can
as
make some
threatening
guesses
or
considering
ones
the
which are as
prior
cocky as
recurrent
Vata,
story. So
Xyanthor and
yeah.
others of the race are keen to put themselves on top. It wasn't just them and their army, other leaders like Orpheon and the Net Robots met.
Oh yeah, so that's where it's talking about the positives, because I think in the more generic story it would be like, oh, start the universe completely from scratch, destroy it even. But in this case, it was to actually, there were some good changes to be done as well, but it came at a massive cost of, as it said here, getting rid of certain races in order to make the universe a bit more peaceful and just make the whole area more peaceful, but perhaps more restricted as well, which is a negative. And but something else I just thought about is that why not make the races, like bring them back but make them more peaceful, which the Titrans do anyway in the future. So unless they just completely want to rid of all of them as if they never existed, which yeah, I think that part should have been explained, but at least we've got some good ideas there. Oh, by the way, if you wonder what a brownfield site is, it's when you see like an abandoned building or just a load of concrete or built land that's not used, and then it's reused or built up upon, to bring it back, because greenfield sites is any type of green land that gets built up upon, as houses or businesses expand. But brownfield sites, like they can be limited and you would have to improvise, but at least it's using land that's already built. So yeah, there you go. That's a bit of geography that's paid off a little bit here, when I did that at school.
Chijor and the Morphils and even Ozona were there, who were already keen on one of the forms of energy which Vata had. While there are other allies,
Um, Even if they're more cocky, does that mean getting rid of other rulers across the universe then? Is that what that's implying? That wasn't very clear then.
made thanks to Vata making connections, he did have many ally-based meetings.
Oh, even Xynophore too. Although Xynophor's different, he's not a foe. it's just like, if anything, that would have wanted to keep Signfall as like his personal right hand man almost. There's no father-son bonding. Not until book 5 anyway, where Signfall does connect a little bit, only for that to be lost and gives Signfall into a bit of a into a rage, which makes it more personal, against the Legion. So yeah, although something else as far as that. I guess a version of a story could have worked. Maybe Signfall could have been like more sentimental with his goons, or maybe it was, always been a bit of a loner, but he always had a personal grudge against the Legion. Like these lights could have worked, and maybe there could have been a story that might have worked without better. But I could see the opposite working as well. It's just like a unique direction. Although here's the thing: is it actually, needed? Would we miss that? And I think so. Like you can't really imagine the story without him, but I don't know. It's just having him suddenly come out and about in book 5 when he's been hidden all this time, far more well despite the Legion's, apparent golden age. Yeah, I think that's why I have a bit of a problem. But yeah, here's the other villains mentioned too. So yeah, I think this is also flashback stuff, which is in line enough as far as I can see. So we'll see if there's any contradictions, but anyway, let's just have a look.
And the ones listed were the main allies, and their armies were gathered to discuss the changes the universe will be having soon. Possession of all that power.
So yeah, not only did Orpheus and Mechadron and their forces have been around all this time, and Ozona didn't have the Stone Nose yet, which means that I think Ozona would be a lot younger compared to the others, because Morphils have longevity, if that's even explained, and Orpheon's like a robot. So we can infer how long he's been around, considering, Dion's been around for ages too. But yeah, I think Ozona is younger, and yeah, I think the stuff with the Stoners would come later. But if the Stoners like to benefit other leaders, who were they benefiting at the time?
From the elements isn't easy though. It requires a special machine.
And that reminds me, because it's all up in the air of which races are in danger and such. But in my guide, because I was trying to think, if the likes of, for instance, Sammy represents lightning as a superpower, it's individuals like him were to make him a solo individual, a hybrid, last of his kind, part of a race. I think I talked about it before, but the main point is that I definitely will be paying more attention of which races were at risk and what alterations could happen. But I think I was thinking of changing Signfall's motivation. How I even thought about making like Mechadron the main villain, because if I'm tempted to make Pod the protagonist, then Mechadron to consider the idea of like a wildlife only universe with very little supernatural activity going all around to make an all natural area. Like, sure, it sounds a bit ridiculous, but I think it could actually debate some really neat points. Yeah, that's the motivation I could get behind it, because Signfall is a bit abstract from time to time, and I'll still like to keep Signfall in because he's almost like a proper warmonger. Maybe he could be like the one who like hides in the shadows, does all sorts of schemes, and he turns out to be the most dangerous one. And Mechadron could try and be him, and for Signfall to actually go for them. And slowly Signfall gets more personally hurt by the Legion, especially Mechadron goes. So yeah, it's those kind of ideas I like to have a go with instead. But yeah, let's get going.
To fully absorb those elements into the body of the amulet's user. The amulet is what absorbs all the forms of energy, and Vata was using this machine as he tried to pursue his goal. This is why during the end of
So unless no, it says other allies. So yeah, that's up in the air too. What were the others? Why didn't they join this battle? Were they spared from the elemental wave from the get go? Like, I guess that one of them could be like Sivarok, or maybe his race, or maybe one of the Guardian races, that appeared on Zemian's side that might have been on Signfall's first, or Vatta's at the time. Well, there are many other allies. But yeah, like I said, just totally up in the air, nothing specified, and it will be more specified in the reboot. Their armies are gathered to discuss changes. So yeah, discussing changes, yeah. So I think Vatta just wants to clarify with all of his allies, whoever they are, to be like, okay, we're going to make these changes. So it's good to discuss them, but I guess I might have to hurry up because it's going to have some resistance soon.
Of the elemental wave war, everyone used safe and secure ways to gather certain elements, such as the Titanrans using vegetation to safely get hold of Livinga and take it with.
Yeah, that's something important to all clarify, and it is even in line with Book 5, where if you have all the elements in the amulet, then good, but there's like some limits, and it's like all of those limits are broken, and you can reach unlimited power thanks to yet another machine. You have to, I guess, like step into a box, and then the box explodes, and that's where you can do whatever you like. So like a free for all kind of thing. So yeah, I think that's like the difference between just having the amulet with all of the more limited abilities, which I've been able to go for, but once you go into the machine, that's where everything goes completely out of whack. And like I said, universe changing potentials. So potentials, no, you don't put an S at the end of that word, no. But yeah, it just helps to establish different levels, and it's also good to clarify these kind of things ahead of time, because I forgot. Oh yeah, it was a Fomento video. I'm not sure how other people feel about their YouTube nowadays, because I haven't watched his video in ages, but he does actually have some good starting points, especially in his early videos. And I forgot what film it was, but he was talking about how he was covering a film that were like, oh, if this happens, then this happens, and they're like, oh, okay, so we understand the stakes from the get-go. Okay, I gotcha. But then, despite the villain getting what she wanted, and then she was going to go ahead with the plan, but then she was like, oh, by the way, I also need this, and then in later stories like, oh, I need this too, and so it creates that problem, being like, wait, hang on, you just established that if X happens, then Y happens, but now X needs Z, A, B, C for Y to happen. Like, why is the formula then changed later on? It's like making some mistakes in that. But yeah, but thankfully I don't fall into that trap.
Them. Dian uses the cape of Zemian to grab hold of Viber to take it to the Tengus. Ozona uses some metal to try and.
Yeah, the amulet helps you get the powers in the first place, but the machine almost like unlocks the lot. But you could also interpret the machine as like the universe changing funnel, I suppose.
Contain Forza to keep it to him.
Although this machine is also not very clarified either, which hopefully does get explained later on, but I don't know, I kind of see it as like, just stepping in and explode that way, like just walking into a box that closes, but a big one at that, of course. And oh, hang on, elemental wave war. I still prefer elemental war, but what about when the elements were fighting the Naravas? What about the other? Because I even come up with other universe origins about when the gods kind of fight each other like that. Yeah, I need to think about names of events. You need to really clarify what specific events happen across all of these universes. What about every time? Every big villain like attacks, and what would the names of the battles be? I guess you could label them all as war at the end. That could help differentiate them. But wars are bigger than battles, so I'd have to label them carefully and in more variety.
Himself, and the last to be collected was a type of energy called Hamota. All of those names were names of.
Oh, this is why during the end. Okay, so this is okay, so it's a minor jump ahead, but it clarifies some things.
The energy sources that Xyanthor is currently after and was being possessed by Vater 100.
And yeah, that's information we know anyway. So we're like, okay, so this war happened before, war happened later, and so yeah. So although we're getting told ahead of time that the Titan safely secured using vegetation, but actually no, that information should be stated till later. This is like the end of the battle, and also I really don't like the "this is why" line. It's just like it's like being too blatant by being like, oh, this is why it's X, Y, and Z. But never mind. Anyway, safe and secure ways, and so that information we can remember and then keep in mind for later. We also know how it takes a lot to absorb it, and if the Titans explain, by using vegetation to grab hold of it that way, then yeah, that's understanding the limits. But anyway, it's just almost like not trusting the memory of the viewer, like here. And yeah, in all sort of ways, for how the elements are transported in other ways too. The cape and but once again, what's said about Theon, Simeon, and the Tengas, that too could have been information said for later too.
Years ago when this certain event took place.
And yes, Simeon has a cape despite being a robot. Thought it was a nice mixture.
Xemion, the creator of Dian, and who created Dian recently, tried to form a legion of his own, consisting of the Titan Rands, Soch.
So at least there's an explanation for Ozona, but like I said, once that should have been saved for later. But anyway, there's a fourth one, Hemota. Do tell us.
And Graditis, who were Amiku's race. After knowing, witnessing, and experiencing some intimidation from Vata and his.
So this is almost like a revelation thing by being like, some of the main significant forms of energy we'll be coming across is all being part of this. Well, I think this kind of plan coming back is, well, we can infer it so far just by not being, because I think it's later on in the book where it's like, oh, what happened 100 years ago, it's going to be tried again. And then, and we'll later find out what the names of those elements are and what they consist of, in later explained in other scenes. Which, I'm fine for it to explain later on, because you're like, oh, what is this forms of energy? Because it's created some mystery first, and then it's more outlined and how it connects to prior stories.
Many other allies. This is why Xemion's team couldn't get any.
And so that had the lot, the life force, Ozona's power, etc.
More races, but was still mixed up. Xemion was alongside Orpheon after being persuaded.
Who created Dian recently? No, he did it. He created it 100 years ago. That's not recent. And, well, we already know about Xemion creating Dion, and also Xemion. Also said that he was involved in a certain event, as it was called it. The creator recently tried to form a legion of his own. Yes. Okay. So when you first hear about this, you're like, okay, so these are some that we've been given some names of alliances that Vata and Signfall had, but who Xemion going to get hold of, and that's where it does kind of get interesting. But once the races are mentioned, that's where you're like, okay, so these are races which have some kind of familiarity of, because I know the names in that. So yeah.
Took place. Xemion, the creator of Dian, and who created Dian recently, tried.
No, it's X and repeated. I must have meant something like who Dion has mentioned recently, or something like that.
To form a legion of his own, consisting of the Titan Rands, Sochus, and Graditis, who were Amiku's race.
Because we already know what the Titan Rands and Sochus are, if the Sochus were explained earlier, but with the Graditis being a new name followed by the bracket, that's where the audience could be like, oh, the Graditis is Amiku's race, okay, and then it's further explained about the abilities they can do.
After knowing, witnessing, and experiencing some intimidation from Vata and his many other allies, this is what.
I think that's referring to both Xemion and I think the other races, being on edge because of that.
Why Xemion's team couldn't get any more races but was still mixed up. Xemion.
Mixed up? Well, like unified, not mixed up. That sounds a bit wrong. Incorrect. Check. Mixed up is like too negative of a explanation. It should be the races will still varied and yet unified. This is almost like a throwaway line by saying that Nevata did try and go for other races to join in, and who knows who he would have been, asking for help. He could have even tried residents, would have been that desperate, but, it's not specified. Again, it's just like when it's mentioned about how Signfall and Vata had way more outside of the three armies.
Was alongside Orpheon after being persuaded by Xyanthor, but Xemion quickly got to see that this was not how he wanted to fulfill his purpose, and so they are to defend Hemota greatly. Orpheon.
So when I talked about, prior versions of the story, although this is like a bit of a jump because it's weird because it's saying that Vata had possession of them, but now it said that Xemion and the others defended Hemota. Defended Hemota. Although if it is talking about a past event anyway, where Xemion and Orpheon used to get on, then I think that's where we're on a mindset of okay, so we've got events happening before, and apparently they tried to defend one of the elements at one point. So yeah, like I said, should have been clearer, but at least we're a bit in the past. And so Xemion and Orpheon did used to get on, and Yeah, I wondered how Seinfeld first approached them in the first place and what their goals initially were like, because these two were they like created on their own, almost like like similar to how the elements were made. They were just made by the universe as it was starting to form. That part's a bit unclear. I feel like the elements should have like made them both be like, oh, like yes, we created the universe, or maybe could the niche bots with there is Emin and Orpheum, were they a godly counter yet again to like, oh, Narvas, you can help us solve the problems. Oh, no, you turned to back on us. All right, now we're going to create the niche bots. And if I wanted them to be manipulated, add them more to the Narvas side, even with the gods being completely diminished. So, yeah. Um, yeah, because I would have liked to see more of why Ozone was keen on Seinfeld's way of things, but not Zemian. Like, that should be expanded upon, even if we do see, different sides of the same coin almost. Um, Yeah, and it's also not outlined what Zemian's purpose is, but we can already tell it's like a universe protecting kind of thing, being more fair. But it looks like Orphan and his army want to be, just want to represent Xynthor instead, almost like choosing what most likely could be the winning team. And once again, all of this is a bit abstract for saying that Orphe found out about Zemian defending Thermota, which meant that Xynthor would have told Orphe by being like, hey, where do you think the other elements have gone? And then only for finding out that Simon has potentially backstabbed the lot, for hiding one element away from them. And so, yeah, it's just briefly explained when it should be a bit more detail. Not massive, though, because, this is a flashback. It's meant to be kind of quicker, despite an entire chapter dedicated, but this is already too big of a chapter. So... yeah, and that's the battle to try and defend Hermota, which was a loss, which I also said later on about the prior versions of the story.
However, found out about Zemian's betrayal, and so the fight for Hermota alone occurred, involving many from the bad team, only to lose Hermota, which then leads to the battle.
Which army was there? Was it like all three races, like some of them joining in to get hold of Hermota before going back to Naravas's planet, which is called Orivorn? I remember that. Yeah, that's stated in the guide. And yeah, so that was one battle, and then leads to the battle as the elemental wave started to happen. Yeah, so yeah, battle is like charging up, and then this is where both sides trying to fight on planet Orivon that way.
As the elemental wave started to happen. This elemental wave was mainly a win for Zemian as the wave didn't go on as much as Vata wanted. Despite losing Hermota, Zemian's team.
So once again, we jumped ahead of time again by saying, oh, Zemion won, by the way, and I know it's a flashback where the stakes aren't as high back then, but I would know as in mean like story-wise, it's not the definitive stakes, but to say that Zemion won when it could have been a loss, I think that's almost like a small spoiler. Yeah, because even the aspect about Zavata not going as far as he wanted to because of all of the hindering, I think so. Then, then yeah, it could have been like a win either side. Well, actually, no, both teams kind of lost because the wave still happened. A lot of people or any races went, and but it was still like stopped midway or something. And even if what the wave looks like is a bit up in the air, despite being explained that it's planet group reforming kind of power. So yeah.
Keeps themselves together despite clashing between races, such as arguing who is better than one another.
Once again, this could have been if expanded upon as well. Why were Zimi's team, they're like the ones clashing, and what made that to be able to unite his team at a point where no clashing was occurring. And not to mention, even with Xynthor and the Goons and that, it's almost as if they like to vary their aliens too. So it's weird that when the Legion like, oh my gosh, a mixed alien entity, but Xynthor's doing the same thing. So it's not unique. It's just a good version of a already powerful way of doing things. So Yeah, I think that's something I might reconsider. But even then, I still like the idea of a variety of alien races fight against one another. But I could still make the evil team a bit more similar to one another, almost like a Plants vs Zombies scenario.
They were also questioning each other's methods of
Yeah, that would be interesting. Why would they think they're better than one another? There could be all sorts, like who'll be wiser with the elements, who'll be better at battle. Yeah, so many questions.
defense and mocking each other's cultures. So, they all make their way
What kind of defenses and how were they dissing each other's cultures? Like, even if it's like an interesting list, it could have been, like I said, like expanded upon. Like, granted, you would know to try to figure out how to explain all of these at once. It could also be like in one big argument or like a continuous one that keeps going on and off. For Zeman to be like, hey, knock it out, because, you can imagine he was a good leader to, go this far.
to Xantha's planet. All following Zemian as he knows the location.
And yeah, the means of transportation is all explained. Although I don't like how the Psochas have their own ship, and I'm a bit mixed on the Titrans having their own ship too, because they're mainly like all plant based, and the Gratities, however, move in a way where they transport in a way which I kind of like. So yeah. Anyway, I think the methods of flying is loosely explained, but we'll see.
Of Xantha's planet by now, all races have their craft.
So I'm not sure if it's said that Simeon. Oh, with a flying Simeon, so he does fly on his own. Okay, yeah, because I think he managed to do some upgrades himself, because not even Orpheum could fly until much later, or did he at least have like speed boost, something like that?
Except for Dian, who flies himself, with a flying Zemian too as they go to the planet, and with the Graditis.
Yeah, Dion flying on his own as well. Yeah, I think it would have also been nice to see what, well, not only more characterization from Zimion, but what Dion was like back then, being entirely new and having to be made for the battle, or many of them actually.
Is flying their custom cube-like ship.
And not to mention, it looks like if Zimion did actually win alongside the other races, then about Zimion and Dion would have like keep an eye on the universe that way in another peaceful era of some sort. So yeah, once again, we've got another what if scenario.
Ships to move along. As Vata wears the amulet, he forcefully gets Xanthor to guard him and the other allies to watch all around the planet for any intruders. Being so full of himself makes Xanthor feel belittled, considering.
So not only is that a trait of Vata, as we can, well, I think we can already see, and no thanks to the last 5 words of that paragraph, but yeah, because if after winning a battle, to get the last element, yeah, of course, there might be visitors, and yeah, and of course the planet is well guarded because Vata managed to nearly win.
He is the only one who feels like he has no significant position compared to Orpheon or Mechajor, who are leaders of their armies. Hermota was placed in the amulet, and now Vata.
There might have been other reasons at the time too, like, well, they should, Orpheon and Mechajor should stand out other than being two evil leaders with two evil armies, even if the attributes and morphos are different on the surface. But Zimmerman's like, Zionfall's treated like a right hand man, so maybe it should have been him wanting a higher position. But yeah, at the same time, if you're not the one leading your armies, then I can see that being hard. But he could have been like commanding the Naravas too, unless that had beat him to it with the orders. So never mind. Well, we'll
is
see what it's
wearing
like.
it and goes inside the machine where he can fully intake the element's power.
It just felt like the order is a bit odd. I feel like all of the flashback stuff and the clashing, all of that should be written, and then what happened with the elements afterwards is all saved for later. And yeah, there's no proper through line. We're like jumping back and forward between points. I'm surprised anyone's going to keep track of this.
Therefore releasing the universe's reforming wave. But their preparation is about to pay off now that Zemian's
Okay, so yeah, that's all clear. Yep, so we know where he's at.
Team is coming from the heights of the sky. The Titanrans have their massive cruiser, the Carditis have their vehicles made up of a collection of cubes, alike your average saucer as they prefer.
Oh no, that's meant to be Gratities. Oh my god, did this accidentally get oh my god, what's that word? Which is then accidentally auto-corrected into this. What is that? a term for inflation of the heart. Oh gosh. Yeah, apparently at one point the Gradities were actually named after a heart thing. Yeah, because I thought it sounded like that because it has like the cardio word in there, or cardiology. God, yeah. That's like the worst autocorrect in this story so far. In the book 3 is already like the inferior one. Anyway, so yeah, we'll just get going despite that. Yeah, tried to answer the big cruiser. Yep, so they're all coming at one, and Suchers and Gradities, there's already multiple ones of. Sorry, that's no noise in the background.
And even the Sochus vehicles are the same color and material as them, lava-fueled. Like a stretched
Okay, so they make the vehicles like a flying saucer. Okay.
sphere and a back part to produce the firepower for the vehicle.
So the Sucher ships kind of sound cool on the surface, but yeah, not as yeah, like I said, the Suchers are going to be massively improved. But anyway. Okay, so just come back after the recording. Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry, it's all good. Alright, so yeah, that was just describing one of the vehicles, okay? This goes to the evil fortress and it was the main castle of the world. Yep, so this is where the battle is primarily going to take place, so yeah, let's see what else.
Evacuating feature, hence why it's separated from the rest of the world later.
Evacuation future, yeah, must be keeping the residents safe, which means that, yeah, because I used to think of Zion Force race as like like an all battling kind of race, but yeah, not as straightforward as we thought. Which is good. It's just like a variety, and that's why it's separated from the rest of the world later. Yeah, and also, yeah, if it's like away, then yeah, it just means everyone else is in safety whilst the battle is happening.
All the evil armies start coming together and form a protective scheme around Vata.
Is scheme the right? No, formation, not scheme. But yeah, at least yeah, there again, the sounds ready.
Naravas have many defenses like cannons and even firing shields that are both defensive and offensive. The more
I must have been thinking of something else back then because yeah, I can't really picture what those fight. Well, maybe it's like a cannon on top of his shield. I'm not sure, but yeah, or maybe like spikes to the shield. Who knows? But at least there's defenses around. So yeah, let's see how effective they are.
act as the primary up-close fighters once Xemian's legion arrives,
and yeah, this is where we're getting on to some description about what the what each race can do in terms of their role. So yeah, for instance, have the Morphals close up, and the Ninja Bots will be long range, won't they? Yes, they are.
The net robots mainly act as the long-range fighters, firing at the ships from afar as well as firing at Xemian's team once they get closer. But to vary all
Yep, so firing at the ships on the opposite side, yeah, that will slow them down, perhaps could decrease the numbers. So yeah, this is where the battle is essentially starting. Firing at ships from afar as well as firing at yeah, of course.
areas. The armies do mix in some cases, like having some Naravas and net robots alongside the Morphils. It is the main battleground after all.
Yeah, I think the point of that line is that I remember thinking, not every race would be in the same formation or role. I think some might, because sometimes battles do get messy. So, for instance, the niche bots might have to fight up close, depending what the other side or the other opponents or army is like.
Even the other Narava's residents who were going about their day also had to move far from the area where the battle was taking place. Xemian's team did
I thought well, I guess it's expanding more of that, but this should have been part of like the evacuating segment that was being described earlier.
attempt to attack while arriving, such as the Graditis throwing cubes from afar.
I feel like that's a bit too messy of a sentence. Arriving such as Graditis. Oh yeah, so just giving themselves like an upper hand as they make their way, throwing keys from afar. And yeah, and I think even the Sochas are Yeah, they're throwing projectiles too, which yeah, we can see how both races do their thing.
Which have destroyed most of the defenses. The Sochus jump off their crafts and start
Yeah.
firing projectiles from the ground. Zemian's team did attempt to attack while arriving, such as the Graditis throwing cubes.
So yeah, so far, yeah, I feel like the others have a bit more an upper hand. The Titrans and the Naravos are a bit inactive at the moment, but got some firing up both sides, and I think Zimmerman's team's win at this point. Yeah, either Zimmerman and Dion are firing at each other, well, not each other, on the opposite team.
From afar, which have destroyed most of the defenses. The Sochus jump off their crafts and start firing projectiles.
Have I accidentally duplicated like the audio for the following? Not sure. Anyway, also firing at individuals thanks to their lasers and Tatrons are to move ahead whilst defended by one another defended by the other two races so they can lead the battle. Tatrons lead the battle. Okay, they should have thought about that if which ones are going to be more on the forefront. But I can see what the Titrons would be, and they're almost like the more definitive race compared to the others, story-wise anyway. Yeah, it should be expanded upon still. So this is what they're doing as well. So I think they use the vegetation to good use. Yeah, as it says here, they run ahead with fight with the strength while also control vegetation for more of a speed boost. Yeah, because there's been times where they used vegetation to climb around, and if you're like on a moving vine that's also going higher, then yeah, I can see how you're going faster that way. Yeah, it was a useful strategy in book 4, which I think I remember writing in. So yeah, let's see. Yeah, so this is an alright starting point for this battle.
From the ground, with the vines hitting away or tangling a lot of the opposite team. Later on, all three races from both sides
yeah, so yeah, the vines seem to be rather good. So yeah, the Zimmerman's team seems to be winning so far. I think if that was my intention at the time to give Zimian's team a sense of false hope, then yeah, let's say yeah, it's like a really good starting point for that team.
Actually start to fight up close despite some races fighting from afar, leading to a brutal fight which is also
it gets to a point where I can see why some would be charging or headed into one another, because yeah, the Morphals don't really have any long range attacks, and neither do the Navras really, aside from the fortress defences. So yeah, needed and some good fortune, but it's also varied. Yeah, even if it is varied, yeah, I think it would have been nice to see some more detail about how varied and brutal most of this is. Yeah, like, although I guess I just suddenly thought maybe the writing of the fight scenes are as abstract as they are because because if it's like for a family friendly audience, because you don't want to be like too graphic. Yeah, I think that could be a good case why maybe that back then why a lot of the fighting is not only up in the air but surface level, but like I said, it only gets more detailed when it's more important actions. And I guess it's just getting straight to the point where like, okay, so they're simply fighting each other, okay, and then just seeing how it starts and how it ends, and any significant moments in between. So yeah, it's an efficient way of writing, but yeah, I think that's in debate.
varied. As this happens, Thor keeps protecting Vata, even fighting off any of Zemian's team without trouble, and the likes
Yeah, so I think because in the storybook, veterans line 4 are high up, so despite being the intention, I could have forgotten to write it that way, but I guess we could still assume that they're within the the fort, and yeah, Zone 4 seems to be a pretty good protector with Vata, protecting Vata inside the device. Yeah, despite their black description of it. And yeah, if it's within a fort, yeah, it is still sensibly placed, and yeah, lots of Zone 4's fighting off whoever's been trying to make it there.
of Ozona, Orpheon, and Mechajor aim to fight either Dian or
Yeah, without trouble, which means Vata's just absolutely fine. He's got nothing to worry about. And oh, what are the others doing?
Zemian. Zemian persuades Dian to stop both Xionth.
Yeah, so the more significant and standalone fighters are going to go for one another. So whilst Dion could have helped Simeon, but Simeon is like, oh no, please, go for time for, it's just him, see how I can fight him. And I think Dion and Zymford do have a decent enough built-up rivalry, because there's this, as is seen later in this book, and not to mention 2 other times in book 5. So I hope it's a rivalry that's built up well enough, because even if Dion's not the most protagonist character, it's still good to have other characters, like have a rivalry against them, especially when the other Legion members are on board and are affected in other ways. Because also, not to mention, it's the Legion trying to diminish Timefall and his forces at a point where the Legion is having to pay a lot of prices. So I reckon that's another good grudge against Timefall, just frustrating that he's getting away with it.
And Vater, and Simeon promises to catch up with him. So instead of sticking with the rest of his race, a race that has pushed him.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine that being a bit of a sting, later on where Simeon doesn't make it, but it did seem hopeful at the time, and Simeon's a very capable fighter, as we can imagine, and as we'll see later.
Aside multiple times, he is aiming to stop Vater's machine before he goes, not caring about anyone else. Diane has made it to the machine, it is still charging.
It's Simeon's stop Vater's. Let's go back a bit, actually.
And Mechajaw aim to fight either Diane or Simeon. Simeon persuades Diane to stop both Xionthor and Vater, and Simeon promises to catch up with him. So instead of sticking with the rest of his race, a race that has pushed him aside multiple times, he is aiming to stop Vater's machine before he goes, not caring about anyone else.
I think that's still referring to Dion's, because whilst he would be, fond of Simeon, but if Simeon's like, please go there, because maybe Dion, as a new creation, he might have not developed enough emotions yet, because he's not an emotional character whatsoever, not very much, because he's a robot after all. But I feel like there's instances where he probably has developed more emotion over time, especially when he connects with the Legion, but that's not something entirely explained, which is a shame, because it could have showed some kind of progression he has as a character. But yeah, back then I think he was just like simply taking orders, and and he didn't really go for it, which does go to show that you do have a good chance if you put any of your goals aside.
Diane has made it to the machine, it is still charging. Vater is getting himself familiar with the elements.
So yeah, I think this description, so not only is it taken a lot of time, which adds a bit of tension, a bit of a timer, but yeah, if it's something that can't be done immediately, then yeah, I think it's the kind of power that you probably have to take your time with. And because another variation I've thought about is that whilst because not that the machine really comes back in book 5, but Xionthor at least went one by one, absorb him, one by one, then get the completed set, and off he goes. But with Vater, he it looks like he put the amulet on and trying to adjust as he's in the machine. So I wonder if that makes enough difference, unless in book 5, if Xionthor did try to go for the machine, then yeah, maybe he might have been a lot more absorbed, and not to mention that also like knew an element trick where you where if you absorb it well enough, then you can use elemental powers without the need for the amulet, which is a thing that's established, especially with Pod and the Trident, because Pod managed to gain enough of the Vibra's ability, even after losing the Trident. But yeah, it's made me thought, imagine if the Xionthor's old planet is where the finale could have taken place in book 5, but I still like using the Morpho planet, because it's like the last area of defense, and then maybe they could have all quickly chased after Xionthor, especially with Dion zoning down, and the Legion could have quickly caught up. They would have been healed anyway, but I feel like they probably would have completely zoomed the battle in the whole evil location and really the pacing, but I'll consider it for the reboot though. Because here's the other thing as well, because I have like my definitive 6 members for the Legion, not to mention temporary additions, like Dion and the Teep and the Tartaran. So maybe I could add other Legion members, but at the same time I've thought of, any additional Legion members to get inspired, not just Force Goons, it could even be another faction, like in the middle, something like that. And they could be in league with the main Legion, therefore expand the Legion in that way. So I have a good think about it. So yeah, let's get going.
Having to absorb all 4 powers at once is doing massive harm to him, but will all heal once the machine helps the machine bind Vatus' body.
But will all heal? Oh, okay. Not the best sentence, but basically, so he's just getting pretty hurt by the energy, but of course he can regenerate himself once he's at a full capability, which is a rule that stick to later on. Properly with the elements. Yep.
Properly with the elements. Dion only needs to perform a good few attacks to jar the machine, but that means getting through Xyanthor first. Which is not...
Okay, so so it's not just as simple as, completely take down both Xyanthor Vata and the machine, but I guess similar to the amulet of interrupting it, because after all it's very powerful energy. Because we know how sensitive this power is, especially when when the life force was dropped to the ground. Therefore, it created evolving vines that managed to crush a tank. So I think it's continuing how sensitive this power is. And I think Dion is probably like one of the prime factors for why when Veteran Time 4 didn't go as far as they did back here. So if anything, it's kind of redefining the lot as continuing what they started here almost, whilst they're also sorting out a whole heap of new problems, like the Legion that did come about later in 100 years after this. And also, this is if this is 100 years later, so and I've been setting this in like the early 3000 era, the year 3000 and onwards. That means still a whole lot of history would have happened. It's almost as if the origin of the universe just seems to be much shorter at the moment, but we'll just see what happens. But I think a lot of these methods could have taken a while, such as creating Narabas, and then it took them an extremely long time to find ways to overcome the elements once they started to show a side they didn't like. So that could be something. So yeah, let's see if Dion does anything against the machine. Although I just suddenly realised, Dion should have been, the kind of character to be like, I nearly made it and I managed to stop it back then, but I better need, finish it off. And I guess we get that kind of representation in book 5, like finishing what he started. But I think I would have liked to lean into that more because, it's quite a feat that he did, and it's just a robot who doesn't have that sense of guilt or achievement. Not as much, but maybe more over time because we do have him feel something. But like I said, I think it's like an outcome from this battle which could have been really nice to explore.
Easy fight. Torrid never made it to the machine, held back by the opposite team, but due to his knowledge of his abilities.
Not easy. So Torrid, Torrid never made it. It's the first time I mentioned Torrid, isn't it? I think so. So at the moment, unless I've missed a sentence in some way, he's come a bit out of nowhere. At least he gets a bit more clarified later on. So we know this fight's not easy, and Torrid's not being able to make it as well. How about by the opposite team? All right. So by the way, Torrid is it's basically Amiku. Amiku is the disguise of Torrid. Torrid was this Gratitude, the last one, and then he pretended to be Amiku all this time, and then met Opasnos, and then he's now with the Legion. So he too was in that battle, and I think Dion and Amiku do talk a bit about the battle, but it'd be a real shame if not. So let's see what happens with him.
He can fight
And
anyone.
something else as well is that there are like the primary focuses. So we know both armies are fighting, and the primary characters in here is Simeon, Dion, Torres in the middle. Just part of the army pretty much, and then there's Zone 4 and Vata. They get a lot more focus as well. So there's more specific characters to follow through during this battle, which is follow through, or just generally follow throughout this battle. To not give too much to focus on.
Quite well. As the battle goes on, more Sochus are getting closer to the battle, trying to throw more.
And so Todd decided to be a great fighter, back them. And then in retrospect, Amiki was also a decent fighter.
More lava blobs as well as forming lava everywhere to give Zemion's team an advantage, and even the Titan Rans work with them.
Yeah, I could see that being handy, especially up close, and there's a couple of them spread around. So yeah, I can imagine how that batter both the land and the fort.
By making vegetation carry the lava along for both offensive and defensive purposes. Even some graditis help.
Oh, that's actually a really cool type of teamwork. So it's like further expanding it and further carrying it ahead. So yeah, I can see that being really like a really cool move.
Form massive cubes for the Titan Rans to throw, and even get some blunt weapons formed by the graditis, and the graditis also use cubes to make the lava spreading go faster by pushing it. This means some good teamwork despite their differences.
Yeah, that is quite a team working combination. So it just helps them go forward whilst defending themselves. So yeah, because I quite like their strategy. Yeah, the team working is really on point. This is almost like one of the better, not only wars in the story, but the strategy I quite like, because they're not just completely throwing stuff at each other, they are thinking as they fight.
And not everyone is on the same page,
A
mainly
bit on the nose, and the differences, etc., weren't detailed that well beforehand too, so that's where it's flawed. So yeah, not tricking on the line.
focusing on their race rather than keeping everyone on the same side. The opposite team, however, also have.
Okay. Oh, that's actually quite interesting. They should have. I should have expanded on that, as well. Although, even if it is just a flashback, I don't know. I think you would need enough detail. Just really showing that without being on the same side, you won't achieve as much. And yeah, so they're almost like using each other to keep the races alive. But not to mention, I feel like Seinfeld's team is now pretty much all on the same wavelength, but Zeman's team is like less connected. So I feel like that kind of exploration on both sides should have been explored and more different, or shown to be more different.
Their roles in the battle. The Naravas, after losing most of their defenses, try and join the battle as the most superior martial artists, getting rid of many. They mainly go for the
So will they just all on the defences letting the others do like the fighting? There would be some Navas down there, surely. Because even if the fort is massively low to defences, I don't think it required everyone, but yeah, I think a huge majority should be down there first. I want to like completely wipe them all out. Because here's the other thing as well, it's just something that the story accidentally like kind of shows is that when fighting other Morphos and other Naravas, like they should be just as tricky as Pod and Zine4, but it's almost as if the opposite are true. Because Pod at least, I think there's like a reason why the Morphle, like general Morphle, is far weaker compared to Mechador and Pod. Like even if it's not explained, it can be inferred, especially with what Pod can withstand. But with Zine4, I thought all of the races were like a similar standard. Like even if their fight skills aren't as good, they're still so extremely like tough and withstand like way more than an average race. So yeah, maybe in the reboot, the royal ones to be like the trickier ones. I think that's probably would be the best justification if I still want an army of these. But because fighting loads at Zionfalls at once, it does sound a bit over the top considering what Zone 4 is achieving later on. But anyway, so I think this is where the tide of the battle is starting to turn.
As they are more powerful compared to the Titanrans and Sochus. But that also means the Naravas are the main.
Yeah, because if sorry, I've got a low time, so I'm having to beat in between. But yeah, with if Torrid is like able to do something on a universal scale, then of course it would be the most powerful. You're talking about abilities coming from a molecular or molecular, well, just coming from molecules and onwards. That just sounds quite OP.
Focus against the battle too.
And interesting to go for certain foes first. I can kind of see why, because I feel like the Gradates would do the most against their foes.
Naravas are well armored and bear a staff weapon which is sharp from one side and blunt on the other.
Well armored too. Oh my gosh, that'd be really tricky. And but yeah, we'll have to go from there. That's just right. I can see the Milfords and niche spots being very well, just like very simple really in comparison. And all of this time, we can still infer that Dion and Simeon are still doing their things, and we do get like a catch up on how, because sometimes you can infer what the battle has been like for quite some time, but you only like comes back to it when there's significant changes happened, which is often a sensible thing to do if having a very lengthy fight scene.
Making it a varied weapon.
Yeah, this is the Naravas weapon, which I explained earlier.
The net robots use all their gadgets like their normal laser guns and ships for air support, meaning a lot of Simeon's team have to watch the skies or afar and fend them off for their safety.
All of their gadgets, yeah, I think it's probably the same ones explained in book 1. We'll see if it expands on that, but if it isn't, then fine. Yeah, and the ships, we can infer what they do as well. It's just air cover. To watch the skies. Oh, yeah. So they have to have their eyes everywhere. So yeah, I can see how it would be quite a overwhelming battle.
The shots could come from anywhere. The Morphils do well to maintain their up-close position. Also having their hammer weapons which have long sticks and sharp edges which makes them blunt forces that can hit any of the enemy races hard.
I think that's actually given a name in the following book. It's a bit of a shame it's not come here, but so I guess I think we're describing more about what each race is like capable of almost. So the Nichebots, despite probably being the weakest out of all the races involved, at least they have a lot of resources at their disposal, and being like the ones that rule the skies almost. And it looks like the Morphils, as it says, they do seem to be doing quite well.
Also, like Simeon's team, they too are sticking closely to their races but get on more thanks to their history and less conflicting differences. Which does make them nearly the winning team at one point. This battle will have created rivalries for years to come.
Okay, I'm a bit lost, but also not to mention, I just spotted when it says between there, I don't know why there's a dash there, but no. But yeah, not gonna lie, I don't really know who's gonna win.
Especially between the Titanrans and Morphils, despite very few cases of encountering one another. But the bad taste.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's definitely significant. Whilst it could have been expanded, or at least explored a bit more, because they do encounter each other quite a lot in the 4th book, but maybe there could have been a lot of events that's happened, or maybe they both decided to spread false information or vilify them either race quite wrongly. But I felt like they haven't encountered each other much as we thought they might have, because the Morphos and Titrans have been a bit just like more under the radar compared to the Oasis. How I can imagine the Morphos seeing the Titrans quite a lot. It's like constant attempts to try and get hold of the life force, because I think because in book 4 there are machines that do run on life force anyway to duplicate more Morphils, but I wondered if Becca would have wanted more life force, to like upgrade them more. That could have been like an interesting idea because it said that Mechadraw was keen in any of the elements, especially what to fuel on, but he managed to get Vibra. And you could say it's a bit of a convenience for Pod to come about, but at least there's a reason why Pod, just managed to make his way now and why he's even there in the first place, motivation wise.
Is passed on to future generations via retelling this history again and again. Vater's army also
just take a step back.
And less conflicting differences, which does make them nearly the winning team at one point. This battle will have created rivalries for years to come, especially between the Titanrans and
Even if the rivalry hasn't changed over 100 years, I wondered how it still varied, over time, because each decade, for instance, it's definitely like a completely different era in itself. Viewpoints change, etc. And someone may have an open mind. Some laws might have taken place on what to, what you're allowed to say or think, for instance. I think that could have been better explored too. And how, maybe I could make the Titrans and Morphils a bit more like the definitive rival race, like in the reboot. I can see that being like a really good 1v1 kind of thing, water versus plants.
Despite very few cases of encountering one another. But the bad taste is passed on
to
few
cases, so it wasn't many then. Okay.
Future generations via retelling this history again and again.
Yeah, I just hope this story doesn't get very exhausted when you hey, did you know the Morphers are bad? And the other side being like, did you know the Titrans are bad? But regardless, like any significant piece of history, I think it will be like a very interesting story to tell. But of course, it will be explained with far more nuance compared to what written.
Vater's army also performs some teamwork, like the Naravas tossing Morphils around for grounding hits.
Oh yeah, so it could have been interesting to have only like Zemon's team perform the teamwork, but no, I think it is like wiser for the bad team to also perform some teamwork in as well. So let's see what they try and do.
It's the net robots climbing on top of Morphils to act as sentry guns on a Morphil's back. Naravas spinning net robots around whenever they get crowded from all areas, and Morphils riding on the Netabots' ships to add to the sky battle.
On the sorry, that I don't know why that text box was placed badly, but never mind.
The rest of the fight starts to play out. Zemian and Dian are in bad conditions despite Mechadraw losing and Xyanthor getting worn out.
Okay. So yeah, we've got like the general gist, but now we're seeing that Dian and Zemian, who are like the two main good guys, they're in a bit of trouble. So although what about Mechadraw's losing badly? Okay, well what about what's Ozone and Orphean's state like? What about Vatters? At least that's something. So bad condition means probably badly damaged and losing weaponry, even speed boost technology. And so I guess we'll see more about what's happening with both Mechadraw and Xyanthor.
Begins to unleash the elemental.
Here's another thing. Sorry, I think I got something going on in the background. Here's the other thing. Why not make Xyanthor, interact with the others, like Mechadraw and Orphean, being like, do you remember this war 100 years ago and how it's really badly affected? So, I feel like it could have been like a really good talking point. And because whilst I do like the subtle setup he has done, but just imagine if he was talked about more to make you think, what has this been talked about for so often? And considering how massive this is on a consequential level, of course it's something to talk about quite a lot, even 100 years later.
Now the machine helps him absorb all the elements. This distracts Zemian to a point.
Oh gosh, so looks like Zeman and Dion didn't make it, I suppose, and looks like the process is about to begin. The wave itself. It would have been nice to build up like a bit of tension and time, like even more of that by being like, time is running out, any second now it could explode, and then Zemian and Dion's like trying to rush, and Zemian could be trying to help Dion, but then he gets dragged down by Orphean. So it could it would have been nice to provide that kind of moment. So yeah, it's a bit disappointing with the build-up. I think that's like the only significant flaw I can think of with this battle, even if I thought of other improvements.
Where Orpheon, despite being knocked down, stabs Xemion, killing him, and upsetting Dion as he loses a round to Xyanthor. Orpheon too is
So yeah, I think Dion like got punched by Xyanthor as he saw Xemon lose. So yeah, this is definitely, it's still, yeah, like a massive low point of battle. I think that's what I was trying to go for. So even the battle's not too bad structurally either. You know, like some setup, some variation. You know, it's like the status quo of the battle, what it's mainly like, and then starts getting worse for certain individuals. Yeah, I wonder what's happened with Azona. Yeah, because if Mikadors lose, then Orpheus just managed to win. Because he's not even updated that much, and he managed to win against Zemi on Twitch. Yeah, maybe Dion's like the most evolved individual at this point, hence why. Oh, hang on, let me just check something. Uh, oh, okay, yeah, okay. Um, yeah, so yeah, I think Zimian and Orphan must be like somewhat basic, but Orphan's still still powerful enough, and maybe Simeon probably lose due to distraction. I think it would have been nice to have a bit more of a reason why he lost, because if he was distracted by like all the allies around him, especially Dion, I think that would have um, yeah been like a good enough reason to lose. It's not just about skill or strength or what got you, etc. It's yeah, character reasons and story reasons. Um, Begins to unleash the elemental wave. Now some sort of the elements distract Simeon. Oh, so that distracts Simeon. Okay, so yeah, I can see that being a distracting point. Did Orpheon lose and to make it like a sudden attack on Simeon? Is that what happened? Yeah, at a point where Orpheon, despite being knocked down, stabs Simon Fork and yeah, so Simeon's dead. So at least we got a good few character traits about him and how he could be significant, especially with Creighton dying. But once again, I think he could have been a bit more present. I think a lot of these villains and characters should have had a lot more presence, like carried over. Well, there's only so much characters you can do. Like for instance, with EastEnders, there is like a whole heap of bad guys you could say um, who had done a lot of really bad consequential things. And I think a lot of the times, they either move on or repair certain, aspects in their lives, whether it's, well, it could just mean all sorts. But yeah, there's still a lot of really, bad individuals who managed to have, a lot of negative, long impacts on a whole heap of characters. And so maybe could try something like that. And I guess there's hints of it already because, the consequences from Torrid and Megatron were huge. But um, yeah, it's just I feel like both Orphan and Ozona kind of get forgotten. But never mind. Right, so this is the low point. How will this go about?
bad, but no traitors have a place in Vatus' army. Xyanthor, and even
And yeah, I quite like that response from Orpheus as well. So because despite he definitely felt like he had to win, considering Simeon was a traitor. But they probably spent a lot of time together. They created an army together. They were born at the same time or created at the same time, and so it's good to explore. If one opponent wins, how does that character feel, or if their character is still alive after losing, how would he or she feel? And it's sad, but no matter but no traitors have a play. Yeah, no traitors. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's been consistent. And I can then see what this wave looks like. Oh, okay. So even everyone else again is distracted by that elemental wave as well. So yeah, let's see more of. See if there's more reaction because it would be good to get a detailed one.
others in the battle quickly turn round and back again to see what this wave looks like, and the wave even enters the battle.
Turn around and back again. I think that's me trying to say, oh yeah, they were distracted by the wave, but they were still concentrating on the battle too. So I think that's what I was trying to explain. Um, wave. Oh gosh. So wait, got rid of a couple. Oh yeah, that's something that I've been a bit like mixed on because I don't think I've properly thought about what this wave looks like. Because if giving like the closest comparison, like in Call of Duty, what was that in the Black Ops 3? The guy in the fire suit and his second ability is releasing that heat wave, as like a way to stun others. I kind of imagine it like that, so I feel like him, like whoever like touches that gets affected or doesn't, depending on what whoever the element user is wishing. Um, but yeah, I feel like the wave itself should have been like been a bit more described, and yeah, it should, because it's the most powerful thing. It should just I feel like it should have got rid of the entirety of the opposite team, but now it's sounded like the elemental wave is just very I don't know, like almost like a stream of lasers perhaps that everyone else is dodging, hence why the Titrans and such managed to make it. But I don't know, I feel like there should have been like a better reason, like maybe some kind of elemental counter or some kind. I guess we'll wait and see.
Battlefield, getting rid of a couple of Titanrans, Sochus. But nearly all the Graditis except Torrid, and this wave ends up causing the extinction of nearly 1,000 races while performing minor positives such as...
Oh gosh, 1,000. I've come up with let's see, maybe like 100 as like a best guess, because I remember creating a collage of some sort, which I'll probably bring up as an image, or you can even find it in my TikTok, about late 2024, early 25-ish. You can see like the whole collage then. 1,000. Yeah, because I'm not going to make my universe that big. I don't want to create like an abstract universe where I'm going to be like, oh, turns out this universe has hundreds of alien planets, but I'm only going to focus on the select few. Yeah, I feel like I really want to like keep track and expand on in that way, because I guess it's like what the MCU does, because even the like yes, I think the MCU talks about loads of planets too, but at least we've see a lot of them, and yeah, and of course some get far more explored than others. But yeah, it's also a bit weird why the Sochus managed to and such as the Titrans managed to make it through this wave, but all the Gradities were down. And also, yeah, not all of them from this one race were on the battle. Some would have been left at home. So I guess the best way to explain it is that maybe all the Gradities, were enraged at that wave and all went. Granted, I don't know how Torrid didn't win. He must have been behind the machine or something. I remember him being hiding one and being on more of his own, but you would need like way more, because even that wave should have like more of a auto aim feature, like whoever like goes through the wave, you come or go, depending on what the intention is of the user of the elements. And but yeah, I just felt like the best way of survival, the Titrans of the Sochus, is that if that full wave didn't make it to that planet, saving the rest on that battle and really having to repopulating as quickly as possible. So our point minor. Yeah, and it's doing so the wave is doing the positive things, like little positives like brownfield sites.
Tilda
I guess
chapter
it would have been
39,
the
imagine like
elemental
exploring
wave. Land
Back
being
at the
like,
comet
this
front,
is so cool, but
Amiku
this was created
introduces
during the
Zami to the
elemental wave,
cubes,
and it creates
and
this
after being
debate
given
of,
some minor
right,
tips,
this land,
Zami
even
struggles
with
to
good
use them,
intentions, was
and it
made by
doesn't
pure
get better
evil.
afterwards.
Loads of
All he can
races
do
were
now is
gone
keep
as this
practicing.
land was getting
Zami
updated.
rushes
So
to try and create his
yeah, there
technology
should have been
with
like a
them.
really good
Even Arvin seems interested at
scenario like
first,
that.
but is
I
later
tell you what,
bothered
even
as
book
he doesn't
5
have
could
this
have had an
tech-generating
opportunity like
ability.
this, because book
Before
5
leaving the
is
Hashtu,
actually
Nicole
quite
was trying to get
simplistic,
new
even at a point
members,
where I feel
not
like
now
it's
but
the
hopefully
shortest
soon.
story.
They all
And
rejected,
I
only
was,
wanting to admire the Legion
I
as
had to
they
be
are,
careful with
which annoys the
not
Legion
delaying
due
any
to
of the
how
character
repetitive the
journeys, but
question is.
even
Amiku, however,
like imagine if
states a
Zami,
good few
Nicole and
reasons
Fletcher
why
needed
having
to like
such a
stop
big
work
varied
to
team could be a
sleep, and
flawed idea,
they were
and he
on safe
states all of
space, and they
those
found this
reasons in a
area, and
massive
then
piece
that's
of
where they
history.
found
The biggest
like
event in the
counter-racing,
universe,
like
also
Widows was
known as
created
the
during the
elemental
first wave,
wave. The
apparently a
event
second one could
consisted of
come about, and
Vata,
this could still be
Xanth's
standing,
father,
and
who
Nicole and the
managed
others
to get
likely,
hold of the
so,
power of all the elements
because
combined, And with
I
this
tell you what, I
power,
think a
he
lot of
was able to
humans could
do
be edited
anything
this
like
way as
bring
well, because
back
I don't think
races from
Xynthor would want
extinction and
to
make brownfield
get rid
sites
of
into new beautiful
humans,
lands.
but
But
maybe
at the
get rid
same
of like,
time, getting
you know,
rid of
like the
certain
really
races,
flawed
ones that
ones.
could be seen as
Even,
threatening
but
or
even
ones
that's
which
not
are as cocky
discussed,
as
and
Vata,
yeah,
Xynthor
especially
and
if
others of
humans
the
have to be
race are
the
keen
most
to
like
put
varied
themselves
race
on
still,
top. It wasn't
considering
just
the
them and their
number of
army,
aliens
other
around.
leaders like Orpheon and the Net
Extinction
robots,
and planet races
Mechajor
just
and the
moving up,
Morphils
yeah.
and even
But this
Ozona were
machine
there,
cannot go
who were already
longer.
keen on one of the forms of
Falls can be
energy
moved
which
towards
Vata had.
dying. Okay, so
While there are other
Xynthor,
allies made
and he
thanks
has a
to
good
Vata
blow,
making
so which I
connections,
guess is
he did
slightly
have many
foreshadowing for
ally-based meetings, and the
later-ish,
ones
but
listed were the main
yeah, let's just
allies,
see.
and their armies were gathered to discuss the changes the universe will be having soon. Possession of all that power from the elements isn't easy though. It requires a special machine to fully absorb those elements into the body of the amulet's user. The amulet is what absorbs all the forms of
Okay,
energy.
so even if the setting isn't specifically explained, at least the machine's high up, so it's like way more out of reach. Um, so, what's the island zip designed for high up too? I kind of imagine, because you know, Xynthor would have to be close by enough, but even then the distance wasn't that explained. But at least then, you know, Dion, you know, seems the machine, you know, he took the chance. Looks like he still was able to fly. I wonder what kind of killing move Xynthor was about to perform. Did he have like one of their weapons, perhaps, or two of them? You know, it's on which is high compared to the rest of the battle. Um, um, yeah, okay, and yeah, Don freezes his projectiles.
And Vata was using this machine as he tried to pursue his goal. This is
Oh, so that did enough to stop the machine. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, if lasers, you know, like a whole heap of them, not to mention like the missiles and the laser eyes, you know, like I can see why they would stop it, but would the Vata's machine be, you know, like too hard, like Major Nitro perhaps? You know, could have shown like some kind of teamwork, you know, with the Nitrobots, you know, we like the use of metal. Beyond then blasts the attack and stopping the waves to stopping Vata, and all of this energy element energy explodes. Oh my gosh, yeah. So this is almost like another favorite part of the battle. So once again, because the elements are so sensitive, so by completely wrecking the machine or like jarring it at least, a whole heap of elemental activity completely wrecks this planet, even at a point where Xynthor loses his race and thinks that he got to lose his Vata. And I've already gone through a couple of times why, you know, how, you know, Vata, you know, disappearing and then coming back isn't a great idea. I guess it's like, because I remember making it as a bit of a mystery because it wasn't confirmed whether Vata made it or not, but I think it somewhat did, but could have made the readers go like, okay, so I'm not sure whether he's gone or not. So yeah, I probably would have feared it. Yeah, so I like the subtlety that I've done, but you know, if I'm not keen on the logistics, which is probably more important. Um, so yeah, like all of the elements completely act up, and whilst yeah, because we already know how some of the elements were already collected, you know, because you know, spoiler was kind of done. But then, um, but yeah, even probably after collecting all the elemental stuff, yeah, the whole our planet gets destroyed. And thankfully, well, not really thankfully, but the Morphos and the Nitrobots made it, and freaking no one else has made it. So you know, but their turret got out too, and Xynthor jumped on the fortress too. Oh, of course, yeah, it's the deep fortress. Yeah, it's already on this planet, and yeah, this is what flies off, and that has the evacuation feature. Of course, it does. Although I wonder why Seinfeld's the only one that was on um, when other Navas like failed to jump on it. That I don't really understand. I hope that's covered, but if not, that's a bit of a contrived way to make Seinfeld feel like the only Navas, you know, despite that still being around. Like, did the Morphos not jump on it? Did anyone on the good side thought, oh, you know, let's jump on this deeper fortress? It was the closest thing I'd get to in order to stay alive. You know, that could have been something. But no. Anyway, let's see how bad this element does to this planet. Although, quick thing, in book 5, you know, Vata does quickly go to Orivon again, and I think there is like a neat explanation for what the planet looks like. You know, it's definitely like a wrecked one of some sort. Um, so yeah, and so last I thought about is that Actually, no. But no, yeah, there's no really need to go back to Oregon, especially if you don't save down on space.
This is why during the end of the Elemental Wave War, everyone used safe and secure ways to gather certain elements such as the Titanrans using vegetation to safely get hold of Livinga and
Oh yeah, so was there a line later on how or why the amulet is rebuilt or a new one is made, something like that. And I can imagine this kind of activity hurting Vata quite massively, because was he described as injured in the book 5? I think so. Um, and um, but yeah, yeah, I already discussed, whether putting all of it in once, towards him could have been quite damaging too. Uh, but the whole lot of damage towards him hasn't been explained, earlier. So yeah, I think that was missing too. Yeah, so the amulet's been wrecked as well alongside the machine. And whilst it's not really clear whether the machine, exploded with Vata inside, or did Vata manage to throw himself out before the machine gets destroyed, but then the amulet was like caught in the crossfire somehow. Was the amulet like a weaker model? Did it break on impact? Or did the elements completely outwit the amulet as well, whilst, making updated one later? And not to mention, um how was a new one made? Um, anyway, let's wait and see.
take it with them. Dian uses the Cape of Zemian to grab hold of Viber to take it to the Tengus. Ozona uses some metal to try and contain Forza to
We'll
keep it
pretty much go through a list of what all of these elements likely literally do, what literally did across this planet. So, yeah, that is a lot of damage. Everyone should be running. And so, yeah, was weaker amulet design compared to the current updated one, and something's veteran the destruction. So yeah, everyone's just fleeing off. Yeah, they're not really fighting each other at the moment. It's just like a case of survival. It's almost as if the destruction of the planet is being, in a contrived way, being kind of selective of who made it and who didn't. I just suddenly realised, when Zemian was fighting re-villains, that was really underwritten. I'm surprised I didn't write any like combinations or like fight skills that any of them performed. Yeah, because that's where I used to like make lists, be like, oh, so I definitely, oh, I definitely need to explain, like which abilities, what teamwork in the moments, why Simeon, lost his. Yeah, we know why Simeon lost in the end, but how he managed to win against Mercador and Orpheum in the Ozona in the first place. And yeah, it's real. Yeah, that's just like it's now presented to be really, really thin, which is a shame.
himself, and the last to be collected was a type of energy called Hamota. All of those names were names of the energy sources that Xyanthor is currently after and was being possessed by Vata 100 years ago when this certain event took place. Zemian.
So yeah, even with my fervence with the planets getting affected too, but yeah, I think at this point it's just quite contrived that only Torrid made it, and also how and only Xanthor made it, whilst the other races are fine, and not to mention the three other main villains seem to be fine too, for some reason. Um, but yeah, at least we're getting some idea of what's happening.
The creator of Dian, and who created Dian recently, tried to form a legion of his own, consisting of the Titanrans, Sochus, and
So
Gradites.
this is repeating information if it was discussed earlier. Why? Oh well, I think earlier it was only explaining how the elements were transported at the time, but even then it could have been saved until here.
Who were Amiku's race. After knowing which
Um, Touching taking go on to finding out what else to do instead of being galactic protectors. Okay, so I guess with the cruiser, I think the likes of the Titrans used to, explore around the universe to perform some help, but yeah, as mentioned, looks like they hid in the shadows. Oh, oh. And imagine if they had one planet to begin with, and then they went to Chronicate, where the blobs were wiped out first, and then yeah, the whole planet was took over, and then when the Blooks come back, they were like, "Oh, hang on, this was our planet all this time." Although according to the comics, it was the polar bear race, another alien race that completely overthrew them, and I think that race was almost like there during like the early years of the universe or something. But um, yeah, I think a lot of I think that side of things is probably getting scrapped. I liked what I liked what I just discussed then. What else being protected? Yeah.
Witnessing and experiencing some intimidation from Vata and
So
his
that too is repeated information, even if there's some more detail here.
many other allies. This is why
And it also makes you wonder, how did, for instance, Ozona manage to get it without anyone spotting? How the Titans managed to get away with it? Because I guess it does depend on placement, and not to mention everyone's just focused on survival at this point. But um, yeah, it's a bit contrived again. Form of energy gave the Dion took it to the Tengas. Don't nice to be reminded, and I think that's more clarity than repetition, especially with what the second book talked about. Um, so yeah, it was Imion's wish for Dion to go to the Tengas to keep that certain energy safe. But it's almost like it said that Tara did manage to get hold of the last one, so it's almost as if the good guys had two, Ozona managed to get hold of one, and then Tara just managed to go off on his own as like team three, despite being on his own, and so yeah. Um, um, Oh, I was wondering what the last line meant, but it pretty much means that even with Zemian gone, Dion should still go ahead.
Zemian's team couldn't get any more races but was still mixed up. Zemian was alongside Orpheon after being persuaded by Xyanthor, but Zemian quickly got to see that this was not how he wanted to fulfill his purpose, and so they are to defend Hermota greatly.
Wants to keep them away from the keep the elements away or keep the armies away, all at once. Want to keep them from the armies. No, I'm a bit confused with that line. I guess it either means the teams or the elements. And so yeah, here's one bit about Torrid already. One thing for sure, he wanted to motor to himself and explore the possibilities. The experimentation would cost lives, and he would be willing to decrease the many lives to go on with his experimentations. There's a vaguely good reason, but I'm a bit mixed with that because I think it would have been nice to know, why Torrid would be like so insisted on, exploring the element and despite being causing like catastrophic consequences, why he's still going that far. Like even if we've got an explanation so far, but I think it would be nice to have more reasons and also to save his side of things because he sounds like a neglected individual as well.
Orpheon, however, found out about Zemian's betrayal, and so the fight for Hermota alone occurred, involving many from the bad team, only to lose Hermota, which then leads to the battle as
and it also brings the questions: if he's had Hermota all this time, like why leave it alone to then see Apostos in the Legion? Why did it take so long? Why there weren't no attacks before? How dangerous were the experimentations from the planets and onwards? Did he ever get hurt by them? What did he discover? Any element connections? Yeah, I just really hope that's expanded upon. But it sounds like a good motivation-ish. Like it's just something that would just need a bit more backing, even if we could see so far.
the elemental wave started to happen. This elemental wave was mainly a win for Zemian.
Yeah, so it is talking about Haphazard as if it's used to be alive or kind of alive-ish still, to which it is true, thanks to Book 5. So yeah, it's like the elements do like to be messed about in this manner. So yeah, I think it is like a really cool idea to have a villain as character who's far more experimental with the element, but I feel like another individual would have that. I think I might still carry over the archetype or put it as part of one of the villain motivations, but yeah, it's just because when all of these races have these individual abilities, although it just creates I think it's like also in a more abstract thing where if known how to use it properly, then you get like allowance from the gods despite no longer having their real bodies. But because by that logic, it means that even individual won't be able to use any powers in the first place unless I don't know. It's like a set of cheat codes. I'm not sure because it's the idea I want to kind of go for because it's alternative rather than um, by going in a team you have more power, or if you believe yourself, or don't let your emotions get too out of whack, or why is the powers act up. We don't want to go for like the typical reasons because even power control by emotion has been done so many times. Yeah, I've heard of tons of examples. Isn't so yeah, I think it would have been kind of cool. But at least we know what the wait, hang on. We knew the consequences on one experiment at the end of book 3, but what was the experiment or the interaction, despite the flying planets being the cost of that, and why the Torrid is so like not keen on anyone? Because it hinted something earlier, but yeah, once again, it should have been what was his childhood like? How neglected was he? And it could have created some parallels with some of the Legion members too. Because all of them, most of them are like outcast in some ways. So yeah, it would have been nice to expand on that, but yeah, never mind.
As the wave didn't go on as much as Vata wanted. Despite losing her motor, Zemian's team keeps themselves together despite clashing between races such as arguing.
Yeah, so it's like set up as the mystery element at this point. So yeah, um, yeah, it's like both the element and Torrid are like percent to be up in the air, even Vata too. So it's like not confirming nor denying. So yeah, I kind of like these little tidbits. It's just added some mystery for what the answers are, and that just wondering what's happened to the lot.
Who is better than one another. They were also questioning each other's methods of defense.
Yeah, we've yeah, got both me and the story gone over similar bits and bobs from that sentence.
And mocking each other's cultures. So, they all make their way to Xyantha's planet. All following Zemian.
Yeah, we already knew the first part earlier, but yeah, regardless of the fortress is leaving the ground, so that explains that part of the status quo too.
As he knows the location of Xyantha's planet by now, all races have their crafts. Except for Dian, who flies himself, with a flying Zemian too as they go to the planet, and with the Graditis flying their custom cube-like ships to move.
Yeah, so yeah, that I remember as well. Yeah, that was you already made a load of connections, and Zypher can go to these connections to continue to have a strong presence. But I guess other than being like Ozona has one, he seems to be quite insistent on keeping out, keeping it safe for me, etc. Go and find the other three, and I wonder how well Zypher knew these connections, unless he really had to make some new friends and be like, oh, I'm on team, Vata, Vata's my father, what did you think of him? Did you want to join or not? Yeah, this is like a very thin sentence here because it doesn't really answer the kind of questions, what other races did he work with? If there was any more aside from the many goons mentioned. Many allies made across the universe. So, yeah.
Belong. As Vata wears the amulet, he forcefully gets.
Yeah, he's like popular in his own way. Yeah, he must be quite charismatic to have so many alliances. yeah, you'll need to be really smart and convincing to do something like that. Yeah, because it's almost as if whoever joined Zine4 really turned their back on the universe. You know, once again, I think it would be kind of cool to see which races you know, willing to sacrifice all sorts to benefit Zine4's goal. You know, thinking that he could be in the right.
Zionthor to guard him and the other allies to watch all around the planet for any intruders, being so full of himself, makes Zionthor feel belittled considering he is the only one who feels like he has.
Wait. Befriending dudes, that's so informal. It should be befriending all sorts of allies. Also, I'm just going to go back a bit too.
Which was evacuated from the ground of Xiantha's planet as the planet was getting destroyed from all the element activity. Thanks to Vata, there were way more allies made across the universe. The influence to join their cause was great. And the influence would help Zionthor reach the heights he has today, whether he retains connections with his current allies or gets new ones.
Yeah, old and new. We've seen a lot. Well, yeah, we have seen old and new alliances designed for. I could see Slivrock perhaps being like one of the more primary ones, you know, especially there for a long time. So yeah, he's almost like Mr. Popular, but yeah, even if his name must spread everywhere for some reason, well, you must be the Titan's like go to her plans to chat with the others about sci-fi, etc. That could be it. Right, sorry. Um, so yeah, it's just you know one way of Sign4 much to maintain and grow power.
But the thing is, Zionthor will only get allies to benefit him. He is befriending dudes until he gets the full power.
Oh yeah, so because even in book one it talks about how Orpheum was going to be out the way once his goal is done. So yeah, Sign4's pretty much using everyone, and it makes you wonder whether Vata did that too or not. But maybe Sign4 did try and impress him. I can see that being the case. So yeah, just like using them more, get them out the way once he will get the element, well, yeah, the full power.
Then he will get rid of all his allies, as these are races who are into combat like he is, which he doesn't like, while also being able to bring his race back, and many other races that were once extinct depending on the kind of alien. All of those allies.
So uh, I, that just completely went over my head. Sorry, let me just go back. Okay, no, it's fine.
Allies or gets new ones. But the thing is, Zionthor will only get allies to benefit him. He is befriending dudes until he gets the full power. Then he will get rid of all his allies, as these are races who are into combat like he is, which he doesn't like, while also.
So that's just like a clever way to bait someone to be like, "Oh, help me out." Oh, actually, I was trolling all this time. Yeah, I think that kind of realization, and it would have happened multiple times, could have been kind of interesting to see. But yeah, I wonder like if he was like willing to keep some races, because they could have been like selling good uses for him. They could be like really loyal. So yeah, but yeah, it just makes me wonder if that was like on the same page to influence Ironfall in this manner, or if Ironfall made this choice of his own. Would have been nice if veterans Ironfall talk about either case, but never mind. Like Richard doesn't like.
Also being able to bring his race back, and many other races that were once extinct depending on the kind of alien.
Oh, okay, so yeah, that's like one foreshadowing when he created a grave for Vatra at the end of book 5, later in the end, and yeah, and he also wants to bring his race back. Yeah, of course, does. I think that's one other reason why he wants the elements himself. Yeah, he's almost only wants to mix with his race, and that's it, as far as I can see. That will. And it's bringing back some animals from extinction, which is quite nice. Are they alien ones or prehistoric ones? I'm not sure, because they do have the Earth another planet that has a lot of extinct wildlife, but you wonder if the aliens are part of that category somewhat, because not to mention I can't really share that with whoever I was talking about. Yeah, so really, all many races, and that would once depended on the. So yeah, does that mean that once that race is gone, the other races that were once allied with the extinct race have to find ways to adapt? I think that's what it's trying to go for. Many races that were once extinct. Yeah, because I think maybe some races did get brought back, but just without the violence. Although I think that could be headcanon.
All of those allies, including the ones he sent to the Arctic, would die in the future as they are beings capable of combat, and even if they have been loyal so far, Xionthor is not taking any chances, and neither was Vata.
And it's to clarifying that the 5 who went to the Arctic, even though all of those would be gone too. And I remember in the older guide, in talk about how like 1 or 2 individuals were kind of skeptical and were either accepting of it once they're no longer in use, or even were thinking to try and fight back or even escape, not knowing how to defeat Xionthor, considering how strong he is. But yeah, I think bits and bobs like that would be nice to explore to help each goon stand out. But yeah, because I think I think I would like some of these goons to be a bit more layered or represented as something, or had their own goals in some way. And so yeah, it's also just explaining. Oh yes, this applies to these 5 goons as well.
Amiku concludes the story.
Hang on, that was the breast.
Alien. All of those allies, including the ones he sent to the Arctic, would die in the future as they are beings capable of combat, and even if they have been loyal so far, Xionthor is not taking any chances, and neither was Vata.
So not only is that one example of potential influence that Vata put onto Xionthor, but yeah, because if you remember, the Legion almost defeats Xionthor despite being less powerful than him, so that's what he seems to be probably like afraid of in some way, and not to mention the whole combat side of things as well. So yeah, he just wants a load of normal residents or wildlife too, just to go about the normal day and let Xionthor do his adjustments, which I think is like the best way of explaining how to go by things. But I've already talked about how trying to ban everyone for fighting is because what have been a bar fight sort of thing, so would he at least give them a pass? Like where's his blind to cross, where's his standards?
Amiku concludes the story by talking about the flaws that could come about when creating a team of a variety of alien beings.
I think that's why some of these bits of bobs we talked about earlier, where when someone's immune's team were only looking out for their race and how they did manage to work well as a team, but they were just only focused on the mission, and even how they were like clashing as well. So I think that's like some writing to try and justify this, but if that was explained, then there you go. I think that would have been cool to explain. But even if this story's theming is like about independence, then I guess Dion should do what he did is like a type of independence that helped win the battle despite the need for a variety in a team. So I think that's like one sort of way to explain that side of things. Yeah, and not to mention, because even Amiku, he just explained the story in full when it should have been from his perspective, really, unless the tales have gone all about various different perspectives of what each individual did. Because a lot of races could have been like, oh, I had this ancestor and he did very well in the fight. As far as I can remember, managed to help encourage a huge lot of fighters to come forward into battle. Could have had a whole heap of perspectives to then create a more full picture. Like in our like in our real world, when it comes to many sorts of events, explore all sorts of different perspectives that even expand on, who was involved, whether they're still around or not. And but yeah, so that kind of detail should have been applied then as well. But maybe it could have been like an interesting twist for him to be like, oh, this is the Legend of Torrid, and there are like maybe these perspectives, but I'm more familiar with what my race was up to. The only potential survivor. Although it could have explained, although there could have been cases like, well, was he, your only ancestor? Is that why only you know about his perspective? What about the others? But also, that's probably relying on the story needing to introduce the elemental war as well, as if it was like a thing that a Legion studied often. Because not to mention, this kind of study would really help, going against Nightfall later on. Just make sure that machine doesn't go back in action for a start. They could have done things like hinder the amulet's progress, or stop the machine to hinder Signfall's goals further. I think that would be a whole different story. That would. Um, so yeah, and I'm surprised Amiku's sort of talking about that as if that was the moral of the story. But and even if it is, explaining how veterans aim for, what they're aiming to do so, but are there a lot of the morals you could get from the story? That even if Amiku pretended to be tired, wasn't really interested in what other things to explore. You decide to twist the whole story, into, maybe don't mix alien teams, when maybe the moral story is like he could have also said, this is what happens when you go further with the elements because it all bounce back, and it could have misled the Legion into being like, maybe we shouldn't use those elements, which could have created a story element of the Legion, trying to use the elements, for their own good, only to then have to give it up, and despite nearly losing to Torrid and Sevrok maybe, then that's where the Legion learn more of that. So yeah, we could have maybe. Oh, I don't know. It is sensible just to stick to one more of the story and expand from it instead of trying to do multiple, especially if they don't all fit together. Because I know stories have loads of theming anyway, but it's just being careful with how you mix it. But anyway, so oh yeah, get a bit of an expansion of a point here.
Different races would mean different goals. Not everyone will be on the same wavelength. And some races
Which
may
is true, like in general, and I suppose there's loads of examples, and maybe this could be like set up for later on where, a lot of them were really struggle to stay on the same wavelength when things get more complicated. So, but yeah, it's not, could be a bit of setup later in the story, could foreshadow a couple of bits.
have more of an advantage compared to others, and it may get other races involved at the point of extinction. The lead
Um, yeah, I think he's probably also talked about how even one good race can really turn the tide of the battle, or really overcome the mixed or singular individuals. Because even the Narvas seem to be a good example, and I think he would also be talking about his own race, about how they probably do really well on his own, and he might have blamed the Gradities mixing with the others as a result of the extinction. And so getting all caught up, pretty much putting a target on them. So I think that's what he's talking about as well. May get racism, it's a good expansion. I just don't know if it's less or more, but I don't know. I think that would have liked a bit more of too.
Legion may have been successful so far, but they will be in trouble in the future, especially if more get involved. The story
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I think that's probably one reason why well, there were other things in the way, but even if Rector, was like a really helpful addition, they did kind of press pause with getting anyone else involved. But even then, he needed as much help as possible, against Zion4. But at the same time, they were running low on options anyway. So yeah, I can see how there might be a good Fort Grove King thing, but I think that could have been like a really good debate too. Trouble involved, especially if more get involved. Yeah, and we could also reference how things could even get more complicated over time, because not everything will be, not every success is straightforward.
from Amiku ended, making Nicole consider various other ideas that Amiku stated along the way, such as losing track of certain beings, a misbalance of power levels, or anyone getting influenced. This makes Nicole
Yeah, even if those points should have been expanded upon, at least it's yeah, like a fairly good set of reasons from Amki's perspective, and I can see how Nicole could be like, because it could create like a dilemma where she could have been like going like, yes, we need more members, and maybe we'll just have to be careful, with power levels, etc. So it's not because we're talking about not just uh, like completely opposite arguments. We're looking at a gradient where things can be worked out. Not everything is as black and white as everyone seems, especially with a topic like this. And we can go along the way, such as losing track of certain beings. Because misbalance of power levels, I can see that being consequential, and influence. I think at the moment I really like those points, but I feel like I need more thinking time for how to expand this. Although I'm a bit lost, like losing track. Could that be like losing track of humans, for instance? Maybe. And misbalanced power levels, could that also mean like a lot of powerful entities clashing, perhaps? Because that could be something. And getting influence is a massive that's like a very up in the air kind of line. So yeah, nothing too specific. Yeah, I think if I got more specific, I would probably know a bit more what I was trying to talk about.
Nicole think about the team she has now and what will the Legion be like in the future, something which
Which is
makes
a
the
good question, and yeah, I think some possibilities could have been explored then too, but I think it's probably in the air, but unintentionally, because if Arvin, for instance, getting so involved about the changes of how unexpected they are, almost um, then yeah, like anything could happen really.
others wonder too. Regardless, they have made it to the Sochus planet, only to find out that the Sochus are hostages on their planet. Surrounded by
Yeah,
upgrades,
so the Slivrock's creations, like his little army, some of them have made it there already. And yeah, and it is coming from the Legion's perspective as well, because we already knew about the invasion thing, so we don't need the scene of the Sotchers trying to find back only to be hostages. Yeah, it's just come from this surprise from the Elite's perspective, which that I'm happy with as well, because it's good to keep the same perspective. You don't have to fill every gap. Some can be a surprise later on. If going back to Jack Reacher, because there's a moment where in the second season the boss was like, oh, I managed to get a hold of a couple of your lads, a couple of your allies at one point that you didn't know. You must have lost track of them. Like along those lines. Like that's like a decent surprise, because you're like, oh my gosh, so that's where they've been all this time. So yeah, once again, it's just come from the protagonist's perspective.
Stonos, and the Legion now needs to find a way to save the Sochus. Seeing that the Sochus
Yeah,
are
I'm sure they'll come up with a fairly good plan.
hostages, Nicole has a level head, Opusnost is keen to fight, and the rest are slightly anxious and nothing happens to them. If these Sochus die,
And hoping nothing happens to them. I was hoping there was, I think that's trying to go what I was trying to go for. And I guess, yeah, I don't think you need a lot of perspective of what everyone thinks of the hostage situation. They all know it's serious and they know something needs to be done about it. Although here it's like exploring them more. Um, the more important reactions, because we already know that Nicole's already going to plan and trying to figure out what to do. But yeah, looks like personal sees like the one who's like not only look forward to this, but also being like, oh, I'm so keen, and Nicole's like, maybe just knuckle down, okay? So yeah,
the Legion will be responsible now they are involved,
and
and
not to mention this chapter is already kind of lengthy, because it should have ended with Amiku stopping to tell the story, maybe like with the debate ending. So this sort of stuff should have been in a following chapter some way, as they arrived, for instance. Because yeah, I can't believe it. Because for in fact, it's taken nearly an hour and a half to discuss this chapter. Um, Anyway, so this is also good to account for. So just knowing that they are responsible once they go in. Um, so it's already tense, but as long as everything goes well, then they'll be fine. And I think getting responsible, getting yourself responsible for all sorts, even that's like a really good theme on its own that could have done with exploring too. But yeah, need to live, and so yeah, that's every more reason to see the such as it's not a way to protect a power source.
The Sochus need to live to aid the possibility of protecting Ozona's power. Nicole does come up with a good plan, to throw projectiles from every angle of the crowd of Sochus and slowly get closer to get rid of all of the upgraded stoners, and they do all need to go considering that.
I think of such as above, that should have been Stonos then, because because what Nicole's trying to go for is that if going from multiple directions, you don't know who you're going to go for, so it's like a really good surprise slash ambush slight approach, um, and and I guess I'm not sure if that line was repeated or not, but I guess it's just showing that as the leader's first encounter, they know that they should get rid of them, because I think they were explained to them what they were and what to do about them. But so yeah, I'm not sure if this is repeated or not, but at least it's their first encounter.
They are only made for violence, an artificial race. Zami zaps multiple
So yeah,
ones
that
from
means that by the end of book 3, there's going to be no more of these upgraded Stonos. I wonder what the original Stonos thought about this. Like a more artificial yet violent version of that race was made. Because they could have been like, oh my gosh, they really thought of us more. They were hoping we would be like this artificial race. Yeah, this could be quite spooky. They could have been invaded by them too, because the Stoners could have been seen as traitors too. So yeah, I'm surprised they haven't gone. They weren't really revisited. But I think it's just going back to how I didn't quite find them interested enough, and yeah, we already know that they're not making it to the reboot.
far while also trying to
And not
use.
to mention, I've already talked about how it's not just because it's a cool enough concept, but it's just the design and how basically seen on the surface. And sometimes when their character design isn't that good, I want to swap their character design, or maybe think, oh, probably not, because maybe try to figure out, in the reboot, what's the system like? Will there be multiple rulers? How will they interact with one another? Um, so yeah, anyway, we're going to see more of this strategy on plan.
Cubes, but they all misfire, nearly hitting the Sochus, which they noticed, and
Oh,
Nicole
okay, so this is how me trying to use his cubes already, and that side of things is working, which Sammy's not doing well mixing them both, which it's like a good starting point, because you're not going to be perfect at something like that immediately. But the Suchers are like, he's nearly hitting us. We could help them, because the Suchers really, give them some really handy tips for what they, can do. How to expand their power in meaningful ways.
uses her grenade launcher to get rid of a majority too. Pod controls fire, ice, and water too from a ring around the army to get rid of some while preventing them from getting to the Legion. Opus Nost is the only one who fights the goose.
So yeah, it's definitely like a 360 formation of some kind, and if I feel like you would put the ring around the Suchers to protect them instead, although I don't know, maybe like to form an ice wall instead, making the Suchers be like, wait, hang on, what's going on? Or around the Suchers managed to gather in one spot, and then only for the Legion to completely go at them. I think that might have been like a better way to go about that plan, but I suppose what happened here could work, because it's almost like a maintaining the distance kind of aspect, especially when Nicole and a couple of the others can go really long range, so it can be, the upgraded stoners could all, keel over, and just right ready run low on options.
Up close, having fun slicing one by one, to which Arvin joins as well. With Opus
Yeah. Oh, so Arvin's part of that as well, because I was remember thinking, like, yes, I can see how all of them would, be able to go long range, queuing the blocks, and Arvin with, shooting beams from his mouth. Um, so, yeah. But if Arvin joins in, what he's doing?
Nost, seeing that the help is needed considering how many there are. Amiku uses his cubes to get rid of other upgraded Stonos too, while forming a barrier around the Sochus to protect them, even getting them out of chains considering the Sochus.
So the Sochus were already protected. Okay, so yeah, so what I said secondarily about Pod's thing is true. The ring he formed, and yeah, the Amiku, protecting them. So if going by that decision, although taking a step back, so whilst once again Amiku, is with Tori pretended to be someone else. I wondered, did he tell the story to be religions aren't exactly a good idea, trying to be extremely subtle about it, or try and put them off from fighting, or maybe as a way to not grow the race because it will give Torres less of an advantage if there's more about. So that could be another reason, and whether it could have been worked out subtly like what I did, or maybe it could have been stated, why, almost like a retrospective with everything he done. But yeah, I think that's fine. But yeah, I think right here, defending the such as he is just once again, fighting alongside the Legion to gain even more trust. Because I've already labelled, a couple of the problems, but at the time, yeah, it is just like I said, just the attempt at trust building before backstabbing.
Chained up to one spot, resulting in an overall decent plan.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I did wonder, did they simply grab them on the spot? And whilst there was no chains set up with the upgraded Stonos, but I suppose any race could get hold of chains. And yeah, sorry, distracted again. And yeah, we can also see how Basnos, is probably having a lot of fun, and yeah, I wonder why Barvin joined in, being with the up close as well. But I suppose if you had some sketching around whilst others trying to fire at you, yeah, I can see how you would be a bit overwhelmed. And not to mention, despite the long beam, Arvin too is mainly a close range kind of fighter.
Regardless, the Legion and the duo do well,
yeah, I think so.
Rid of most of the army, and we would say most because the rest are all over the galaxy. The Sochus thank the Legion, and as Amiku
So
states,
it's a bit of a on the nose kind of explanation, but at least it's clarifying that yeah, this battle is done, but there's still greater stone is about. So it's clarified at least.
There will be more, and they will possibly come to the Legion. The Legion explains that Ozona's power would need to be
how did Amiku know? I'm not sure. Oh, sorry. Yeah, let's just go back. How did why was Amiku the one to say, oh, there'll be more coming? Because oh, so he was the one that said, oh, Slivrock, whilst doing some fibbing, he's saying, this Slivrock just has his army. So yeah, I can see why Amiku's there will be more. That wasn't all of them. So yeah, and I think it's just going back to whatever the motion to here behind the back, as Slivrock must have said something about, they're probably scattered everywhere, been sending them all over, so they won't all be in one spot. So maybe we can infer, but should have been stated again.
Considering the Sochus were chained up to one spot, resulting in an overall decent plan. Regardless, the Legion and the duo do well, getting rid of most of the army, and we would say most because the rest are all over the galaxy. The Sochus thank the Legion, and as Amiku states, there will be more, and they will possibly come to the Legion. The
and more just coming to where they are.
Explains that Ozona's power would need to be protected on the Sochus planet, and the Sochus are happy, but a defense needs to be formed.
Are happy to do so, it would explain. And because the Titrans had were trying to explore reasons why maybe it wasn't a good idea, but it looks like the Sochus are already quite accepting of it. Oh, now here's the other thing I wasn't so keen on about this book, because there was this repeat of because it even happens once more in the third book, where in a nutshell the premise is seen another alien race, seeing they can help, and they were somewhat willing, but then something bad happens. They nearly leave, but then they get saved by many individuals, and they're like, okay, we're fine, we can accept your offer. So that happens 3 times, and whilst there is like of a different context and even at different stages of the story, for that kind of notion to happen 3 times, I remember thinking, yeah, this is still quite repetitive. Yeah, by the way, I can see that Ozona's name is spelled wrong. It's missing any A at the end. But yeah, I feel like, yeah, once again, the reboot will really help make as many scenarios stand out as possible. Even if some could be simplified as, oh, Legion versus Army, God knows how many times. But at least, make it, far more different in subtext. Go for more different outcomes too. So yeah, even if this is later in book 3, this could be seen as definitely the midpoint, because the elements are all sorted. But yeah, the Sutters don't really get explored an awful lot. Like, I like the element stuff they talk about, with both helping with some abilities, now helps in battle, and then they explain the elements. But yeah, it just goes back to how they're not as interesting compared to other races across this universe. So yeah, I don't know why the Sutters are happy to do this, because it would have been, maybe, I guess it was just a variant, they were already accepting of protecting from the get-go, but maybe there should be reasons like, they lost a spaceship, but they waited for so long to have a purpose again, and they can, defend this element and definitely stay on that planet. But yeah, I'm hoping there's a bit more. But yeah, looks like, yeah, we do. And yeah, I'm also not the biggest fan. Like, I like the defense getting place, but it's like they have like an alternative vault in the ground somewhat, which helps them defend the element. But I just feel like it should be better than some alien vault. I could have come with more creative ways. Hell, not put it at the bottom of the volcano and like surrounded by lava almost, and because it's an element, it's like safe within the lava. I think that could have been like a much cooler idea. And imagine like Xylophor trying to dip his hand in it. He would burn a bit, but definitely won't do much compared to the element itself. But anyway, so yeah, they need to form a defense. So at least there's those little bits which help make each of the 3 scenarios stand out, but I still don't like that repetition, because there's so many ways of kind of gone about to make the 3 of those events far more varied.
The Sochus have a variety of rocks and a special vault which enables them to contain and hide Ozan's power, and so they go and make a start. As this moment happens, this is everyone's introduction to what the Sochus and upgraded Stonos are like.
Yeah, thanks for pointing that out. We didn't know.
The Sochus are your average statues, except they are made up of a stone-like bark, which is also volcanic.
And yeah, despite it being explained, they had a couple of name drops, and now they're getting explained. I think it's fine for them to be explained here, because they're more in the forefront, but I don't know, it's just because if you're imagining them in battle, like, okay, if they're throwing lava about them, what do they look like? So maybe they could have been explained in the flashback, where, like I said, they're more in the forefront.
Considering they are lava-based creatures, and blue lava at that. They are
Oh
also
yeah, I think I am. Oh gosh, I'm a bit. No, because as you've been seeing throughout, the colour scheme is mainly a variety of blues and greens, with a couple of stretches like brown, grey, black and white, yellowish green that still expands from green. So it's like an extremely it's like a simple colour scheme, but it's a colour scheme that really helped unify all the imagery. Even in the storybooks, had quite an emphasis with the with which colours we want to prioritise, because believe me or not, like book 3 is actually the best storybook with the colour scheme it's trying to go for, because each book had colours to represent certain elements, and yeah, with a lot of book 3 being jade green, like the element, I just thought, yeah, that's actually kind of cool. So yeah, and because until I think recently I've added orange, as like a yet another colour, but I might still, yeah, I have time to, do I? Yes, yeah, because I've only made one animation so far. Because might still stick to that colour scheme and make every race, stick with the blues and greens. But I've included orange recently. It's like an addition which has definitely been helpful, and it's a good singular colour choice to expand on it. So yeah, I think that I'll consider. But I think orange could be represented as like the standout kind of colour. Yeah, because even if certain blues and greens can be representative of the elements occasionally, it's not like all the time, or you can like interpret it some subtle ways. Like for instance, like the base's army is mainly green, made up of uh, lime, lighter greens or jade greens, and you could represent that as, oh, humans, they're definitely lively, and they also like to use a lot of solid resources, so they can do interpretations like that. And I feel like orange could be just like the sort of color like brown and grey, etc. Considering the elements made up of the greens and blues. So yeah, and yeah, just going for all of that, yeah, that's why lava is blue and the fire has been blue as well. Um, yeah, because I could have made vibrant orange with the fire and the lava, but if vibrant also includes ice and water, maybe you could have ice made out of orange. That could be interesting. But it's just by doing that, I feel like I would have to go for yet another color, to really make the elements stand out that way. I probably will go for maybe red, because I can't see how yellow or purple would mix in there. And white is um, oh no, yeah, that's why I just want to stick with the greens and blues. Yeah, you can see yeah, sorry, just so you can see what I was kind of trying to go for. Anyway, this is just pretty much some more explanation around of the such as, yeah, 9 feet tall. Mars, just let it read.
Very tall, nearly 9 foot tall, all bearing a staff of the same material, with
All
blue
bearing
eyes.
a staff. There could be like one or two variations. Because the fun with establishing any races is that how can we vary them, and that's the kind of the direction I'd like to go for. Because for instance, Port Haphazard is mainly a lightning-based alien, but he has to take down technology to mix with it. So but yeah, I wonder what I could do there with the Sochas. Maybe some Sochas don't do well with producing or interacting with lava more than others, or there's one that explodes too much lava. Yeah, I think that yeah, those kind of variations could work. But I feel like making this race in lower numbers rather than making yet another alien community. I just kind of see the race being a bit more like that.
Eyes and veins all around.
Yeah, the veins are blue too and screwed all around, which you would have seen in the storybooks. So yeah, it's the end of this part. So yeah, I'll stop there and I'll see you next time.